Good morning. This is a public hearing for the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals. December 17, 2019. We'll begin with the appeals calendar. Continued hearing. Item number 1, calendar number 2019-94A, 36 West 66th Street, 50 West 66th Street, Manhattan. Client Stoic.
Madam Chair, I must recuse.
Thank you.
No.
No. For now, appeals, we don't take over. Give us a minute.
We're working on the honor system. Good morning, Stuart Klein Slowick, on behalf of the appellant. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my original intent in preparing today was to go over each and every document presented by both the DOB and the developer and highlight the various and sundry errors that were found in each of their arguments. But my review of the executive session yesterday proved to me that that wasn't important. Rather, I would like to reduce my presentation under the general rubric that less of me is actually more of me, and just discuss one or two of my concerns that were raised at the executive meeting. First of all, I would like to agree with the developer and with DOB that when analyzing the floor area of a building and what can and cannot be deducted, you have to look at each building, and each building must stand on its own merits. As DOB said in the Sky House case, in its July 11, 2011 submission, there is no rule of thumb to determine the maximum mechanical space allowed for a building based upon the percentage of the building zoning area. It went on further to say, and each building is analyzed individually. In its July 23rd submission in this particular case, it said these cases must be judged on a case-by-case basis. Now today, we're going to depart from the history or the form of the Sky House case in that we have presented to you and will present to you today expert witnesses on this particular matter. One of the major points revealed in the Sky House case, which was BSA 2016-4327A, was that there was no information given by the appellant that would allow the board to make a determination as to the proper deductions in that particular building. In fact, it's our belief that the mechanical space in this particular building were highly and grossly overestimated. And in fact, Mr. Ambrosino, a mechanical engineer, performed a detailed analysis, which you have and which you'll expand on today, showing that probably close to 25 to 30,000 feet were deducted, and there's no justification for that. His analysis is based on both his experience, the items given to the building department, and sound engineering principles. In addition, our zoning expert, Mr. James, will tell you that his analysis shows that both the gross floor area and the zoning floor area somehow inexplicably changed between the first and second plan iterations, but the building shape and massing somehow remain the same. Something of a physical impossibility, but I'll let him go into that in more detail. Now, something was raised yesterday at the board, which I found a little disturbing, and that was the question was posed, well, if even if we reduce some of the footage, the square footage, the height of the building is not going to be appreciably changed. That's really not the issue before the board. I'm not discussing the height of the building. The only issue before this board is if these mechanical deductions were appropriate. If in fact you determine that they were not appropriate, then the building will self-adjust to some extent. I'm not concerned about the massing of the building and the shape of the building in the context of this particular application. I'm only interested in the floor deductions. Now, my problem here, and I think the board's problem here, is that before the DOB can properly review the proffered plans, it must establish some guiding principles to apply to its review. Now, if you take a look at the building code, more particularly section 28-104.7.1, it says under scope, construction documents shall be complete and of sufficient clarity to indicate the location and entire, let me emphasize, an entire nature and extent of the work proposed, and shall show in detail that they conform to the provisions of this code and other applicable laws. Sadly, this was not done. The plans that were given to the building department were grossly inadequate, and despite your importunings and your entreaties to the developer, they still remain incomplete. In yesterday's review, the chair said, asked a very poignant question, and said, I don't know what, or he made a statement, I don't know what DOB uses to review these plans. Another member added that we were never given, although it was repeatedly requested, the original plans for the mechanical equipment from the 160-foot void version of the plans. Also mentioned at the 27-minute mark was that no parameters were ever submitted by DOB to justify its review.
I just want to make a correction.
Sure.
There wasn't no plans for the mechanical equipment. We didn't see the plans for the prior approved building.
That's what I just said.
No, you said mechanical equipment. That's not what we were looking at. We were just interested in the number of floors that were mechanical floors in
Okay,
the prior
well,
version.
I'll go over it again, but that was my recollection. If I'm wrong, I apologize. And furthermore, with regard to the missing components of plans, the board asked about the ductwork, its height, and its impact on calculating the FAR deductions. No information on that particular matter is in the plans. As a matter of fact, the plans that were submitted don't look like plans as much as they look oftentimes like a Rorschach test. It looks like somebody accidentally spilt, ink on a page because they're completely.
But that's what a mechanical drawing looks like,
Well,
actually.
then
That's the
that's
beauty
why
of
I became
mechanical
that's why I
drawings.
became a lawyer, I suspect. And so I think it's incumbent upon the building department, before we can go any further, to basically describe what they do in analyzing these plans. And I think probably the best expert to do that, or the only person who could do that, is the person who in fact reviewed these plans for the building department. According to the BIS system, that is an architect. This board has the power, I don't, under the rules of the board and the city charter, to bring that person in. Obviously you do, and you could bring it either by request or bring him or her in by subpoena, but I think that person should be called to the board and explain how he or she conducted this review and how he or she calculated these particular deductions. And one final matter I'd like to address, and that was raised at yesterday's hearing, and that was the issue of good faith reliance. In order for good faith reliance to be pled, there has to be good faith on the part of the developer in the first instance. I don't think that happened here. And furthermore, with regard to good faith reliance, which is otherwise known as equitable estoppel, under the Parkview case, as you know, equitable estoppel cannot be pled by a building owner or a developer. If it relied in good faith on a buildings department error, which is rather obvious here, then they can seek other channels of redress, but certainly it should not be a foundational element of any relief given. The only relief that can be given is through the court system. And with that, I'll turn it over to our experts, unless you have any
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah. Do you want to go first?
Go ahead.
My question is back to the good faith reliance. If the developer relied on something that the DOB has been doing for a number of years, as it suggested, that it has been relying on submitting plans just like the ones they've submitted and receiving this approval just like they did here, even though they may have had intentions of, using as much space as or taking advantage of as much space as possible, or getting as much floor area as possible, even if that was their intention, they would still be in a good faith reliance on that, because that's what the DOB has been approving.
No.
And it's not necessarily an error on the part of DOB, it's just that's their practice.
No, actually, that's a very good question. Let me address it this way. In 2007, the board had a case that was brought before it by an appellant. Let me see if I can get the number. (6707A). what was otherwise referred to, looking back, as the penthouse case. In that situation, the buildings department did not include the penthouse floor in calculating the height of a building under the sliver rule. The board decided that despite the fact that penthouse was used, I believe it was 73 times in the course of zoning resolution, it did not have a definition. But what happened with that case ultimately was building department was told, A, to look at the, to add the height of the building to the particular building in question, and to go over the more than 100 buildings that had previously approved without the penthouse being included. So there is precedent to say, listen,
Certainly.
you could
That's-
reach back in time and you could adjust.
No, but
the
isn't
way
that
you did it.
distinguishable? That was a clear case where the Department of Buildings doing something that wasn't permitted by the zoning. In this situation, you've got mechanical space, which is just described in the zoning resolution as mechanical space, right?
Well,
And it
yeah.
doesn't tell you what's in it or how to calculate, so then DOB develops its own methodologies. And so the idea that an owner would rely on DOB methodologies that may shift over time, why,
Well,
would that be
I don't
detrimental
think, I don't,
reliance for an owner?
I'm sorry, I don't think there's much of a difference. In fact, the penthouse case said in pertinent part, the board further agrees that merely because height is not defined in the ZR does not mean that the word is ambiguous, but rather the height has a commonly accepted meaning and does not require definition in the ZR.
So your argument
In
is...
like manner, there's no definition for mechanical equipment or mechanical space, but you have to apply a common sense definition. And the fact that the buildings department had never set a standard for this doesn't, basically, for lack of a more judicious term, doesn't let them off the hook. We have this case in front of us, the building is being built, there is time to repair the situation. And for the building department to simply say, sorry, we have never done this in the past, so we're going to blindly go ahead, is just not appropriate, and I don't think conforms to law.
I think you need to support that with more.
Well, you have the
I think his argument, I think the argument he's making is basically, this is analogous to that because this is such, in common sense, this is how one would define mechanical room as root space that is used for mechanical purposes.
Well, also, and
Right.
I would add to that, the building department on repeated occasions, and the developer in this instance, have all said in lockstep that each building has to be based on its own merits. Well, there has to be some parameters to support that.
There's a base.
And to date, despite the fact that you've asked them numerous times, they have not supported it. I will refer back 2 years ago to a case involving accessory use of antennas on shortwave installations, where the building department consistently refused to give the board information on what it considers accessory use for shortwave radio operators. And we have the same situation here. They're stubbornly resisting telling you how it is they look at these plans. They came in, they said, listen, we reviewed this numerous times, and we think deductions are appropriate. And the only question I'm asking is, what parameters did they use? If, in fact, that's your statement, tell us.
Okay, I think that
That's a
part's
fair
fair,
statement.
but we've also seen I thought, quite interesting comparison of all of these large buildings and how many of these interstitial floors they have. And so there's obviously quite a lot of precedent for buildings department accepting many, many mechanical floors in a building, even where ostensibly the purpose of the mechanical rooms was not to make the building taller, but to just supply the
Well,
floors
let me
above and
address that in
below.
two ways. A, all that means is the building department's repeated mistake numerous times. And second, the comparative...
Why does all that mean? Why does it
Well, it
mean
means,
that by
well, first of
necessity?
all, if you're arguing, as the building department did, that each building is judged on its own merits, there are no comparators. I mean, if you're taking a look at a building and you're saying, okay, this building, because it's the way it's structured and the amenities it's giving over to the ultimate users, requires X amount of space for mechanicals, there are no comparators, because every single building is different. So to say that, well, other buildings at this height have similar deductions doesn't mean anything,
No.
because every building survives on its own merits. And so therefore, the building department, the two thoughts cannot exist at the same time. You can't say individual merit and comparators. It just doesn't make sense. It defies logic.
Well, it doesn't defy logic because you see all of these buildings built, and you see that they require different amounts of mechanical space according to the building, and you see that range of 3 to 12, in one case, numbers of interstitial floors. So when we, and one of the accusations here is that four of these mechanical floors is excessive, but when you see that there are lots of other buildings that have something in that range, and far more of their percentage of floor area devoted to mechanical, then it just sort of fits into sort of a range of typical, even if each one is viewed on its own merits, because this one has a swimming pool, this one doesn't, this one has
Well,
some
but
other kind of heat
We
system.
made precise calculations, and if you take a building, a typical building, an atypical building, and you break it down, and you basically say, excuse me, you have deducted 25,000 feet that otherwise should not be deducted, the comparison stops there. It is based on its individual merits. So if you're looking at this building and you're sincere about looking at this building, and the buildings department said it looked at this buildings, then you have to take every single piece of equipment, you have to determine how much space it needs, and that basically translates into a straight line equation. And if in fact it translates into a straight line equation, which proves that they employed gamesmanship here, and they added an additional 20 or 30,000 square feet, then all comparisons stop. I mean, under the fire code, historically, air conditioning systems were based on machines that generated 50 horsepower or more, and in fact, the fire code still speaks about alcohol-driven air conditioners. But over time, those pieces of mechanical equipment have changed. So a building that took mechanical deductions 10 years ago, if it was built today, is going to have much reduced mechanical deductions. That happened at 375 Pearl Street, the famous Verizon building. It happened on the 2nd Avenue building with Verizon after the fire about 30 years ago. It happened recently within the last 10 years in 2 high-rises that were built in Lower Brooklyn, where over time the equipment had minimized, and the top 2 floors, those buildings now have no occupancy in the top 2 floors because they're no longer dedicated to mechanical use and they can't be converted over. So once you establish that the deductions are improper, then all the comparators go out the window. There's no reason for them because that building is standing on its own 2 feet. Okay, so if you allow me.
I just want to clarify, just,
Sure.
I believe the applicant was speaking about my request for the mechanical plans of the building at.
That's correct. I can give you the minutes where it was found. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Ambrosino?
Please state your name again and your affiliation.
My name is Michael Ambrosino, PE. I'm here on behalf of Landmark West. Can I move this? Oh, is it on?
Yeah.
How about now?
Right.
Better?
Can you
Okay.
move which?
Can I move this so you can see what I'm going to put up on the wall here? 'Cause I
We
think
we
it's-
can
take the mic
actually
down.
see it.
Okay.
And you don't, trust me, you don't want to move that.
All right. I'm going to go behind here for a
So
second.
you
You
can
can
pick
take
up
the
the
microphone,
mic.
I'm just going to bring something.
Okay.
Contribute.
It's a Landmark West approach beam.
If you want to point at things, you can take the mic with you.
I will when the time comes.
Okay.
And they gave me a very simple task. They basically said, please look at the drawings and determine if the layouts of the mechanical electrical systems are reasonable use of the space. What we did not do, what I did not do, is I didn't look for code conformance of the systems. I didn't look for their energy efficiency. I didn't look for their performance. I didn't look at changing the type of systems or the size of the systems. I didn't move equipment from floor to floor to composite mechanical rooms. I left them on the floors they were. I did not in detail review the sprinkler, electrical, or plumbing systems. We left those deductions totally intact with no minimalization. What we did do was just look at the mechanical because that was easier. We did not determine what the deductions for this building should be. That's not our role. Although we came up with some numbers, but not because we think that's the absolute number. What we did come up with is a way for professional reviewers to look at these drawings in a different way to determine what is a reasonable deduction. How did we do this? We used the original design drawings, which I will show you in a minute. We color-coded them. We then took the exact equipment, its size and service area, and repositioned it on a floor and decided whether or not that was a reasonable way to lay out a floor plan and save some floor space.
How did you, I'm sorry.
Because of the height of these,
Just, how did you determine its service area?
we took it from the design drawings. For instance, I guess I can take this. This is not our drawing. This is the design drawing. The red is mechanical equipment. The blue was very nicely detailed by the engineer as the service requirements. That's what we used. And we'll go back to this in a second. And because of the height of these mechanical rooms, 48 feet, 60 feet, and 60 feet, which is more than I've ever seen in 40 years, we did not concern ourselves with the ductwork and piping that was horizontal because there's plenty of space to run ductwork and piping. Usually a mechanical room in a building like this is maybe 20 feet tall, and you fit the entire boiler plant and chiller plant within that. Here we have 60 feet to do anything horizontal. So let me just go through these.
Can I ask you a question
Sure.
about that? So, I think I mentioned this yesterday in the review session. When I used to work on buildings where I was working with a mechanical engineer, they would yell at me when I would tell them that I wanted to route the HVAC in a different way or the plumbing in a different way. And they would say, if we do that, it's going to whistle, or it's not going to cool properly, or it won't exhaust properly, and so on. So if you're saying that you would lift the associated sheet metal and piping higher than the usual 20 feet to take advantage of the height, wouldn't that have an impact on the efficacy of the connections between the different pieces of equipment?
Well, if we look at some of these, we come off a piece of equipment vertical. Let's say we only go 15 feet. We run 100 feet horizontal, and then we go up 50 feet. If we go up 30 feet and then run horizontal and go up 20 feet, it's the exact same run of ductwork. We didn't add anything.
But you have more bends.
No, same amount of bend. You make a right turn and a left turn, except instead of doing it here, you do it up higher. All I'm saying is the ductwork and the piping should have no impact
But
on
aren't
how
you
much space we
connecting
need.
pieces of equipment one to the other? They're not just standing there alone.
We are, and I think within a room that we've left, there's plenty of height, whatever height they pick, to do that. We didn't change that. I'm saying when we move equipment out of a space and the only thing left is horizontal distribution, there's no reason horizontal distribution has to be at 6 feet or 8 feet or 10 feet. It could be at 20 feet, which makes the space underneath it very usable.
And you're also saying that the same problem would avail itself wherever they place the equipment, the mechanical equipment in that room.
The problem?
The same issue of where it's going to be in height and how it's going to turn is going to be the same in both scenarios.
Right. Well, take this room. I mean, we have ductwork and we have diffusers and lighting. There's stuff above this ceiling.
But the equipment isn't in here. So
And
put
there
the
are
piece
rooms
of
here where there's no
in-
equipment. There are
No, put the
spaces that
piece
are
of
just
equipment
horizontal.
where you're standing, and now duct it. Right now, connect the piping and the ductwork to connect to the other piece of equipment. How's that working without filling up the room?
I'm going to give you a perfect example of your
Okay.
question right now.
Okay.
So make believe this is the piece of equipment. So this is the existing design of the 19th floor. There are a series of red pieces of equipment. 2 large air handlers. There's 1 large fan, which is a post-fire smoke purge fan. And there are a series of little red boxes, which are heat pumps, which I believe their purpose is to heat the void, because the void is so big that somehow it has to be heated and cooled, which are on the floor. But they're really serving the space above. So if we take that layout, that's the base. All I did here is take away the service area, left the equipment where it was. This yellow was the electrical plumbing rooms. We left those intact. We said you get all that credit as an exercise. If I look at this room now, it's 800 square feet. It has a heat pump, probably the size of this podium, in the middle of the room. Now, it says it's 2 tons, but really that's the cooling capacity, not the weight. It's probably 300, 200 pounds.
What floor is that one?
This is 19. It's the first sheet, the second sheet. So I have an 800 square foot room holding a piece of equipment that's 6 square feet. That, in theory, could also be raised up because it's not a heavy piece of equipment and it's serving the space above.
So is it part of your testimony that this heating equipment, would this still be necessary in a smaller room, a room with lower wall ceilings?
You'd still have to heat and cool this room. It would be a smaller piece of equipment, but it's really serving 60 foot of height. But it's, you could put it in a closet in the corner if you didn't want to put it up high. We have 800 square feet. It's like the size of this area to hold this.
Have you seen the submission by Mr. Beanstalk? I don't know if you saw the submission in response to your submission.
I did.
Okay, so Mr. Beanstalk's submission, that's Exhibit B, which is a comparison between the simple drawing on 19, that one I think that you have, and what actually happens once with the shop drawings and so on. Can you talk about that, about all of the other stuff that's in that area, independent of the equipment?
Well, it's in the
For
area.
instance, I'll just, I think it's the same corner that you're pointing to. It's the heat pump on the 19th floor, right? Some of it is structure, obviously, so the structure's in the way. Domestic water heater rigs, required egress and access paths, PLBG PRV station, standpipe, two-stage PRV, heat pump, heater, and then lots and lots of ductwork and piping.
Well, all of that plumbing stuff is here, and we've left it.
No, on the 19th floor.
This is 19.
Oh, that's also 19?
This is the plumbing room and the electrical room. We didn't touch it.
Oh, okay. No,
And-
no.
and there are
that
always-
same exact area. I'm talking about around the heat pump.
The ductwork is 14 inches by 12 inches. It's smaller than a ceiling tile. That's on these drawings. And it's got two 1-inch pipes going to it. I mean, it's hard to read, but if you look at the bigger drawings, the ducts off this unit are very small. But let me just go one thing further. So here is that equipment, stripping away all the colors, where it is designed. And all we're saying is if you took this piece of equipment, either raised it up or moved it here, you get 800 square foot back. It's one piece of equipment. If you take these two air handlers and just move them closer, we didn't degrade the service space. Take these three small heat pumps. They could be up high or they could be here and ducted to where they have to go, and you get all of this space back. This is big spaces. It's not 10 square feet. It's hundreds, thousands square feet.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
On the buildings that you've worked where you have uses that are either directly above or below the mechanical room, don't you locate the equipment to be convenient to the uses?
And
So that you don't have to do as much ducting or piping or so on?
yes, you try to do that. And these equipment serves above us. But again, it's 12 by 10 ducts. It's tiny ductwork that's going up to serve the void. The units could be up in the void. All I try to do is get the small stuff out of here to free up big chunks of space. So 19 is pretty simple. There's one other piece here, which is a post-fire smoke purge fan, which is in a room, which also could be raised up and put up high. This fan should only be on once in the life of the building, when they balance the fan, and never again unless there's a fire in the building, God forbid. So again, why this has its own room when you could just raise it up would save, again, another chunk of floor space here.
So you're saying if you lift this equipment up and you believe that the head clearance would allow that?
I have 60 feet.
And when you move it up, would that impact the efficiency of the system?
No.
Now we're losing track of the whole thing. So what we're looking at is not the vertical, right? If we go back to the definition of floor area. The definition of, no, let me just finish. Definition of floor area talks about floor space, right? Floor space used for mechanical equipment. If we start talking about, because we said that there's nothing to determine what the height of the space is, that's decided, right? Nothing in the zoning resolution regulates the height. So what we're talking about is what goes on the floor.
No,
right?
I'm not talking about the height of the building or the height, or even the height of the space. What I'm talking about is if he's claiming that instead of these equipment are on the floor, if I just lift them up, and what I'm asking is, according to the plan submitted, if, let's say the floor height is 12 feet, this is the proposal, and we wanna lift this equipment, and this equipment is 5 feet. Still, even
Has
if
to
he
sit
lifts
on
up,
something.
it's not on the plan, but the head clearance underneath the equipment is useless. So his claim is not intact. But if the floor height is 30 feet, and he's taking this equipment, and the equipment is 5 feet, and he's lifting up, he's hanging it from let's say, the ceiling. Then he has 30 minus 5, he has 25 feet. This is a usable space.
But then,
Then what he's talking about is make some sense.
except, how do I service the equipment that's up 30 feet in the air?
Yes, yes. And
Yeah.
I need
it's-
catwalks.
You could
That's
do
called floor-
catwalks.
I mean, right, so now.
You could do catwalks, or you could take that one piece of equipment,
So
put
you're
it in the corner.
asking now the guys who are working on the equipment, who have to replace a pump or something like that, to schlep the pump that weighs, I actually have cut sheets on the pump, so I think I know how much it weighs, to carry the pumps up catwalks is a practical solution.
It's been done, if you organize it correctly with one catwalk and
But
equipment on both sides.
But you have to admit, it's not really a practical solution. You want all your equipment
Well,
down below where the guys
To
can
me,
work.
practical is
and-
give me 1,000 square feet that I could sell. That's more practical than putting a catwalk in.
And
With
when,
this,
when we wanna do some maintenance for this equipment, wouldn't they come from the same space that you just presumed that it should be a floor area and walk through that space and go up and do the maintenance?
Let's go
Wouldn't
back.
that render this space unusable?
Let's go back to those pieces, which are, I take these down. So we have 3 pieces here, right, which could be lined up here. They could be in a mechanical room here on the floor. They don't have to be up high. I'm saying it's an option to raise them, or you could put them in a mechanical room and duct them over. It's small ductwork. It's small systems. To have that guy, 6 square feet, take up that room because you don't want to do a catwalk, okay, put them in the corner, make it a closet, take back the rest of the space.
And this is wouldn't lengthen like a riser or need more fittings, wouldn't increase the losses in the system, nothing like that?
Not really. It's 12 by 10 ductwork. If you're worried about losses, make it 12 by 12 and you've made up for any additional static loss.
So
With
one
this
of the
equipment-
pieces of equipment that I found, which is the vertical water source air conditioner, is 4,000 pounds.
Where is it?
I'm not, these are all cut sheets that I
Okay.
downloaded from the schedule. right?
There's
So
equipment
I'm not sure
throughout this
exactly
building.
where it is, but, no, it's inside. It's the schedule, it's all from the 18th floor, actually. I downloaded only the equipment on the 18th.
Let's go to 18.
but is there any reason why could the mechanical equipment on this floor be added to another floor?
I didn't look at that. I started by saying we did not try to take mechanical rooms and put them together. They're on different floors according to the affidavit because of where they have to serve up and down the building. We accepted the design as it is. We didn't say we're going to change the design concept. We're just going to see if we can move it around a little bit to make it more efficient in the use of space.
So you're accepting that it's a good idea to be on the 18 with some of the equipment and on
Yeah,
17 with another?
absolutely.
Okay.
So the mechanical equipment would have to be on separate floors?
Does it have
As-
to?
as
I don't know
designed.
that it has to. I didn't look at whether it has to or not. I left it where it was. I didn't want to make that. If you give this building to 5 engineers, you're going to get back 5 different designs. They're all going to be design concept pretty good, but they'll be different. I wasn't looking to make it different. I was only looking to save space. All right, this is 18, which we have a chiller plant, again, equipment in red, service in blue. We have, I'm going to pick one item out here, VFDs. This VFD is literally 2 feet by about 12 inches. It's 2 square foot of space.
Sorry, everyone's going to get some kind of an alert. An amber? Yes, amber alert.
We're good?
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to pick up one piece of equipment here, these VFDs, which are a about 2 feet wide, 1 foot deep, and about 18 inches tall. And each one has 3 foot of clearance in front of it, by code, which is fine. But they're spread out all over the place so that you see a lot of blue. What we did again is we took that layout, we stripped away the colors just to show where the equipment is. So this is where all the equipment is located now. Every tank, every VFD, every electric panel, every pump. We then relayed out the chiller plant. For instance, we took this block as one drawing block and just slid it over here and put it there. We didn't change a thing. We took this chiller plant and just slid it down a little bit, and all these 9 or 11 pumps that are spread out all over the place, we just lined them up for a very efficient pumping plant. So now we have taken all of this stuff, including, as you can see, all the expansion tanks, all the VFDs we lined up, all the electric panels, everything in red there is here. So what did we free up? We freed up this entire room and this entire room, which I don't even know what this, 3,000 square feet. That right now claims is deductible. Could be usable space. Could be unusable space, but it doesn't have to be mechanical space.
And again, this is without impacting the efficiency of the system.
Correct. Matter of fact, I think it's more efficient.
Wouldn't
Now, the
that be
pumps
very-
and the chillers and the heat exchangers, everything is condensed.
Wouldn't that be a very loud room?
It's gonna be a loud room no matter where you put it. It's the same equipment. All I did was put it over here.
Right, but if we're going to use the other part as usable space, what use could it have?
Well, if I was a developer, I'd put cages in and sell it as storage to the condo owners. They love storage. You could put a paint shop up here. You could put offices up here. And it's not to me to tell them how to use it, but buildings we've done, storage is gold.
So can I ask you a question? I assume that in your work, you've submitted mechanical drawings to the Department of Buildings.
Many times.
Are you the person, or are you or were you the person who went to the Department of Buildings when they were reviewing the mechanical drawings?
Sometimes, yes.
Did they question where you put your equipment?
They almost never do. In 40 years, I don't think they ever came back and said, why is this piece of equipment here? They don't look.
Okay. So then, if they're not looking on all of the buildings for 40 years that you've been doing, and that's one layout, and yours is another potential layout without getting more information from the engineer who actually designed it, right? Why would the assumption be that DOB should have suggested that it should all get gathered there instead of accepting that layout?
I'm not saying they should do that. I
Okay.
don't know what their charge
Right.
is. I don't know how they review these.
Okay.
I don't know what they're supposed to do. All I'm saying is that's a way to lay out a floor to get more space. When typical projects for us have always been take the least amount of space. Whatever we want, usually someone says you can only have less. This is a case where there's plenty of space. So if someone said, here's a room, lay it out, and you have all this space, well, you could do it that way. And even if they gave me all that space, I don't think I would have, because I don't think it's very efficient. But there could be other reasons it's done that way. I don't know the design principles, which I think I stated in my affidavit.
Right.
You know, the engineer meets with the developer, meets with the architect, and they say, this is why we want to design, this is the principle for you to follow. I don't know what the principles were. But for me, the design principle for me is use the least amount of space that's reasonable. Because even doing this, I still have plenty of space to walk around here. You know, there's no shortage of access space, corridors, vestibules, whatever you want to put in.
I'm coming from a structural background. Sometimes I design reinforced concrete slabs. In this world, that long direction of the slab should have the lighter reinforcement. That shorter should have the heavier reinforcement. Sometimes, looking at some drawings by others, I can see that the engineer put the heavier reinforcement in the long and the lighter in the short. And I think about the reason for that, and I could like guess that it might be this or that. If you look at the two concepts that you just put in front of us, do you think it could be a good reasoning for going that route rather than the other?
I don't know the reasoning.
If you think, on top of your head, do you think of something?
Of why it's like that?
Yes.
I could think of a reason, but I'm not really willing to say what it
If you're
is.
saying this is much more efficient space-wise,
Yes.
but could it be much more efficient economy-wise, for example? I don't know, any otherwise, other than space?
I don't see it.
Not, what, aren't you getting at structure, that you're
No, I'm
heavily
talking about,
loading
I'm
that one
trying to
side?
use the structural analogy to help him like, think
Oh,
with.
I see, okay.
I'm
In-
trying to understand why would somebody go with that rather than that?
Mm-hmm.
And if we put the space aside, could it be more hydraulic efficiency?
I
Could it be
think-
more
you know what?
Electric efficiency?
I think you should ask
Could
them.
it be anything else?
No, I think you should ask them. They're good engineers. The set of drawings is actually a very nice set of drawings, good details, good information. They're reputable. You may want to ask them why they did it.
So you're saying if two engineers come up with these two designs, one is like that, the other is like this, and the two engineers, let's say you're evaluating them in an interview for the job, you would believe that this guy is more smart, more efficient.
Well, I would have to ask the guy why he did that versus that,
And
because
he
to
doesn't
me,
have-
that saves a lot of
he
money.
doesn't have a good reason for that.
Do not hire that guy,
Okay.
because it costs less to build that than to build that.
Thank you.
And you can't think of any good reason why they would do that outside of the space reason.
No.
Okay,
All right. One more? You want to do one more? Okay.
sure. Oops,
Reusable.
are we sure?
All right, this is the 17th floor. Again, this is as designed by the owner, as presented to DOB. Red is equipment, blue is service, and white is just space. This is that same exact drawing, stripping away the colors. That's the equipment in red. Now, a lot has been said about access to fresh air and exhaust. This is the boiler plant. Now, these boilers are only less than 7 feet tall, so it's not very big. All we did was take the boilers, condense the access space slightly to something that's more standard, move them up the sheet so they're still near the fresh air, took all of the pumps, all the VFDs, and we put them in front of the boiler plant as one would typically do a boiler plant. That saved this space and this space, which is now usable for something else. Now, this was the first one we did, so every little round circle, which are expansion tanks, we didn't show here, but we have all of the space left over here. So all those tanks would fit right in here. This particular one, which I found interesting, because you talked about length of ductwork and efficiency. This air handler, this duct runs here and connects here. The other half of it runs here and connects here. So here's the two connection points for that air handler, which is up here. I don't know why this air handler isn't down here and save all of that duct run. I'm sure there's a reason. But you could look at making things more efficient in many different ways. So efficiency wasn't necessarily how this was laid out. And again, I don't know the meaning. Here again are these VFDs. You see a lot of blue all along here, but you can have them face each other and use common access space for this stuff. It's a small piece of equipment, 2 feet by 1 foot. Why it needs 8 square foot of space every time is kind of, it's a more space use than I think I would ever use.
If I'm the mechanical engineer for this, and I came up with this design, submitted it, approved by the DOB, and in a year or two, with the construction, I want to change. Like again, in the structural, we design things, and then we change, we value engineering, we could change our mind. Do you need to go back to the DOB to change?
You're supposed to do a post-approval amendment to show,
Yes, the
Yep.
answer is yes, you
Yep.
need to.
Is that before you do the change, make the change, or after you make the change?
it's usually after, it's usually during construction.
Right.
And if I was a contractor, I would look at that and say, all right, I'll give you a price to build that, but I'd come back and I'll give you a value engineering to save a lot of money and do it different.
Right, but then you file them as-built rather than going to DOB asking for permission to change, right?
A post-approval amendment, you're not necessarily asking for permission to change. You're telling them what the change is.
Yes,
It's not a request. It's a,
Right.
here's what we did. You know, field conditions, VE, whatever the reason is. I have one more, which is the 15th floor, which is a very confusing floor. And I didn't redo the layout. All I did was identify what was equipment, which is red. The mustard and the blue are mechanical and electrical rooms. I mean, a plumbing, sprinkler, and electrical rooms. We took that entire square footage and said that would be a deductible amount. Added that to the red and the blue, came up with a total of 4,000 square feet out of 20. Now, there's a lot of stuff here. There's ductwork, there's stairs, there's no equipment, but there's a lot of horizontal stuff. I don't remember the floor-to-floor height on 15. This could be the one that's 48 feet. And I see a lot of stairs going over walls. I'm not sure what this is. May not be usable space structurally the way it is, but I'm not familiar architecturally with what this is. But in terms of the usage of space for mechanical electrical equipment, it's 4,000 square feet.
Wouldn't that sort of concentration of equipment at a given portion of the building, wouldn't that, I'm concerned about the vibrations, it could impose vibrations on one side, no vibrations on the other side. Have you ever done something similar to that? And then you sent it to the, let's say the structural engineer, no, I can't do that. It's gonna be huge vibrations on this side of the building.
Of course. I mean, the whole this process probably lasted 9 months.
Did it happen before?
To me?
Yes?
Yeah, of course. You sit down with the structural engineer and the architect, you do a layout together, which is more of what I did, which are just sketch layouts. You sit down with the architect, structural engineer, and someone says that's good or it's bad for whatever reason, and you work together to make it better.
Let me re-explain myself.
Sure.
My concern is, if this is their design, this is your suggested design. My concern is if I take this and give it to the structural engineer and I say, hey, this is the mechanical design. And he would come back and say, oh, you took all the mechanical equipments and put them in just a limited portion of the floor footprint. You know what? These mechanical equipments could produce huge vibrations, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to design a structurally efficient system to transfer the loads. And then they will come back to you and say, hey, the structural engineer didn't like your design, spread your equipment. Did this happen to you before?
No. We've modified design to move it around over a beam, but never to spread stuff out because the building is so poorly structured. Unless it's an existing building where the structure is existing, you can't do much to it. A new building, you can build any structure you want.
but, okay, you can build any structure you want, but let's just say there's some kind of a thinking about what the structure is going to be, right? And the building is designed with that structural concept, and sort of super loading the equipment in one part of the building wouldn't be consistent with that structural concept. Then the structural engineer might say, actually, I have a really kind of flexible building or resilient building, I don't actually know what the term is, and therefore, I need you to distribute it more evenly on the floor. Or a building that's subject to enormous wind forces, for example.
You wonder if that's possible? Sure, it's possible.
What is the total weight rating for an equipment, like roughly, to the nearest 10 tons?
What's the
Total
wa-
weight of these equipment?
Oh, I don't know the total weight.
You got a few
Roughly.
boilers there.
But you know, it's a boiler plant. We do boiler plants all the time, mid-rise in a building. It's not unusual to have 6 boilers lined up on the 15th floor in a building or the 30th floor in a building.
So you've had designs similar to the one that you're proposing,
Yeah,
and without consequence?
right. Well, you work early with the architect, structural engineer to make sure everyone is on the same page. And if it's a problem, they let you know, and if it's not, everyone designs around it.
Okay, thank you.
Similar height and all?
Oh, much less height. I've
No,
never
similar
done
height,
48
as
feet.
high up on a building.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
We're good?
great, thank you very much,
Turn this over
appreciate
to
it.
George, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You can leave those up
leave.
if it's okay, yeah.
Excuse me, Madam Chair? Could we just make a comment for a...
Sure, sure. It's a fire department, they get priority.
I am Battalion Chief Ressner for the Fire Department. We just have a very quick statement to make, and it may not be germane to what you're discussing here, but the drawings that indicate FDNY access, the green color coding, that's not quite accurate. It's corridor. It's supposed to be corridor. It's supposed to allow us to do operations, but it can be used by anyone, and I don't know if that makes any difference in your consideration of zoning floor area, but the modifications that we had asked for to the plan weren't designated just solely for FDNY access.
Understood. So you
Okay.
just wanted maybe the corridors to be bigger or something like that?
Well, we went through, we went through a whole system of changes. We needed to do operations, but that was also to allow the public to have additional egress area, sheltering area, and so on. So I don't know if it makes any difference whatsoever to determining, FAR deductions, but calling it FDNY access is not accurate.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. James, please go back.
Hi, I'm George Janes. I filed the initial zoning challenge on the project. Stu had mentioned about the tower, the volume of the tower not changing, even though we added 6,000 square feet of zoning floor area because of the FDNY requirements. That's actually happened because they added balconies. They used to have zoning floor area in these places where they added balconies. They were less than 67% enclosed. It's actually clever. It's not a problem. And I think what I really want to talk about is we've been talking about the zoning resolution and we've been talking about the exemption for mechanical equipment. There's another part of the zoning resolution that I think is equally important. And it is the reminder that the zoning resolution says floor space that is or becomes unused counts as floor area. So unlike Sky House, right, where Sky House, we have no direction in the zoning resolution about vertical space. But we have direction in the zoning resolution about horizontal space. And so therefore, you have this conflict between, well, you can exempt this space, but you have to count this space that's unused. And so it creates a tension between creating vast amounts of unused space in a building that is claimed as being exempt, but which is not exempt, because it's just not necessary and not unused. Or that is unused. I think, yes, the building department, they evaluate each building individually. But I actually think having some sort of standards or guidelines, maybe, let's say guidelines, as the building department tried to do with their draft building bulletin, and as Mr. Parley explained in his affidavit, they tried over years to do that. And I think it's actually necessary to have at least some sort of guidelines because of this conflict between these two parts of the zoning resolution, and also because zoning provides predictability, right? It provides predictability not only to developers, but it also provides predictability to the larger community. And if we have this space, this floor area, which can be largely exempted because people say they can exempt it. And we learned from Mr. Ambrosino that there really isn't this sort of critical look at the mechanical space that's claimed to see if it is actually necessary. I think we have to have, I would say, this sort of exercise is really great, but we don't want to have to do this for every building, right? This is not practical. If we had some sort of guidelines in place that people can rely on, and then there are exceptions. You have, some building that has some sort of some need. You can go and get an exception to those guidelines. That could be a special case. But I think we have to have some sort of guidelines, and I think the DOB agrees. At least they used to agree with that when they tried to put this draft building bulletin in place.
I have a question about that, though. As we've seen over the course of a very short period of time where we've had to move mechanical equipment that used to be in the cellar and on the first floor,
Yes.
and even on the second floor,
Yep.
up into the building. things change a lot with mechanicals as it does with structure
Absolutely.
and so on. And the zoning resolution needs to be malleable, right? So, or let's say the way the DOB interprets it needs to be malleable. And to be responsive to changing technologies and environmental conditions
Absolutely.
and so on, right? So you can't be so what the problem with those bulletins are that there's a specific list of the equipment that you can deduct. And then all of a sudden we learn everyone has to have an emergency generator. That's not on the list. And then we learn that the boilers that you used to put in the cellar are now on the 4th floor. That's not on the list, et cetera, right? So what do you do about that?
Yeah, so my response to that would be that's exactly why it's not in the zoning resolution. Because the zoning resolution is hard to change. The building bulletins are not hard to change, not compared to the zoning resolution. And so, yes, you absolutely do not want this in the zoning resolution because it is technology changes, right? And demands change and needs change. But you need it somewhere. And so where else is it going to go? It has to be in a building bulletin, and you should be able to amend the building bulletins as required.
But so you see what ended up happening with those bulletins, right? And I have been on the other side of reviewing bulletins as well, where the bulletin goes out to the community and everyone flips out saying, Buildings Department, you don't understand how we do this thing. And if you issue that bulletin, banks won't fund or all sorts of things like that. So how do they fix in time for the minute the answer when the community is actually actively building new buildings, using new technology constantly that they're learning about as we speak, right? Or importing from other countries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How do you do it?
Well, I think there are complicated buildings and there are simple buildings, right? And I think actually, in terms of percentages, complicated buildings are a relatively small percentage. And I think having some sort of standards in place that are adaptable and that can change over time is a requirement. And, Chair Perlmutter, I would say, yes, people are always going to be upset when you try to regulate them and change what they can do. But, I argue with the building department all the time, but, they have more experience than anyone. That collectively. They review all of these plans. And so if they can harness their collective experience to come up with some sort of standards and guidelines, I think that can be exempted for or have exceptions for the really complicated building that has some sort of special need. I think it would go a long way to making this whole process much more predictable, which is what we all want out of our zoning.
Do you think the building department has a practice in reviewing these mechanical floors?
Well, I think they review them for health and safety. I think that sort of stuff. I think they actually do really, really well. I think as far as the question of unused space counting as zoning floor area, I don't think they look at that at all. I don't think that's really much of their concern. I think if the engineer says it's mechanical, it's unless there's an extreme example, I think it's going to be mechanical.
We have him here. Let's let the DOB speak for themselves.
Surely.
Well, that wasn't. But if it's been the practice that that DOB would accept an engineer's statement as to what mechanical space is needed for, and that's been the practice for a number of years, as the owners showed, that's how they've been doing it. Do you think it's bad faith for them to rely on a permit based on that?
So I would say that the DOB should be doing their job in terms of enforcing the zoning resolution. And I think that there are two pieces of the zoning resolution that have equal weight. One is exempting the mechanical equipment. One is counting unused floor area. And they should have equal weight, but they don't. And so how do you fix that? How do we end up fixing that? Meaning, like, how do you say, if you all agreed and you told the building department, yes, these parts have equal weight and you need to do something about this, either creating standards or doing this sort of complex review. It's something that they need to do. And I think what Stu is saying is that if they made a mistake, you can't rely upon a government mistake in terms of building your building. That's something that I'm not the lawyer here,
Right,
right?
right,
But
you don't need to do
that's
that.
something that the lawyers tell me.
Right, right.
When you raised the initial concerns regarding the size of the mechanical void,
Yeah.
was it height, was it floor area, or was it both?
Well, I know it was primarily about height, but I think the vast amount of space that is devoted to mechanical in this building, I think I said vast, and I think it was mostly related to height, but also due to also horizontal space. And I think the whole issue of, there is a lot of talk in the papers about the rule of thumb, right? And how the rule of thumb in terms of mechanical deductions have changed over time, and how a lot of buildings, just go way beyond the rule, even the adapted rule of thumb. And I think there's an issue, and I think that's a sign of a problem. There is a problem because there are no guidelines, there are no standards, and that really hurts the predictability of the zoning. And that's what we all want.
But I just want to leave, and then I'd like to continue
Yeah.
on, but I just want to make the analogy, building design has changed a lot in the last, we can just say 10 years,
Yes,
right?
it has.
Lightweight concretes that we never saw before, all kinds of use of glass that we've never, and metals that we've never seen before. If it was interpreted by the Department of Buildings 15 years ago or 20 years ago that there was a bulletin that says you're not allowed to use concrete on the exterior of a building because, the last time it was used, it was really a bad result, then we wouldn't have lightweight concrete without going through who knows what kind of hoops to prove its viability and changing the bulletins and all of that. The reason that I'm saying that is architecture needs to change,
Absolutely.
right?
I agree.
And you need to allow for technology to change,
But-
right?
If I may respond, because the building bulletins are slow to change or hard to change, doesn't mean that we should, it's like the tail wagging the dog, right? We should be able to adapt the building bulletins to address the issues of the time. And to say, well, we can't change fast enough, that's not a good answer.
So I think what you're saying is you want some sort of general guideline without having a list of equipment.
I think that's exactly right. And I think that's what at least the building bulletin that we included had. It really talked about general guidelines, 10% and the amount of space. It deferred to the,
No, actually, it had a list of specific equipment and said if your ductwork is lower than X, then you can count it, and if it's higher than X, you can't. And so then it precludes all kinds of ducting systems. It precludes lots and lots of equipment. There was a lot not listed.
we may be talking about different versions, because I know there were many versions over time. At least that's what I understand. But I know that at least portions of it, we're talking about, like for circulation space, you could take X amount or whatever the specifications say plus 10%. Something along those lines, I think, would be extraordinarily valuable. And again, I think it needs to be a guideline as opposed to a zoning, because ultimately you have to be
Right.
responsive.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
George,
Anyone else for
I
appellant?
wasn't sure how to spell your
Right?
last name.
Okay, so from DOB, please. Do you want to ask a question?
I just want to bring up one point, is that New York City, being a city of its, with a lot of history and a lot of building typology, I think the request that is being made, while theoretically makes sense, I think it's a huge order for DOB to come up with the general guidelines for mechanical space for so many different building typologies over so many years of construction and methodology. So I just want to put a little bit of a reality check on that.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Felicia Miller on behalf of the Department of Buildings. I am standing in for Michael Zoltan, who became a new dad Sunday afternoon with the birth of his daughter. Excuse my voice, a little laryngitis. I will do my best to address the board's request at the previous hearing and the board's comments at yesterday's executive session. On September 17th, 2019, the board closed this hearing with regards to the two issues raised on appeal. That is the height of the mechanical space and the bulk distribution in the special district. However, the board reopened the hearing on this third issue, namely whether the mechanical plans show sufficient mechanical equipment in the mechanical spaces to justify floor area deductions under the definition, zoning resolution 1210. Specifically, during the September 17th hearing, the board requested that the department review the mechanical plans in the same manner as was what was done in the Sky House case, a reference to the building at 15 East 30th Street in Manhattan. As articulated in the department's August 25th, 2017 submission to the board in that case, in explaining its determination that floors with mechanical equipment were exempt from floor area calculations, the department stated, the department has reviewed the mechanical space drawings for the space at issue, including new, more detailed approved drawings for the space at issue, and has concluded that the floor space on such floors is devoted to housing the mechanical equipment of the building, and it cannot be occupied for purposes other than housing such equipment. As such, the floor space devoted to mechanical equipment is properly exempt from floor area, and the department attached the mechanical drawings as an exhibit. Likewise, as directed by the board in our October 16, 2019 submission in the instant matter, we explained that the department reviewed the approved mechanical drawings just as it had done in the Sky House case, and concluded that the space as shown on the approved mechanical plans cannot realistically be occupied for purposes other than housing such equipment, and as such is properly exempt from floor area. In addition, the department provided in its October 16, 2019 submission a detailed list of the proposed equipment on each floor and attached copies of approved mechanical plans so that the board could read along with the department's descriptions in its submission. Additionally, in an attempt to more clearly illustrate the extent of mechanical equipment housed on the floors, the department submitted a single-page compilation that it received from the owner for each floor, displaying all the separate components of the mechanical plans, the HVAC, plumbing, standpipe, etc., onto one single drawing. On October 21st, the owner submitted additional mechanical drawings to the board to further supplement the department's submission. And as explained in the department's November 4th clarification letter, the owner provided the board with the appropriate sprinkler standpipe plans for the 15th floor. The one previously submitted by the department had only a portion of the floor. And the owner provided mechanical piping system plans and other mechanical equipment drawings that had been previously approved by the department. Lastly, the owner clarified that some of the compilation drawings submitted by the department contained architectural features and not mechanical ones. They therefore provided the board with updated compilation drawings showing mechanical equipment. In response to the department's October 16th submission, appellants provide an analysis of the mechanical floors by their own engineer based on his review of the plans. Appellant's engineer's affidavit states that in his expert opinion, the building's mechanical floors containing mechanical equipment covered 18 to 28% of the floor space of the mechanical floors. And based on a draft bulletin circulated by the department, which states that there must be 90% coverage, the appellant's engineer states that the proposed mechanical equipment does not comply with the requirements to afford an entire story deduction. However, there are many flaws with appellant's analysis. First, the appellant's engineer's affidavit states that his review was based on August 17, 2018 plans on file with the department and not based on the final April 5, 2019 ones. Appellant's analysis also leaves out many of the mechanical equipment systems in the building. Crucially, the analysis only focused on one set of plans, the HVAC set, and did not show the mechanical piping, plumbing, or sprinkler standpipe plans. This was why the department attempted to submit the composite plans to clearly show the actual mechanical completeness of the floors. And lastly, and most importantly, appellant's critique of the mechanical deductions is based on a draft bulletin circulated by the department a few years ago. The draft bulletin lays out proposed conditions for full floors, mechanical deductions, but the appellants rely on this draft bulletin as if it were finalized, going as far as referring to it as approved on January 14, 2019. To state as clearly as possible, the draft bulletin is a draft and it has never been issued. Circulation of draft bulletins is standard department practice to solicit comments and feedback before officially issuing a finalized version. Not all circulated bulletins are finalized, and this one certainly was not. Appellant's reference to the 2019 approvals, in fact, was an approval of only a ZRD1 request by an applicant for a totally separate building seeking confirmation that certain proposed mechanical deductions would be permitted by the zoning resolution because it met the threshold of the draft bulletin. The department approved that request and stated specifically in its response that the attached draft bulletin has not been issued by the Department of Buildings and may not be deemed as such. Because the applicant's proposal was permitted by the department in that request, the ZRD1 was stamped approved on all the submitted pages. So that was the misleading approval referenced by the appellants. It was not the draft bulletin. Moreover, the 90% coverage standard mentioned in the draft bulletin has not been applied by the department as a minimum requirement. Rather, the draft bulletin has been referenced at times as a safe harbor, meaning if there's a 90% coverage, there's no doubt that the space is devoted to mechanical equipment. The department is currently seeking the most optimal solution to standardize the review process and may pursue such goals through the issuance of a finalized bulletin. However, to date, no bulletin has been published because it has been too difficult to articulate how much mechanical equipment is acceptable in all buildings throughout the city, given the differing needs of every building. In addition, mechanical footprint alone does not equate with how the space is used. The nature of the equipment and the relation between different systems and the space needed to maintain the system must be considered. For example, a large exhaust intake ducts pull volumes of air and need large space around the ducts to accommodate that. We know for certain that equipment cannot cover 100% of the floor space. How much less depends on many different factors. And appellants they've proffered alternative layouts for the mechanical equipment, which they claim would allow it to occupy less floor space. Besides the fact that the alternative layouts omit proposed equipment in the building, this type of alternative design layout analysis is not required to be done by the department, and it's not done. It's an area that we leave to the design applicant and for them to consider together with the owner the economic impacts of that. To the extent the department does review, we'll make sure that it's not, if we see an utterly empty floor, a single piece of equipment, we will question it. We would have reject it if it was obvious. We would give pushback and ask for more. If the room contains so much equipment that an associated room to maneuver around it, and to be able to operate in the equipment such that the uses, other uses can't be occupied in the space, that would be what we're looking for. That would be considered deductible without a doubt. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so one of my questions yesterday was who actually reviews the mechanical drawings? I know you're required to submit them, and you get an approval. And maybe there's an objection. I don't know if there are objections on mechanical equipment. I know they're looking for egress, obviously. But I'm assuming that there's someone who's knowledgeable about mechanicals who would be looking at the mechanicals. Otherwise, why submit them?
Yeah, we are looking at them. Plan examiners do look at them. Certainly we're looking at them for code issues.
You know what kind, for egress, you mean, when you say code? Or are you looking at them for some kind, for mechanical codes? Yeah. That's I guess the question, because there's so much detail that's submitted. And I'm pretty sure you don't look at electrical drawings, right? There's so much detail submitted on the mechanicals, and I'm curious why DOB receives them in that level of detail if no one's reviewing them, unless there's some very obvious calculations, like on the plumbing drawings, there are riser diagrams. I can understand why they take a quick look at a riser diagram to see if it makes sense, or to see that the gas pipe is the right size, or something like that.
You know, we do look at them, and I could come back with, we could come back with more specifics.
Okay, okay, thank you. You have a question?
Yeah, you indicated that if somebody submits plans with equipment that you believe that they are just scattered, or there are like too much waste of floor space that's claimed to be for mechanical, but apparently it's not, you would question this, right?
Yes, there are
Based on
times, there are times if we see, you know, an empty room, we're going to question it.
Based
you know,
on, based on what?
We want to know that there is mechanical equipment in the space.
So if there is a room that size and I put boiler in it, it's for mechanical space. And if it's 1/4 of the size and I put the same equipment in it, it's for mechanical space.
There are a lot of factors that are going to be, that are involved in this. So for the most part, we're leaving it to the design professionals to present us that this is, and they're representing that this is the mechanical space.
But there is no quantitative
There is no
criteria.
quantitative criteria,
And
correct.
the bulletin with all the versions indicated, never been used, never been applied.
It's a safe harbor. If somebody presents that, then we are comfortable with that.
Was
with
it
that,
ever
yeah.
applied to any of the projects? That was
Only as a
submitted
safe
to the
harbor.
DOB?
I think she's
I
saying
don't
yes.
understand that.
If-
What does that mean?
If they meet that standard, then we're not at all, there's no issue.
And if they don't meet?
If they don't meet it, that doesn't mean that they don't otherwise qualify as being acceptable
So
mechanical
what
space.
is the benefit of this bulletin?
There is no bulletin. It is not been issued. We've struggled. We would love to be able to come up with guidelines. We're continuing to struggle. We hope perhaps we'll reach this point where we can come with it. But there's so many factors. There are different kinds of buildings. A hospital versus a commercial office. Tall buildings that may have to have different kind of risers and have different, you know, with a small footprint, be able to accommodate, to be able to cool. You know, there are just too many factors right now that we have not been able to come up with standards.
What was the reason it was attached to the ZRD one?
I believe in that case, they were using it to say that we are, that we've met that standard.
Did they meet the standards?
Did they, what?
They met the
Did they
standard.
meet the standards?
They,
If they
apparently they
attached
met
it-
the standards because they
Yes,
got an
If
approval.
it was attached to indicate that, hey, we're good, we met the standards.
Yeah, I don't have
somebody
specifically
check
about
that?
that particular ZRD one, but that, in that case, it was approved.
To your knowledge, may I? Go ahead.
One more. Can we just know an answer to this? Would this project ever checked against this bulletin, and was it okay?
Say again, was it checked against the
No, it would
bulletin?
not have been checked against a bulletin that was not issued.
Yeah,
We would not do that.
right.
I don't know whether the applicants considered it, looked at it, but we would not.
But other projects have been checked against this bulletin?
No, not
No.
that we have ever done, no. If an applicant wants to show it to us, look, we meet that,
Okay.
that would, we'd
So
accept.
To your
let me,
knowledge,
to put this
I
in
just-
perspective, because this is how you, when you file drawings, you're nervous about your floor, right? So architect or engineer recommends to client, I'd really like to go to the Department of Buildings and get a sign off on this because I'm nervous, right? So you go through you have this bulletin, which you don't realize the whatever, the efficacy of, or the reality of, and you say, well, I go through all of this and I'm meeting the criteria on the bulletin, so
There
I
is no
attached
bulletin
it.
here.
Yeah, so no bullet, I meet the criteria on this draft thing, which I have because it has DOB letterhead on it, right? And I go through the list and I submit that with my ZRD1, and I say, am I good? And they'll say, well, you know, you went through the checklist, so you're good. But it's not like what I think Ms. Miller is saying is, it's not that DOB has all their examiners with the checklist on the wall and they go through it. It's more the architect or the engineer says, this will just make it easier for me if I go through the checklist.
It's kind of a complementary analysis. When we submit structural things to the DOB, if I'm looking at thing which is in the building code, I would cite the building code, provide the article, and I'm done. But if it's not, like for example, if I want to put a footing shallower than 4 feet in New York, frost dips, it's not gonna fly. So if I come up with some sort of analysis and support this, let's say with a copy from the British standards, and I attached this. But my point is, if somebody attaches something, it should be meaningful, since it is attached to the
No,
CID.
But we
no,
can't hold the
there-
Department of Buildings.
There was no bulletin attached here.
We can't hold the
There's
Department of
no-
Buildings to the position of any
I got
architect.
it,
yeah.
I got it.
But my question is that you stated that the Department of Buildings will review if they see one piece of equipment in a large room and would respond, would ask more questions about that.
They're looking to see that it can does it look like a mechanical equipment space?
Do you have any examples of Department of Buildings rejecting a mechanical space like that?
I'm not aware.
Do you have any examples of the Department of Buildings requesting information about a mechanical space after such a space? Not with the concern to safety, but with the concern to, is this actual mechanical, is this excluded as mechanical space?
I don't have the benefit of that knowledge.
Counsel? Yeah. Where would you come, how did you come to the statement that this is something that happens?
Oh, the examiners that review this have said that they do look at, we've spoken with the borough commissioners, and they will look at it very much to know that can this floor be realistically used for, is it going to become some other use?
Mm-hmm.
Or is this a mechanical space? They will look at it to determine that.
That's what they told you, but you don't know if that's happened.
Whether we have rejected spaces specifically, because
Yes.
I would imagine colloquially they would tell me that they have if they're telling me that they look at that, but I don't have the specifics.
Thank you, Counsel.
And I'm assuming if they did find a situation where a space was being used technically for mechanical, but upon review, they felt it was not fully utilized accordingly, the drawings would have been revised. So you may not
Sure,
have
that's right.
that review process of that document where that decision may have been made.
Of course.
But what you have is the end result
The end
of
result.
that review.
Correct.
Which may not help answer
It could have
your
been happening in a
question.
meeting where they're talking and looking at the plans together.
And also, we actually see sometimes, in the context of houses, it's actually one of my favorite, where a house will use, part of it is the attic deduction, and then the other part of it is the impossible to believe mechanical deduction, where it's a house. How much mechanical would a house really need? And they're creating an entire attic that they're saying is deducted. That's when DOB would more likely, because DOB has a lot of experience with those kinds of things, more likely say, seriously, you already have your boiler in the cellar, what else do you have in the attic that would need mechanicals for, right? Those kinds of things. I think that's more typical of the way DOB looks at it. We do it here. If it looks like it's for something else, it's probably for something else, and it's just labeled mechanical, right? As opposed to a set of drawings that's got all of this equipment in it, which on those situations you never see, you know?
I'm not a mechanical engineer. Let's say I have the two designs presented, one by the owner, one by the appellant engineer. And let's say in a month from now, in a year, in 10 years, the owner comes back and file a PEA.
PAA.
It's post-approval amendment.
PAA.
Yes, and let's say he goes with a scenario like that. Did it happen before? Did the DOB check before when somebody's filing PEA for
PAA,
mechanical-
post-approval amendment.
for mechanical drawings? Did you go back and check the deductions? This is the first part of my question. And if it happens on this specific project, would you have in place a procedure to say, okay, you got this amount of deduction, now you do not deserve it, you need to change something?
What? The building's built. Happens all the time.
No, But I think the question is that if you're converting the building to a use later, the zoning calculations would be taken into account for whether you're allowed to proceed with the conversion. Such as, for instance, where a community facility has a higher FAR and it's being proposed to be converted to a residential use, which has a lower FAR, if DOB would consider the zoning calculations for the proposed conversion in determining whether to allow that to happen. Is that similar to the
Sort of.
question? My understanding is yes, but
The department is going to look at what the applicant presents, and we're going to know that it meets for the current proposed use.
and to the extent that floor area is no longer, or floor space is no longer being used for mechanical equipment, the plan examination process would take that into account for whether to approve these
Correct.
construction documents later on.
Right. But it's
guess
very
Commissioner-
common that in the older buildings, mechanical penthouses became no longer necessary, right? They got converted to some other use, but the zoning resolution actually permits that in those buildings. Those are the 361 buildings, I believe. So, okay. Any other questions here? Thank you very much. Thank you. You want to take the boards?
Yeah.
The boards are away in front of your projector, actually. You need to move the board from your projector.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, David Karnofsky, Fried Frank, Land Use Council to owner. I'd like to first address briefly the threshold question from our perspective, at least, of whether the board has jurisdiction to consider the mechanical space issues, particularly in light of comments that were made at yesterday's meeting. We believe that the board does not, and that the proceeding should therefore be dismissed. Of course, should the board continue to disagree, we'll go on to demonstrate why we believe that Landmark West's arguments fail on the merits, while reserving our rights with respect to the jurisdictional issue. Now,
Can you please explain again why do you?
I'm
That's
about
what
to.
he's about to.
I'm about to
He's
explain and
introducing
clarify.
what he's going to say.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead.
Now, today's proceeding has been described as a continued or reopened hearing on appellant's appeal. But it is not, because Landmark West did not raise the issue of mechanical deductions in its appeal filed in May of last year. The board's October 15th resolution in this matter expressly recognizes that Landmark West failed to raise a timely challenge to the mechanical deductions. And this is what the board's decision says. And Commissioner Sheta, you read this language yesterday as if it was ours. It is not ours, it is yours. It is the board's language from its resolution in this matter. And it reads, "A timely third issue has not been presented by appellants regarding whether the amount of floor space used for mechanical equipment in the new building is excessive or irregular. And appellants' discussion of mechanical equipment space in the new building in their initial filings instead center on the volume and floor-to-ceiling heights of mechanical spaces." So there was some confusion on this point yesterday.
No, it was not.
But it is not our statement. It is your statement. It is the board's. And it makes clear that the board has determined that Landmark West did not base its appeal on the mechanical floor space issue. So, rather than a continuation of Landmark West's appeal, today's hearing is the product of the board acting sua sponte, of its own initiative, to expand the scope of the appeal beyond what Landmark West properly identified in its appeal. But the city charter does not give the board this authority, and for that reason, this proceeding should be discontinued, and I'll explain why. Now, the board's October 15th decision, the written decision that I quoted from, cites Section 7211 of the zoning resolution as legal authority for the decision to reopen the hearing, and it cites the language of that provision which states in relevant part that, quote, "The Board of Standards and Appeals shall hear and decide appeals from, or may, on its own initiative, review any rule, regulation, order, requirement, decision, or determination of the Commissioner of Buildings." But the board's appeals jurisdiction is not defined by the by the zoning resolution. It is defined by the city charter, and there is no basis to conclude that the zoning resolution can modify or augment the powers and duties of the board under the city charter, including the scope of its appellate jurisdiction. Section 7211 of the zoning resolution cited by the board in its October 15th determination is simply a paraphrase, and an incomplete one at that, as I'll explain, of what the city charter in fact says. And it is the city charter that governs, not the zoning resolution. So what does the charter say? Section 6666A states that the board shall have the power to hear and decide appeals from decisions of the DOB. And Section 669 says that the people who may file an appeal are aggrieved persons. Now, let's turn to this language in question. Section 6668 of the charter, which is a provision that is separate and apart from the appeals provision that I just read, states in part that the board shall have the power to review, upon motion of any member of the board, a rule, regulation, amendment, etc., decision of an agency from which an appeal may be taken. Accordingly, the charter distinguishes very carefully between the board's role in hearing appeals and its role in conducting a review. These are separate sections of the charter. It is only in connection with a review that the board, acting on its own initiative, can consider an issue, including a decision or determination by the DOB commissioner. But there's a critical difference here. The critical difference between an appeal and a review lies in this. 6668 states, with respect to any review undertaken upon the motion of a commissioner, that no such review shall prejudice the rights of any person who has in good faith acted thereon before it is reversed or modified. This critical phrase is missing from the zoning resolution, from the paraphrase in the zoning resolution cited in the October 15th decision. If then the board overturns a rule or a regulation or a determination or decision of the DOB commissioner pursuant to a review, it cannot do so in a way that would prejudice a party who has relied upon the DOB action at issue. That would mean that as to that party, the board action has prospective application only. Now, it follows from this that the board cannot graft a review onto an appeal as a means of expanding the scope of the appeal. Yet that is exactly what's happened here with respect to the expansion of Landmark West's appeal beyond what Landmark West timely presented in its appeal as determined by the board. Said differently, under the charter, the board cannot, by means of a review, grant the relief that Landmark West seek. It cannot vacate the building permit, nor can it grant relief that would prejudice the rights of owner acting in reliance on that permit.
In good faith.
Yes.
Okay.
For these reasons, and good faith, I think, in the sense that you've been describing. For these reasons, the board should vacate its September 17th determination, and it should not consider an issue which the board itself has expressly determined on October 15th that Landmark West failed to properly raise in its appeal. Any decision in favor of Landmark West in this reopened appeal would be contrary to the language of the city charter. And that's our presentation on this issue. I think yesterday, Madam Chair, there was a discussion as well about whether DOB was correct in its assertion that should Landmark West come before it with a request for a final determination with respect to this issue and that should the board decline, that if DOB declined, that would be appropriate. If DOB is correct, and we think it is, then they are correct. If they're not correct, Mr. Klein's remedy would be to seek mandamus or other judicial relief. The remedy was not for the board, we think, to expand the scope of the proceeding beyond its jurisdiction. So I'm not going to address that other than to say that the remedy lied elsewhere, if there was a remedy, and if DOB was incorrect. So that's our point on this jurisdictional matter. I'm glad to take any questions on this first, but if not, I'll move on.
Let's move on.
Okay.
We don't want to address that at all?
If you want to, be my guest, but I think we can move on to the meat of the issue since we're here for the meat, right?
Really?
Yes, but didn't the board indicate, even if this language is coming from our resolution, in the language it says, instead, it's centered about the volume of the space. In my opinion, the language here indicate that maybe like a separate issue regarding the floor space deducted as mechanical wasn't explicit, but it was implicit by raising the issue of the volume. The volume means area and height. And when they started initially talking about the volume, I believe it could be, if I'm saying the volume of this is 10 and you're questioning that, saying no, it's 20, that means that the height could be double or the area could be double or it could be both. So you're either questioning the height or the area or both, and that's what I said yesterday.
Well, I think this particular point was discussed at length on September 10th. The council to the board and the chair expressed the view that it was a different issue, that it was not timely raised, and that's what's reflected in the board's decision. So I understand your opinion there, but that is not the board's opinion as expressed in its October 15th decision.
That was my understanding. I'm a member of the board, and that was my understanding for that
Right.
issue.
So what I
it's
do want to
overshared
say
that.
is, I think we would have stood on that resolution had we not gotten the reaction that we did from the Department of Buildings, because our direction was to the appellant, go back to DOB and have them review the mechanicals, and then come back to us with, if necessary, with a challenge to DOB's determination. But DOB said, we will not issue a determination. So we were concerned, in light of the Sky House decision, that the court, and we assume this is going to court, right, that the court would have trouble with our not treating this case in the same way as we treated Sky House, which was to invite the mechanical drawings and a mechanical engineer to look at them, right? So we decided in fairness to the appellant that we would allow the mechanicals to be considered in a second hearing, and closed out the other issues. That's actually procedurally what we did. And whether it's an appeal or a review, we can get into in the resolution itself, and how we justify either it being an appeal or either it being a review.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
reserve for the decision, for the resolution then.
Sorry?
I'll reserve for the resolution then.
Okay. So turning to the merits, I want to start by addressing two very specific questions that the chair posed at the September 17th meeting. First, whether there's a standard or typical amount of floor space devoted to mechanical space in buildings. And you referred, Madam Chair, to a rule of thumb of 5% that had been used in the past. And second, whether there's a typical number of interstitial full mechanical floors in tall buildings. And you noted at that time that there are several tall buildings with mechanical void spaces that were brought to the board's attention in the Sky House condominium matter, had 3 interstitial full floors, mechanical floors, while the 66th Street building has 4, 15, 17, 18, and 19. And we've included in our papers an affidavit and analysis from Michael Parley, a preeminent zoning expert, who reaches 2 basic conclusions. First, that there isn't a standard amount of deduction, and you've heard that today as well from everyone, in residential buildings measured as a percentage of gross floor area. And second, that there's no typical number of interstitial full mechanical floors in tall buildings, including those with so-called mechanical voids. The 5% rule, of course, refers essentially to the amount of mechanical deduction on an occupied floor as a percentage of that particular floor. But beyond that, there's a widespread variation in buildings in terms of the totals, and Mr. Parley's affidavit discusses all of the variables in detail and explains why variations can occur based on building type, size, location, and other factors, which I won't go into detail on. But his assessment, his overall assessment that there's no standard amount of mechanical deduction and that DOB doesn't assume one and doesn't apply one when it reviews mechanical drawings, is actually fully consistent with the explanation that DOB itself gave to the board in the Sky House matter And in a letter dated July 11th, 2017, which is attached to our papers, the department stated to the board, question, is there a rule of thumb to determine the maximum mechanical space allowed for a building based on the percentage of the building's zoning floor area? Answer, there is no such rule of thumb. The Parley analysis goes further, however, and examines how the 66th Street building compares to other tall buildings, and it looks at the total percentage of gross that doesn't count towards floor area for a number of buildings that fall into two categories: buildings between 1,000 and 1,500 feet tall, the so-called super talls, and buildings between 665 and 880 feet, which is a classification that this building falls into. It focuses on gross floor area above grade and therefore excludes below grade, and the results show a widespread variation in the percentage of total gross. In the first class, the taller buildings, the so-called super talls, the percentages range from 9%, about 9%, to a much larger number, 22%. For buildings between 665 feet and 880 feet, the category we're in, the percentages range from about 13% to 21%. The deductions for the 66th Street building constitute 13.45% of total gross floor area, which is well within the range. I want to mention that the building at 15 East 30th Street that was at issue in the Sky House case shows deductions, according to Mr. Parley's analysis, that are 15.14% of total gross. Now, we understand that in that case, the record may have indicated that it was just 5%. That is not borne out by our own examination of the drawings, 15.14. Then we looked to see how many interstitial full mechanical floors there were in these buildings. That's exclusive of below grade and rooftop mechanicals in these buildings. And there's also a widespread variation ranging from 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, and in one case to 12. I think you alluded to that. 4 buildings on the chart other than 66th Street have 4 interstitial full mechanical floors. At the September 17th meeting, you recall, Madam Chair, that existing buildings with mechanical voids identified in that proceeding in Sky House each had 3, and we have 4. However, 220 Central Park West, 111 West 57th Street, 217 West 57th Street, and 432 Park, all buildings cited to the board in the 30th Street proceeding, each have more than 3 interstitial full mechanical floors. So what this analysis demonstrates in response to the questions raised by you on September 17th is that there's no standard amount of mechanical space in tall buildings, and not a standard either with respect to the number of interstitial full mechanical floors. And that the amounts in this building, amounts of space, number of floors, are similar, comparable to that found in similar tall buildings. And this belies, I think, any claim that the amount and the number of floors in the building are improper or excessive. And I want to note that Mr. Parley is here today if you have questions for him, and he's available to answer them at the end of my presentation.
Thank you.
And I have to have a drink of water or I will not be able to continue.
Just a question on that point. How do you respond to the applicant's statement that this case should be held analogous to the penthouse matters where there were, the penthouse case, I think it's 6707A, where there were plenty of history of this being approved, but it was improper?
First of all, there is no evidence that it's improper. And what we're simply illustrating that is that to the extent that there's a claim here that there's something very atypical and out of line in terms of the amount of mechanical deduction, in terms of the number of interstitial floors, that is not the case. This particular analysis doesn't address the DOB practice. This analysis of Mr. Parley's doesn't address the DOB practice. It's about comparison to other buildings of a similar type. Now, I'm not going to address now, because I think we heard a very good and complete presentation from the DB, the status of the bulletin, but our papers do detail all of the reasons why the bulletin has not actually been implemented in terms of various things such as the fact that its list of mechanical equipment is incomplete, that its approach towards the calculation of the permitted amount of area allowed for access and repair of mechanical equipment is overly rigid and unrealistic in a number of cases, and so on and so forth. So I would refer you to that. There's a laundry list of things that the industry has presented to the DOB over the years, over the course of these 5 versions of the bulletin, why it simply doesn't work, it's impractical, and it is one of the reasons we believe that, as you heard, it is not actually in effect. But I do want to note 2 things. One is that Mr. Ambrosino says that his analysis was guided by that bulletin. And further, he says in his affidavit that the bulletin has been approved, which is flatly incorrect.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'll quote
Please
from his affidavit if you'd like.
Please don't banter back
Okay,
and
and
forth.
no interruptions, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what he says. It is not correct. And the reality is exactly what Felicia Miller said, which is that the ZRD1 cited in his affidavit for that says precisely the contrary. It says the attached bulletin has not been officially issued by DOB and may not be deemed as such. I also want to just, since it relates to the bulletin in some respect, address something that Mr. Janes said. Mr. Janes talked about this theoretical tension between 2 provisions of the zoning resolution. And I want to just talk a little bit about what he actually said in his affidavit. Because what he said in his affidavit was that the fact that the mechanical floors have these fire department refuge areas marked on them means that they must count as floor area, and therefore there's an exceedance of space on the floors that is not mechanical space. Therefore, the stairwell and elevator shafts cannot be deducted either. Therefore, they cannot be treated as mechanical floors, and so on and so forth, sort of a cascading effect. So I'm very glad that the fire department was here today to clarify that the space is shown that way and it's denominated that way, but in fact, it is corridor space. We've always understood it as corridor space, circulation space, that any reasonable person would say is necessary on a mechanical floor for purposes of access and circulation, egress, etc.
I believe the fire department said that it's not exclusively.
Or fire department use.
For
That is
fire.
correct, and it functions as corridor space, access space. As Felicia Miller said, the Department of Buildings confirmed in response to the request made by the chair on September 17th that a full deduction of the floors was warranted. And in support of that determination, the board has been provided with these composite drawings which overlay on a single drawing for each floor all of the separate mechanical drawings approved for that floor. These illustrate the full range of mechanical equipment for a floor reviewed by DOB through examination of all the separate drawings. And just put up the one for the 18th floor just for reference. And these drawings illustrate the basis of DOB's review and determination. Now, the Ambrosino analysis argues that the floors are largely empty, but his analysis understates the size and scope of the mechanical program. First, the analysis is based, as Felicia Miller said, on only one drawing from the mechanical drawing set only, the mechanical ductwork plans alone. It doesn't show any of the mechanicals shown on the other 3 mechanical plans prepared for each floor, HVAC mechanical piping, fire protection, and plumbing. Second, even with respect to the HVAC mechanical ductwork plans, the analysis does not account for mechanical fans, heaters, shafts, chases, horizontal ductwork distribution, and plenums shown on those plans. Now, Mr. Ambrosino today, for the first time, acknowledges that he didn't look at these and says it doesn't matter, essentially, that they're irrelevant. Well, they're not. This is what they show in toto. The full range is shown on these composite drawings, which the Ambrosino analysis ignores. These accurately reflect that each floor is devoted to multiple systems of mechanical equipment. Next slide, please. Here is a comparison of the northwestern portion of the 19th floor, showing on the left in red what the Ambrosino analysis deducts based on its incomplete methodology, the area of a single smoke exhaust fan, and on the right, you see the same area, as shown on the composite drawing, with labels added identifying the various forms of equipment that were not identified on the Ambrosino diagram. And Vivek Patel from ICOR, engineering firm that was responsible for the mechanical layout, will be glad to explain this in more detail. But I simply wanted to illustrate to you the effect of the undercounting that Mr. Ambrosino's analysis did. For all these reasons, what he calls his method one, his analysis of the amount of space occupied by mechanical equipment, should be disregarded. Now, I'm going to turn to his method two, his proposed alternative layout for certain equipment located on the 17th floor, which was prepared in an attempt to show how less floor space could be used for mechanical equipment than under the mechanical floor layouts designed by ICOR, Igor Bienstock and Vivek Patel, with the project mechanical engineers. This alternative layout is flawed, for multiple reasons that are outlined in the Bienstock affidavit and will also be outlined in some detail today by Mr. Patel. But most importantly, the Ambrosino alternative layout is flawed because it's based on one design principle only. One design principle only: occupy the minimum amount of floor area space possible. But Mr. Ambrosino himself acknowledges that there are a host of design criteria for a mechanical program. Quote, this is from his affidavit, "The design criteria can range from most sustainable, least capital cost, and best comfort performance to a host of other criteria which can vary depending on the size, layout, and budget of the project," end quote. And he admits, quote, "I am not privy to the original design principles for the HVAC systems for this building," end quote. Despite this, he prepared an alternative layout based on one design criterion alone: minimize the use of space. Now, in a further leap, Landmark West states in its supplemental submission that Ambrosino demonstrates that under this alternative plan, the equipment, quote, "can be more efficiently positioned without negatively impacting on its operability." In fact, Mr. Ambrosino's affidavit says nothing of the sort, although he tried to say it today. He says only that his plan maximizes the efficient use of space under one design criterion. As he says, the alternative layout was prepared, quote, "as if the design principle was to be a more efficient use of the floor area." That's it. The alternative layout is based on a false premise, that the exclusive design criterion that guides preparation of a mechanical layout is to occupy the minimum amount of space on the floor. Now, that may produce an efficient use of the space, but it does not equate to mechanical efficiency. As Mr. Bienstock states in his affidavit, and Mr. Patel will discuss further, there are a host of considerations an engineer must take into account in designing a mechanical floor, including constructability, accessibility, proximity of equipment to the occupied spaces they serve, required separation between systems under code, proximity to exterior walls for air intake and exhaust, etc. In short, the alternative layout for the 17th floor is not an engineering plan based on criteria of the kind outlined by Mr. Bienstock and used by mechanical engineers. It is a cartoon. In his affidavit, Mr. Bienstock describes in detail the systems designed for each of the 4 interstitial floors, with a detailed explanation of what types of equipment are located on each floor, why they are located on a particular floor, why they are located in a particular location within a floor, and the like. The Bienstock affidavit fully refutes the arguments made by Landmark West and Ambrosino that the mechanical layouts at 66th Street are simply random arrangements of equipment made in an attempt to spread it throughout the space. The layouts reflect a carefully considered plan developed based on a set of engineering criteria and designed to meet the needs of the building. Mr. Patel will illustrate this further by discussing the 18th floor, but all the floors are discussed in detail in Mr. Bienstock's affidavit. Now, I wanted to address one other issue, which has to do with, I think, an impression that members of the board may have that somehow along the way, the number of interstitial mechanical floors was increased from 3 to 4. And as I will explain after I have another sip of water, there have always been 4 such floors, 15, 17, 18, and 19. Now, next slide, please. Got it? Okay, so Landmarks West has, of course, suggested otherwise. Here, claiming earlier in the year on its website that the 15th floor was added as an additional mechanical floor at the last minute. That's what this is getting at. So let's look at what the records show, and let's set it straight. Okay, let's go back one. This is the ZD1. These are documents taken from the ZD1 for July 26, 2018, at the time of foundation approval. Next. Here are the 4 floors. 15th floor is here. It is labeled as residential. Okay, and as I'll show you, it is mislabeled as residential. This is an error. Let's go on to the next. And this is a blow-up. Residential, mislabeled. But let's go on. Here is 15, as shown on the proposed floor area table for the ZD1. 15, building gross, residential, 0. Okay? Mechanical floor. Next.
Mr. Kolansky, could you take the microphone?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, we'll do an Elvis. Okay.
Is there any way to blow that up? I don't
We
know.
tried, but
You
it,
tried that, okay.
yeah, it's mechanical.
Okay.
We can provide a blow-up if you like. But it's correctly identified, properly labeled as mechanical on this table here. And then let's go to the next one, which is the Schedule A as of July, which shows for 15, stormwater detention tank, pool, mechanical equipment. So there is an error in the labeling of the floor on the elevation.
And the section.
The section, sorry. The section. Now let's turn to the ZD1 as of April 4th, at the time of the PAA approval. Mechanical.
So it really was a redistribution of the floor-to-floor heights over the 4 floors.
That
was
changed.
done.
We
Yeah.
all know that changed.
Yeah.
But 15 has always been a mechanical floor. There was a mislabeling in the July ZD1, which is shown correctly in the tables, which show that it has no floor area. So I wanted to clarify that for once
So
and for
what's
all.
on 16?
16 is an amenity floor.
Oh, okay. 16, 17, okay.
Okay.
Was it the same mechanical plan?
Between the,
In your
to my
first,
understanding, that the mechanicals were the same. Yes.
can we have a submission of the mechanical plans? Of the prior
Well-
mechanical plans?
Direct your request to the chair, please, because at this point, we have been here since May, and now we're asking for another set of plans.
Right,
for another
I'm not
review.
really sure what the relevance is, whether it's the same layout. Why, are we going to start studying mechanical drawings for the other building, for this version? I'm not even sure there were mechanical drawings ready by that time.
Well, if there weren't, then.
No, but the point is, are we going to be now comparing whether they put the pump over here or over here? Because that's what you're saying we need to do.
But I think more to the point is that the zoning calculation did not count 15th floor as a residential floor. It counted as a mechanical floor. And the fact that that was corrected in the 19th and more documents and information also is what we are focusing on, and that makes sense. Because that's the most current mechanical drawings which DOB has reviewed.
Right, but
Well,
I
maybe
think
not.
that.
Maybe it's the same mechanical drawings, like, we need to look at the drawing date.
But based on DOB's last submission, they have looked at the latest submission, right? So I don't see the relevance of looking at an older one.
We do have a host of
They
experts.
just criticized the alternative approach from the appellant expert, indicating that he just followed one criteria, which is efficient usage of floor space.
Here,
And-
so
and that gives-
so when was this? This was July,
No,
ZR,
the-
ZD1,
No,
right?
this,
The
the first one is July of 2018.
Okay, July of 2018. So there's design development drawings on the mechanicals of November 2017. November 2017, they filed with DOB. March of 2018, there was a construction document progress set. It's the revision dates that you're seeing on the set of mechanicals that we received, right? So these were in play at the time, though you'd be asking to see all the revisions and how the mechanicals might have changed over the time period.
There are experts on this. There are experts who are reviewing whether or not the space is, the criteria of how the space is being used. I think it would be helpful to the experts to review what the original plans were.
But what will that get us? I mean, it was still a mechanical space and the number of mechanical equipments and everything did not change. The only thing that changed.
We don't know that.
No, so what I just want to say is the floor plates are the same,
Yeah.
The
right?
floor plates are the
The
same.
floor plates are
Number
the-
one is the same floor plate.
Yeah.
Number 2, 3, 4, it's just a different distribution in ceiling height. So what you are actually suggesting that we would look at where the no matter what, they designated it as a mechanical floor, right? And at some point filed in, whatever I just said, they filed with DOB, and at some point, I don't know when DOB ultimately approved the actual set. What's the date on this, CD1?
That's April 4th,
April 4th of this year?
this year, correct.
Oh, so the last version of the mechanicals that we have here are from August of 2018. So it predates,
Right.
and that's what, so effectively, we're looking at the mechanical set before the ZD1 changed,
Okay.
okay? So,
Okay. Let me just close, and then Mr. Patel will speak and address some of the points, give an overview, but also address some of the points that Mr. Ambrosino made. I think, in particular, he talked about hanging equipment up in the sky, and why that didn't affect, there was no reason not to do that, and Mr. Patel will address that question. There was a particular discussion about the 19th floor, that will be addressed as well. And so we'll go from there. But to sum up this presentation, what I'd like to say is that at the September 17th meeting, the chair posed the question to be answered as whether the mechanical floor space is appropriately occupied by mechanical equipment necessary to support the building. And in that regard, the chair asked for the MEP drawings, an explanation of what is on each floor, and a justification for the number of mechanical floors. And further, the chair asked whether the amount of mechanical space overall and the number of mechanical floors are typical of a building of this kind in this class. We have provided all that information, and the answers to the chair's questions are decidedly yes. The mechanical floor space is appropriately occupied by mechanical equipment necessary to support the building, as best illustrated on the composites. And both the amount of the floor space and the number of floors are comparable to what's found in other buildings. The chair also rightly pointed out yesterday that Landmarks West's objection has always been to the building height, but that none of these arguments with respect to the amount of the mechanical deductions or the floors being improper in some way have anything to do with height. And the board decided in September and October that the floor-to-ceiling heights of the mechanical spaces are unregulated at that time. They are regulated today. And their contribution towards the building height is not affected by the number of mechanical floors. The professionals have stated in their affidavits that the mechanicals for this building were developed based on bona fide engineering criteria, multiple criteria, not a single criterion, and were reviewed and approved in the normal course. The claim that somehow a mechanical floor was added at the last minute is incorrect, as I've just shown you. And in any event, there's no plausible reason why that would be done, since it wouldn't achieve an advantage with respect to height, given the fact that the voids were lawful. The board should dismiss the proceeding, and if you do not dismiss the proceeding, you should reject Landmark West's arguments, and I thank you.
thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Karnofsky? Okay, great. You wanted to bring another expert?
Madam Chair.
Oh, and the fire department again.
just please restate your name.
Battalion Chief Ressner for the Fire Department. Madam Chair, the approval of the building was based in part on receiving a letter of no objection from the Fire Department after review of their plans. So since I've been seeing that there's been a number of revisions that have taken place, and I'm not sure when they were relative to our letter, we'd ask that the owner or the applicant submit a full set of plans to us electronically, just to make sure that the accommodations that were made for fire department operations have remained in that base plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
I actually think if I'm looking at the drawings that we have predate your agreement about the modification in the floor-to-floor heights. Maybe the drawings that we have, the most recent is dated 2018.
Okay.
My understanding, this happened 2019, right?
All right. Well, we would still like to have
Okay.
the set that's approved by the Department of Buildings in our records to make sure that we have the accommodations that were agreed to.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Vivek Patel, and I'm an engineer with Iker Associates, the MEP engineer who is engineering firm for this project. I'm the senior mechanical engineer and project manager for the MEP design of 36 West 66th Street project. My colleague, Mr. Igor Beanstalk, the engineer of record for the project, could not attend today's hearing because he's he's traveling overseas. So my primary goal today is to describe how the mechanical floors at 36 West 66 were developed and designed. This process was typical of the way, in my experience, mechanical programs are designed in residential buildings in New York City. I would like to cover 4 items. First, I'll describe in general terms the process we went through to design mechanical floors at 36 West 66th Street and the factors that were considered. Second, to help illustrate this process, I'll discuss the 18th floor as an example and describe how we prepared the layout for that floor. This process was applied to each of the mechanical floors. Third, I would like to speak to diagrams that Landmark West submitted showing an alternate layout of 17th floor, which are inaccurate and misleading. I'll describe the inaccuracies and omissions and also explain how, like the 18th floor, the 17th floor was designed based on number of parameters which are ignored in these diagrams. Fourth and last, I would like to respond to a question brought up in the review session yesterday about the height of ductwork and piping. So to begin with, I would say there is no standard mechanical program for any building. Each building has individually tailored mechanical, electrical, fire protection, and plumbing system that engineer must design based on the program of the building, architectural elements, the constraints, the end-use equipment, energy efficiency consideration, and other goals and standards. The engineer identifies the array of equipment to implement this program. The engineer then establishes a schematic design to locate the equipment throughout the building and within each floor, taking into account a host of factors. Typically, in the design process of the new building, such as this one, the mechanical engineer coordinates with the architect and other design consultants to identify the needs of the building, type of system that will be provided, loads imposed, and capacity requirements. In the early schematic level of design, the engineer will size the equipment that will be necessary to satisfy this building demands, and will begin to locate the equipment within the stack, or MERs, mechanical equipment room, sorry, in a way that is efficient. A number of considerations come into play when when determining the placement of specific equipment, such as proximity to the occupied space, the area it serves, optimizing distribution for manageable shaft sizing and location, limiting operating pressures, voltage drop on the electrical system as much as possible, as well as constructability and cost consideration. The engineer must also consider the future operation and serviceability of the system and equipment once the building is complete. Within each mechanical floor, the engineer designs a floor layout that can be effectively and affordably constructed by the contractors. Certain systems have requirements under building codes to be isolated or separated from other systems. Certain pieces of equipment require proximity to exterior walls for connection to the louvers for air intake and exhaust requirements. Another factor is that placing equipment near to the corresponding risers that they connect to decrease the amount of horizontal distribution, which limits the cost and spatial requirements. And each floor needs to provide space for personnel to safely move around and access the equipment for maintenance and replacement purpose. So the process for designing the mechanical floors at 36 West 66th Street was no different from any other project I have worked on. Based on the desired mechanical program and various systems and parameters, we developed schematics aimed at satisfying the building demands while optimizing operational and energy efficiency and creating a safe, accessible, and constructible floor. To illustrate how an individual floor plan is created with attention to these multiple factors, I would like to quickly walk through the design and program of one of the mechanical floors at 36 West 66th Street. I've taken an example of the 18th floor.
You could take the microphone.
So basically, 18th floor is our main chiller plant, which houses all the primary and secondary cooling equipment, which includes pumps, primary pumps, secondary pumps, all the heat exchangers, water-cooled chillers that support the entire cooling demand of the building. And the reason we decided to place this cooling plant on this floor is because it is close to the tower residential floor, which is the maximum cooling demand of the building. And from here, it distributes to the other systems where it requires the cooling as well. And if you can see, this is a composite drawing. This is chiller banks. These are a set of secondary pumps, plate and frame heat exchanger. There are main plate and frame heat exchangers here for the main building isolation. Primary condenser water pumps are located here. And overall, there's a distribution, piping distribution, ductwork distribution, sprinkler, and plumbing distribution on this floor. So basically, this is what I described. I was going to go to the testimony, but I just explained it through this diagram.
Explain why you have that little section A there that gives the ceiling height for fire department access. Is that that's lower than the actual ceiling height, right, in the space? That little diagram on the right, section A, yeah. It's indicating the floor to ceiling height for fire.
This is slab to slab height.
That's slab to slab height?
Yes.
It's like 30 feet, what does it say?
No, it reads 16.
16 feet, slab to slab, just where the fire department access is?
No, these are the floor levels.
So this is 18th floor is a 16-foot high floor? Slab to slab? Really?
16.
Confusing. Okay, go ahead.
Top slab is, say, 16 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, but
But that can't be,
that's,
it doesn't seem to coincide
it may
with-
not matter to this drawing here, but I don't understand it, actually. Yeah, maybe someone could explain that.
Oh, this is the FDNY axis.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to understand. So that's just the slab to slab height in the corridor
Corridor.
for some reason.
Is the corridor lower than,
Yeah, so the corridor must be lower. If you made a section through, you'd have multiple slab to slab heights, I guess, even though it says 16th floor. The gentleman who just seems to be the one who actually did the drawing. No? Yeah. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Mr. Vitale? Mr. Vitale? I didn't get your name. Just
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Luigi Piruso. I'm the architect of record for project.
Oh, okay.
How are you? The 16-foot is really the floor-to-floor to the actual FDNY access. So it's an interstitial floor that basically requires access. So it's really not a true section of the overall floor. If you look at the plan, if I may point,
Take your,
the FDNY floor above basically incorporates the two elevators, the stairs, the service elevator, and the actual corridor above. So this section reflects really a section at this point.
okay. And so above, so there are several floors
Several
above
floors, yeah,
that.
in the overall section, I think, do we have the overall section? We could show that.
Oh,
Even in the ZD one, that's fine too.
yeah, but it doesn't look like that anymore. The ZD1 changed. Now it's 4.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what it was.
right, exactly. So these are 16-foot intervals.
I
That-
see.
That section's
Okay.
taken right there.
That was the discussion you had with fire department
Indeed,
about
yes.
access. Okay, I get it. All right. Thank you very much.
Sir?
Come there.
Yeah, please.
So there are 4 sections in
I'm sorry, I didn't
two?
catch your name, I'm sorry.
So
Just
there are
print it, just
4
print
slabs within the full height of the mechanical floor.
Thank
So
you.
fire department, because we learned that the fire department wanted more easier access as you proceed up the height of the space. Right, okay, now I get it.
So I'll just explain in detail the overall layout. So mechanical room number 1 on the east portion of the floor houses 18 water-cooled chillers, as well as primary standby chill water and condensed water pump. They are large and associated with the chillers and the pumps. They are large header pipes for this system, as well as associated air separators and accessories, expansion tanks, etc. This mechanical room also houses BFDs, air conditioning units, and fans serving the room are also located in this mechanical room. Together, the system in this room circulates secondary condenser water to the various loops throughout the building, as well as produce and circulate chill water for the tower residential units above. The system is located here, as I mentioned, because of the close proximity to the residential floor above and limits the pipe rise runs, risers, etc. A mechanical room number 2, which is in the middle of the floor area here. It contains primary plate and frame heat exchangers. So basically, these heat exchangers are located on this level to provide necessary pressure break from the primary condenser water system and the secondary distribution system. They are located in this location on the floor as the midpoint between the primary condenser water pumps and secondary condenser water pumps, thereby minimizing piping distribution. So basically, this is our primary condenser water pump system. It goes through here, heat exchangers, comes back, returns back to the tower, and from here, the secondary distribution happens. And these are the pumps that distribute water through the chillers as well as the entire building. Mechanical room number 3 on the western portion, as I just explained, these are the primary pumps for the condenser water system. The electrical room on the northern portion of the floor houses transformers, electrical distribution panel, and AC unit, which is serving the electrical room. This room provides power to all the mechanical equipment on this floor. So in this way, basically, what I was trying to explain, that this is the way we lay out the system in the most efficient way, then coordinate with the architect, structural engineer, and that's how we come up with this most effective distribution or the equipment layout. And Landmark West arguments ignores all these factors in their presentation. Now, I would like to comment on the submission by Landmark West. Landmark West submitted an alternate layout of the 17th floor. So to respond to that submission, I will shift focus from 18th floor to the 17th floor. Landmark West submitted the diagram shown here, which is on
Can you address the 18th floor as well? Because I see that they moved some equipment around. Can you explain it to us briefly?
Sure.
Why do you think that the kind of redistribution that they've done is not appropriate?
Right, so basically with every,
Did you have a chance to review their submission, the complete submission for all the floors?
Yes.
If you want to copy of it.
Yes. So basically, the way this whole floor is laid out, first of all, there's a structural constraint. We don't want to park all the equipment on one side of the equipment, even though we understand that this is a new building, but then they will have to reinforce it further to support all these heavy pieces of equipment. So that's one of the considerations. Now, second consideration is all these pieces of equipment has piping connection to that, right? So it's not just putting everything in front of each other. It requires access, proper movement around it for maintenance purpose. So those are the factors that we consider. And on top of that, there's a distribution that comes out of this equipment, which goes above the floors above, and equipments are located below.
So the structural perspective was in play.
Exactly.
from
So
the beginning.
once we start the schematic process, we start coordinating with the architect that, okay, this is how we're gonna start, then there are structural implication. Not only the floor equipment concentration on one side of the floor, but there are certain components which are, all these are shear walls. And unlike the other standard walls, it's tough to penetrate the shear wall at certain location. So by distributing the equipment, we can reduce the amount of penetrations to the shear wall from one side of the room and distribute throughout the floor.
Have you, as a mechanical engineer, conveyed this to the structure
Yes.
engineer? He said, no, we don't like that?
Yes, so this is not only for the entire, all this mechanical, but the entire building, all other mechanical floors, we do the same way. We provide our equipment weight, and then what we do is we prepare composite drawings showing all the distribution of ductwork, mechanical piping, sprinkler, plumbing, everything. And then they will tell us whether, at certain location, whether we can penetrate those areas or not. If they allow, then they will tell us, okay, you have certain amount of opening, then you can penetrate or read out your distribution at another location.
And you're saying you communicated this
Yes,
to the structural?
yes.
And he got back to you
Yes.
saying it's not desirable?
Yes.
Is there any concern with the, like, hydraulic efficiency of the system if you redistribute the equipment the way that they've done in their submission? I'm talking about the appellant, of course.
I'm sorry, what type of efficiency?
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yes, sure.
Directly into the mic.
Sure. Is there any other concern, other than the structural concern, when you redistribute the equipment, the way the appellant?
Meaning the way we have arranged?
Yes, the way the appellant has done them.
The way
Is
that
there-
this recommended Landmarks West is
Yes.
recommended.
Is there like any other concern, other than the structural? Was there
yeah,
any mechanical,
Right, absolutely. So
hydraulic?
basically, as I was trying to explain, that all these pieces have piping connected to that. It's not that we have a square or rectangular piece on the floor and then we come drop the piping on it. There are certain constructability with the elbows, bands, valves, sensors, gauges. There are a lot of other factors that go into when a piece of equipment is connected to, piping is connected to a piece of equipment. So if you place everything in front of each other, the way it was demonstrated, by the time we do the distribution, just the mechanical piping distribution, then comes ductwork, plumbing, now we are running out of space, not only elevation-wise, but horizontally as well. So it's better to keep everything cleaner this way, it's accessible, easy to maintain, and structurally also it helps.
Okay. Continue.
So do we want to go on the?
I think we get the gist, right?
Yeah.
But if there's something specific you want to add, yeah.
I mean, those were the items.
Okay.
Distribution, efficient distribution, constructability, maintenance. And again, it's not a good practice to put everything, jam the equipment together, because it's a big concern about moving, replacing.
Have you personally ever gone to DOB to show them, to work on the mechanicals with them?
No, we don't interact with DOB directly.
You don't.
We file our drawings through Expediter.
Through Expediter, so, okay. Do you know if what your Expediter has ever sort of called you up while they're at DOB in the middle of a meeting and said, and asked a question about, whether you can justify the layout or anything like that?
No, typically we get comments or objections back through the expediter that, okay, DOB has reviewed your set of documents and here is a list of comments. So that's what we
Yeah,
review.
like, can you give an example of the
Yeah.
type of comment you might get on the mechanicals?
Certainly. So one of the example would be provide a break glass station at the boiler entry. Provide smoke purge. Your documents are missing smoke purge. Or
Oh.
your documents are missing or confirm whether a sprinkler coverage is required in certain area or not. So those are basic examples.
So
Whether
then-
your louver, your exhaust and ventilation intake louvers are at a certain code required separation between them or not. So this will be some examples.
So would you say what they're doing is they're looking at the mechanical codes and sprinkler codes and checking that you comply?
Yes, that will be one of the review items.
So they're not looking at the kind of, this is a question. Are they looking at how you've designed the system in terms of your design criteria, or they're looking to see whether your system just complies with the mechanical, plumbing, sprinkler codes?
Right. Most important thing is code compliance as well. But then as an example, if we have just a large floor with just one piece of equipment, then they will obviously comment on that. But we can see here, it's not one piece of equipment. It's several pieces of equipment, including the distribution and everything.
Have you ever had them comment that you know of, that what's going on here, you only have one piece of equipment?
No,
No.
not that I know.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
If I ask
Yeah.
you, what is the total weight of the equipment on, let's say, the 18th floor?
It will be very tough to give a lump amount because,
Even roughly?
as an example, boiler alone could be 10,000 pounds, 5,000 pounds, depending, just one piece of boiler.
No, I found one that's 4,000 pounds, it says right here.
Right. So as I said,
So-
5,000, 10,000, depending
Yeah,
on what manufacturer, what capacity. Same
Right.
thing goes with pumps, expansion tanks.
You didn't answer the question about the height of the ductwork.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Height
You
of
didn't,
duct-
the height of the ductwork.
What?
You were going to go over the height of the ductwork. you said.
Yes, so basically, we don't indicate elevation of the ductwork or the piping system on our drawing. However, it's very important to maintain ductwork and piping at certain elevation, which is clearing the path of egress, not coinciding with conflicting with other piece of equipment at a certain level, which maintains the required egress path. Plus, it's all the accessories like valves. If there is an insulation that needs to be, it's easily accessible. So, and this whole process goes through, the whole construction document process goes through shop drawing. When contractors get together, they prepare all the shop drawings and they start setting up the elevations of all the distribution. Then we get,
I believe you misunderstood me. I'm not talking about from the floor to
Oh,
the
you're not?
invert of the pipe. I'm talking about the height of the system itself.
That's what
the
he's
duct
talking
itself.
about. He's talking about the heights of the of,
No, the size of the ductwork itself, not from the
Oh.
floor to the invert. The pipe size itself.
Okay.
What is the maximum pipe size on that floor?
okay, this one, 12-inch is the, on 18th floor, 12-inch is the largest pipe size. Accounting for insulation, it will be 18 inches.
In the building, what is the largest?
That's the
Again, I'm talking about the duct, the circulation pipes.
Pipe, as I said, the largest with the insulation will be 16 to 18 inches, and the largest ductwork, there are various sizes, but there are sizes from 36-inch wide by 24-inch deep. The smoke purge shaft alone, which is the fan on the 19th floor, that is the large, and probably that is like 60 by 48.
No, I'm talking about the horizontal piping.
Horizontal, so 36
So it's
by
fair
24.
to say 2 feet is like the maximum.
2 feet drop.
Thank you.
but I think in terms of what DOB reviews, I think it's important to remember that all this is figured out more in detail on the shop drawing level, which DOB never sees, right?
Right, yes.
So this is still schematic until they actually draw it up in shop drawing.
Right, so most of the accessories like valves and certain accessories are indicated on design drawings. Once they prepare the shop drawing, then we start looking at all those details.
What is the tallest height of one of these equipments? The tallest equipment in these is how
This
tall?
particular boiler is the tallest one. It's roughly 72 or 78 inches high. And then on the 19th, there are other floors where air handling units, they're even taller than that.
Yeah, so the same air conditioning system that they spec is 85 inches high on the 18th floor.
18.
Yeah.
So you could say duct plus equipment is roughly 12 feet.
Roughly 12 feet, but again, Simply, if it's a piece of equipment and ductwork, yes, 12 feet. But now we are going through other distribution, now we have piping. And where there are situations where we are crossing piping with the ductwork, as an example here. This is the boiler flue from the boiler going to the shaft here, and we can see it's crossing the pipe, it's crossing the ductwork here. So by the time we go through all those crossovers, the height actually is much more than.
Plus, the pipes have to take a certain slope, right?
Yes,
Some
if
of
there are
them- some of
gravity-fed
them.
pipes, then it has to be at a certain pitch from starting point where it's in discharge.
Is it better to put the duct higher or lower? My understanding is the lower the duct, the closer the duct work to the equipment is, the less pipe length and the less
Absolutely,
hydraulic
so
losses. Is
It's
that?
not, yeah, so it's not practical to have, let's say, even in our case, if we have 40 feet tall mechanical room as an example, it's not practical to go up at that level, that high, and then go distribute, and if you're going down. It makes sense to keep everything at a lower level or reachable level. That's if there is a insulation which is damaged, if there is a damper which needs to be accessed, so it's easy for somebody to get on the ladder and easily access those services.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, very helpful. Okay.
Do I continue?
I think we got the gist unless there's something, a different subject that you wanted to go into.
I just wanted to go through just the floors.
No, that, I think we've got the general concept, right? Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Because it's already 12:30 and we have 30 more cases. Okay, Mr. Karnofsky, did you have other things that you wanted to add? I do have a question for Mr. Parley, it's just one short question if he's still here.
Mr. Parley.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, I'm Michael Parley.
Hi, thank you for coming. I have a kind of question and a half for you. The first is, have you ever had to go to DOB to talk about the mechanical spaces being not counted as zoning floor area, to argue on behalf of the client? That you
No,
remember?
but let me, it might prove instructive for me to tell you how that draft bulletin started. The first meeting that we had with the Department of Buildings about the draft bulletin, they said the necessity for it was that there were problematic practitioners who were doing really bizarre things. And Deputy Commissioner Fariello actually said in Brooklyn, where they would put a heat pump in the corner of a room, which would be a bedroom. It had a closet, and there was a toilet, right, a bathroom right outside, and they would call the whole room mechanical. This kind of abuse was the kind of thing that they needed to address and in some way give their examiners guidelines so that they didn't have that kind of egregious evasions of the law. But generally for regular, more modest, clearly acceptable mechanical spaces, we've never had a question about it.
And then, so the next question is, you've already been asked this by DOB, but I'm just, you've heard all of this discussion and you hear all the angst on the part of the community about mechanical floors. Do you have any suggestions that you don't have to give us right now, but do you have suggestions for how DOB might set up some kind of criteria that makes it easier for practitioners to know what's a mechanical space versus what's not a mechanical space without listing all the equipment? Have you?
No, not,
No?
when the department's bulletin the last draft and how it was dropped, I was under the impression that the industry and the department were not too far apart in the list. And the stumbling block was the amount of space that could be used by equipment, the latter part of the DOB bulletin, which addresses how much can be deducted, the 90%, that the industry was pushing back very hard because they still felt it was extraordinarily inadequate. The former parts of the list where specific equipment was listed was gone over by industry experts and the architects, and it had been changed over time and was gaining some very good acceptance as a list that could be worked with and could prove useful.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it. Any other questions for Mr. Parley? No?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think we're moving on to the public. Is anyone here?
Elected officials?
Electeds to speak, yes. Please. Yes, so please state your name, and eventually you'll sign in with Mr. Costanza in the corner.
Yes, so please, for everyone, you're with the elected official?
Yes.
Okay, but for everyone else, just when you come up, I will set a timer for 3 minutes. When you're done with your testimony, please come to me so you can print your name. Thank you. You may begin.
You get started? Okay. Hi, my name is Richard Brander, and I'm a policy associate for Assemblymember Richard Godfrey. We're sorry that he won't be able to attend today. He's at a conference out of town, but I'm here, and we're going to submit written testimony later. And basically, if you know Assemblyman Godfrey's district, the 75th district, includes many, many very tall, very dense buildings. He represents the Upper West Side, Hell's Kitchen, Chelsea, the Midtown area. And it's a present concern to us over here. And basically, we agree, I think we all agree, that buildings should have just enough space exempted from their FAR for mechanical, real mechanical equipment. And what we're hearing today is that a lot of the space, a lot of the FAR that's exempted is in excess of it. And we find Landmark West's argument largely convincing. We feel that it's of concern to us because not only do we want, in this one case, to prevent having a huge building casting all sorts of shadows into Central Park, but we're afraid of establishing a precedent without any sort of requirements as to how you define excess space over here, that we may be risking to have a whole bunch of super dense buildings in the future because of this exemption. So basically, that's our argument. We're trying to protect not only Central Park, but the whole future of the streetscape in our district and in other districts throughout the city. So that's under 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Print your name here, please.
So if there are a lot of speakers, please stand ready to speak so we can save some time. And
Thank you.
You're not an elected official rep, are you?
I am.
You are, okay.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Perlmutter and Commissioners. My name is Lizette Chaparro, and I'm an urban planner for Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer, and I'm here to deliver a statement on her behalf regarding 36 West 66th Street. When the developer filed plans for this 775-foot building, a primary issue became the abuse of the mechanical floor deductions that he was claiming. Neighbors, advocates, and elected officials pointed out that the floors were excessively tall and had no practical or safety justification. In fact, the DOB issued a notice of its intent to revoke the building's permit based on the concerns regarding their access to these excessively tall mechanical floors. The DOB's concerns were addressed by the developer, who was allowed to proceed with construction, and eventually the question of whether the mechanical floors were impermissibly tall was dismissed by this board. However, at the September 17, 2019 hearing, this board decided to reopen the issue of the mechanical floors, this time to argue whether the lateral use of the floors is justified. Now this board is faced with a more nuanced question, whether or not the deducted floor area is truly being used for mechanical purposes. I believe that the analysis presented here today demonstrates that this is not the case. The 4 floors analyzed by the MEP engineer have on average 23% of their floor area dedicated to mechanical uses. This figure takes into account not only the mechanical equipment, but also the necessary clearances that each piece of equipment requires for operational and safety reasons. The developer simply cannot be allowed to deduct these entire floors from its FAR calculation when such a significant portion is not being utilized. What we are seeing once again is the use of a loophole that serves to boost the building's height beyond what is allowed by our city's zoning and building code regulations. These mechanical floors are not being occupied by their purported use. They are more than half filler space that will go unused. To permit this development to move forward as proposed, sets a dangerous message to other developers who will surely seek similarly unjustified mechanical deductions for their buildings. I urge you to require that the floor area on these mechanical floors be counted toward the allowed height of the building only if they are fully used for mechanical space. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can get that, yeah. And just print your name, please.
I guess it's now good afternoon, members of the
It is.
commission. My name is Mark Diller. I'm the chair of Community Board 7, and our resolutions on this issue are already before you. I'm mostly here to support the members of my community from whom you're going to hear and who will have much more detailed and much more erudite testimony that I can provide. I do want to make sure that my support for my community is on record. And my one observation to you is that reverse design is something I would encourage you to take into account in your decision-making. And by that I mean the adage that my mother taught me, which is that work expands to fill all available time. If you give a designer an amount of space, you can always justify some way to use it. The question before you is what is the appropriate amount of space, not what one can manufacture in order to meet a predetermined designation. So with that, I will leave you with the much more intelligent and erudite testimony of my neighbors, which I hope will be taken into account.
I just want to clarify, you're with Community Board 7?
I'm the chair.
You're the chair, so are you speaking on behalf of the board?
I
or
am
on your
because
own?
we have previous resolutions before you which speak to these issues.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just print your name, please, right there. Thank you.
My name is Olive Freud. I'm president of the Committee for Environmentally Sound Development.
Could
I've
you
been
say
here-
your last name again, please?
I can't
Olive
hear. Olive Freud.
Freud.
Yeah. Just a few years ago, or even now, for honest developers, 35 stories means a 350-foot high building. This is 775 foot, 400 feet. We have to explain, mostly because the developer would like to have a tall building, 400 feet, higher apartments, more money. But how did this come about? Basically, we were talking about mechanical equipment. Mechanical equipment belongs in the basement. In the basement, it was free. After Superstorm Sandy and low-lying areas had difficulty with the mechanical equipment, they wanted to put it up higher. But the buildings that we're talking about are not in low-lying area. There's no excuse for this. The 400 feet, someone was asking that before, why are they there? They're there so that developers, why is it laid out the way it is? Because they wanted a taller building. It's financially better. It's 400 feet of empty space. It's not providing housing for anybody. And I want to say this. Government is supposed to protect people from developers like Gary Barnett. Their aim is to make more money. But the government's aim is to protect the tens of thousands of people that are going to have to live with the shadow of this building falling on Central Park. They're going to be space, they're taking away space, light, sun, from tens of thousands of people just to satisfy one developer who would like to make more money. I know we were talking about the details. Developers can think of all kinds of ways, of loopholes, of whatever you want. But the only thing that I want to say to you people is that your decisions should be made on not whether you can put the space here or the space there, but what is it better for the people who live in the area? This is all new, this business of voids mechanical equipment higher up, and I think it's the wrong thing. And your decisions should be made considering those of us, the tens of thousands of us who live in the neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please print your name.
I'm here again with this model to remind you of the neighborhood we're actually talking about. Hi, I'm Chris Giordano. I'm the president of the 64 through 67th Streets Block Association. My kitchen window looks out at a empty hole in the ground presently. We're now in the 5th month that Extel's 36 West 66th Street's construction site has been quiet. Extel has not answered requests for information from the community. Word on the street and in the media is the glut in the luxury real estate market, as well as legal challenges, has created uncertainty for developers and their investors. It appears that Extel has overreached, leaving our neighborhood with a large hole in the middle of it, displacing Congregation Habanim, all because of their extraordinary and contentious exploitation of zoning regulations. As you know, our community came together in 1993 to create the Lincoln Square Special District Zoning Resolution. At that time, city planning stated the controls in place should predictably regulate the heights of new development, and that these controls would sufficiently regulate the resultant building form and scale, even in the case of development including zoning lot mergers. City planning stated the intention of the zoning resolution included limiting buildings to mid-20 to 30 stories tall, which would complement the district's existing neighborhood character. And in a September 4th meeting last year, city planning told us they find this proposed building egregious and even obscene. We don't take city planning's words lightly. They promise predictability in zoning, which the community relies on. At the August 6th BSA hearing, Extel's lawyers argued that the proposed 775-foot mid-block tower would not be an absurd result based on the intention of our special district zoning resolution. This is that tower. At the September 10th BSA hearing, we brought this model to illustrate how absurd the result could be. Whether looking at excessive voids vertically or laterally, we believe it's clear Extel's proposed development violates both the letter and intention of the special district zoning resolution. We ask that you not allow the use of this void space, which contributes to the unpredictability otherwise expected in the zoning resolution, and as a result of which could establish new precedent. Thank you.
Just a reminder to speakers, the subject here is a mechanical space. The subject of the void has already been decided in a prior decision.
Thank you.
Okay. Please.
I am Sheila Kendrick with Save Central Park, NYC. This weekend I saw a movie, Dark Water. I'm not spoiling it for anybody by what I'm going to say next. At the climax, Mark Ruffalo yelled in frustration that DuPont could never be beaten, that the system is rigged in favor of titans of the industry. I couldn't help but see the parallels to what we're doing here today. We, all of us, are just looking for a fair outcome. We all know that no count space allotted to mechanicals is meant to be consistent with manufacturer specifications and the necessary servicing of equipment. As we've heard here today even, adding too much space can reduce the efficiency and ultimately increase the carbon footprint. Spreading the mechanicals to buy more space is a parlor trick, and it's an obvious one at that. Our right to air and light, which was enacted as part of the 1916 zoning law, is very much threatened. These tricks of the trade need to be stopped, and you can do it here today. This is about our neighborhoods. It's about Central Park. It's about the livability of our neighborhoods in New York City. Most importantly, it's about the New York that we're leaving behind for future generations. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. You have to refrain from applause. We will ask you please not to do that. One recommendation is clicking. It's much quieter and shorter.
I'm speaking for John Waldes, an engineer and PhD physicist who chairs the 10 West 66th Street Co-op Board. I'm his neighbor, an art dealer, and a great auntie. We live right next to the pending Extel building, and we're worried about our safety. I want to show you a map where we've drawn a 500-foot circle in red showing the possible damage area where the Extel building to fall down. It's possible that debris from such a catastrophe may fall even farther away. Now, why are we concerned about the safety of the building? Its design follows all the rules of building code. So where's the issue? Briefly, the issue is the mechanical floors. The super tall mechanical floors create conditions the building codes never contemplated. Why not? Because building codes are modified after a catastrophe, not before. Historically, this made sense. There was no way to predict failure modes of buildings and structures before they failed. Think about the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. But today we have many advanced methods for simulating all sorts of conditions that could impact the safety of a new type of building. Remember, New York is the major place in the world where super tall buildings with super voids are being built. This is due to the New York City zoning rules, which can be finessed with new building techniques. But finessing the rules does not a safe building make. Building to code is no guarantee of safety if the code has not been updated to the engineering and design techniques used to build the structure. Let's move on to fire propagation, another critical aspect of building safety. One of the major advances in fire understanding is the use of models to simulate the propagation of fire in various structures. Much work has been done in this field, but we have not found any papers discussing results of the propagation in large buildings with super voids. Whether the voids are linked 40-foot ones or a single 160-foot void, there seem to be no studies which have looked at the fire failure modes of these buildings. Of course, we have the example of 9/11 to show what happens when fire propagates in a tall building. The World Trade Center fell vertically, but still spread damage beyond the building's footprints. Why is our damage zone so different? Because the Extel building does not ensure symmetric structural failure, as did the World Trade Center. So the Extel building could collapse in any direction from its base.
Please wrap up your comments. Your time is up.
Let's use the tools we have to make the Extel building next to where we live safe and not be the next catastrophe.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, please bring it over here and sign in.
I'm going to continue with the last paragraph.
Okay.
No, here, ma'am.
Fine.
Sure.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Please, ma'am, please sign in.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Very
Didn't catch
quickly,
your
Judy's
name,
my wife, and she wanted to end.
What's your name?
John Day. Wanted to say, look at her, and look at her husband, that's me. Our friends, our neighbors, who I'm asking to please stand. Would our friends and neighbors all please stand? They've been waiting here all morning. Now, you won't die when that building falls, but all of us might. So take a good look, because blood will be on your hands if it does. Thank you, and I'll do my name. And this is
Thank you.
Mr. Day.
I'm sorry,
Oh, you're not, sorry.
So as I said, I'm John Day. I spoke for Central Park NYC about our safety fears at your earlier hearing.
we now address a specialized, vital challenge to the floor area used to justify mechanical void loopholes. I'll talk about that, fairness, and our communities. At the earlier hearing, after listening to 3+ hours of testimony from our neighbors and elected representatives, we were shocked to hear a commissioner favorably compare the 775-foot middle finger stuck in our community's face to other 30+ story buildings in the area. What? Had you not heard us? That 775 feet is the equivalent of a 75-story building, 3 times taller than any in the area, not 300 feet. New Yorkers are savvy folks. Vast numbers love Lincoln Center. 50 million visit Central Park yearly. This venile 775-foot building will cast shadows shrouding play areas from the Amsterdam Homes to the Hudson and to Bethesda Fountain, potentially increasing crime and health risks, and will endanger our beloved parks. So fairness, we suspect most of its 200 or so apartments, and I think it's a lot less, will prove unoccupied. Many may be bought with foreign money seeking safe deposit boxes in the sky. Plus, there's no affordable housing offset on this project. Last week, I joined a New York League of Conservation Voters breakfast hosted by the Durst Organization for the DOB Commissioner, Melanie LaRocca. Her Queens upbringing and Fordham education impressed, as do the DOB's sustainability efforts to address New York City's carbon neutral goals. We can't imagine this building meeting those goals, or that Commissioner LaRocca would allow DOB staff to get away, as they did in the last hearing, with saying they checked detailed drawings they didn't even have. Who elects the mayor who appoints you? We do. The Upper West Side has the highest voter turnout in the state, knows the ropes, and has allies across the globe. Yes, we heard and respect the New York Fire Department say their concerns are addressed, but the uniformed firefighter's statement still, quote, strongly opposes construction methods that are inherently dangerous, increase the threat to the public and their members. Our heroic Jackie Kennedy Onassis, decades back, led an umbrella brigade with market recessions, which we're going through now, forced reconfiguring the Columbus Circle buildings to a more community-friendly status. We're facing a similar situation. The mid-block building broaches community and zoning standards. It must be restrained. So bless the mechanical engineers, inquiring minds, New York's tenacity, and to be frank, the BSA's technical expertise. We look to you to alter this project and protect the health, safety, and life quality of all New Yorkers. And that's a quote from you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Let's print your name there.
This says good morning, but good afternoon. My name is Beth Linke, and I live at 1965 Broadway, located on Broadway between West 66th and West 67th Street. On behalf of myself and my neighbor and fellow member of Save Central Park, NYC, Robert Gottlieb, who lives at 10 West 66th Street, we are submitting this joint statement in support of Landmark West's application to revoke the permit issued by the New York City Department of Buildings, DOB, for the construction of the 775-foot building at 36 West 66th Street. The height of this building is exaggerated because approximately 200 feet of that space is being used for mechanical equipment. If construction is permitted, the building will result in a mid-block tower, which is completely out of context with the surrounding neighborhood. The commissioners must remember the fact that the project is located within the special Lincoln Square district. Although the DOB does not regulate the design or height of the buildings within the special Lincoln Square district, it certainly has a duty to ensure that developers comply with zoning regulations. The zoning regulations provide that areas within the building which are devoted to mechanical equipment are not included in the calculation of the permitted floor area of the building. Therefore, the DOB examiners had the obligation to carefully evaluate the plans submitted by the developer to ensure that the areas allocated for mechanical equipment were not unnecessarily expanded for the purpose of improperly increasing the size of the building. As demonstrated by the submissions of Landmark West, the DOB in this instance did not properly evaluate the usage of the floors devoted to mechanical space. The DOB apparently determined that as long as the floor contained mechanical equipment, the entire floor should be excluded from the total gross area of the building. As a result, the developer was able to increase the size and height of the building. Landmark West submitted diagrams prepared by Michael Ambrosino, a professional engineer, who we heard earlier, demonstrating that on the plans, the mechanical equipment on the floors were placed as far apart as possible. The diagram showed that if the equipment were more efficiently positioned, there would be substantial empty space on these floors. If that empty space on the mechanical floors is counted towards the building's FAR, the building as proposed will exceed the maximum allowable FAR for the site. Consequently, this board should make the determination that the permit issued by the Department of Buildings should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Please sign in over there. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
State your name, please.
My name is Susan Simon. I'm a member of this Upper West Side community, although 30 blocks north. But I'm very aware that what happens here is precedent setting, and that we may very well soon see more Extel towers lining our communities up and around Central Park to 110th Street. I'm a member of Landmark West, and I'm the founder of the Central Park West Neighbors Association. And I come here again to oppose this plan. No matter how fancy the legal footwork of Extel, a Goliath of the New York development world, this is still an obfuscation and violation of the zoning law, which gives maximum heights for this special district, which this plan greatly exceeds. It is well known throughout the city, no matter what's been said, that this is a very excessive amount of void space and a really dazzling display of footwork. An abuse so egregious that it has brought city planning to regulate the allowable height of mechanical space. More legislation is pending from the state to assure developers don't play with pushing up height with empty voids to make more and more money. It's very sad that developers can come into a residential community to build monoliths that are marketed to foreign investors who will visit 2 weeks a year and subsequently rob the real tax-paying residents of light, air, and space. It's sad that they have no concern that their buildings are throwing Central Park into permanent shadow, even while they market those views. I understand that this doesn't matter to Gary Barnett or his lawyers, but it does matter to the ecosystem of the park, the city, and the community. This building must not be given special dispensation to manipulate and circumvent the zoning law, especially for the construction of somewhere just over 100 apartments and 800 feet of height. I call that a height of arrogance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Next speaker, please.
I'm sorry. You have to submit email.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is, sorry. My name is Peter Sampson. I'm an architect.
If you want to get some water, there's a water fountain out there. You can come back
the
after
back?
them. Yeah, just go right through this door and this water fountain, and we can get the next speaker.
Let me give you,
Next speaker, please. Yeah, go through that door. Carlo, can you show him where the water fountain?
Is there a next speaker?
Please. Oh, there are no more members of the public to speak? Okay, let's just give Mr. Sampson a second and then we'll go to the speaker.
Thank you very much. I apologize. I'm an architect. I'm an Upper West Sider for 50 years, having moved there because of the great Sam Rutensky, who helped develop the Upper West Side urban renewal area. As an architect, my firm, Gruz & Sampson, has worked in this area and in the city. I designed the police headquarters. I also designed with another firm, Stuyvesant High School, and I never thought I would be coming before you to talk against a large building, many of which I have done also. But also, one of my other credentials is my 3 sons all were bar mitzvah by Congregation Habonim. So I'm a big supporter of Habonim, but I'm not a supporter of this building. This is a huge building. You've heard from other people. Not only is it the equivalent of 70 stories high, but different from the buildings on 57th Street, many of which we see as super talls. This building is west of Central Park, not south. And the shadow it will cast is huge. It will go, in fact, this time of year when the sun is down, the shadow will produce a shadow that goes almost to Fifth Avenue. Imagine that. And I just would like you to go on a nice day, go there and think about that. But the other thing I want to say is that I also worked with Mike Ambrosino, and he is one of the most conservative engineers I ever worked with. So his consideration, which was before you earlier, about the mechanical space needed for this building is in itself very conservative. That he ended up, as he mentioned to you, saying that there's far too much space being designated for mechanical. And I know this because I was in the opposite position. I was trying to get him to put more in and so forth on mechanical floors. So you should consider what he said, and that the developer coming before you with all of this needs for open space, for space for mechanical, is asking for much too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Okay, is that it? Or any other speakers from the public? Please.
Print your name.
We asked before. No, we don't.
I want to point out the 3 thugs.
Sorry, sir, you're out of order. We'll ask you to be removed. You're going to be removed. I need him to be removed from the hearing room. I'm sorry, sir, you need to leave.
Sir, please.
You need to leave. Okay. All right, please, sir. Otherwise, we'll ask the police outside to remove you. We've done it before.
Just please restate your name for the record.
Sure. Stuart Klein Slowick on behalf of the appellant. There are a number of things to unpack here. I'll try and be as succinct as possible. I'll start out with some personal requests and observations. Number one.
And if you wouldn't mind speaking really fast.
Okay. Well, you know how fast I can speak, so I don't know if you really want that. But number one, I don't know how germane any of this testimony is, because apparently everybody's working with different plans. You're talking about plans from 2018, they're talking about plans from 2019, we're talking about some other plans. So I really would like to get a handle on what plans we're talking about and what plans you're looking at. That's the first observation. The second is a request. I'd like whatever plans they send over to the fire department to be copied to me. I'd like to take a look at them. The third observation is that while it's not contained in the zoning resolution, I think it's fair to say that mechanical space is that space required by mechanical equipment. And that is three-dimensional. And you, on the record, said that you downloaded the manufacturing specs on these items. Apparently, the buildings department did not do that. And as one of the commissioners noted, there are certain height requirements for these things. So if a particular piece of equipment requires 5 feet of headspace, access space above it, and you have 4 or 5 feet above that for other mechanical ancillary equipment, why are we putting an additional 50 feet above that? That is not mechanical space. I'm not addressing voids. I'm saying mechanical space is that space required to accommodate the mechanical equipment. Anything beyond that envelope is not mechanical space, so therefore it should not be involved in the building envelope. The opposing counsel described the space in his first submission as not having any particular use. Apparently, it's somehow rendered invisible through the eyes of his lens. But let's go into another subject for a second.
Oh, I actually have a question about that. Where are you getting the language required?
I think it's a fair statement to say it's not, excuse me, how else would you define mechanical space? Is it space required by mechanical equipment? Because if it's not, please tell me.
It says it's space occupied by mechanical equipment.
Well, but assuming that's the standard, that would allow me to put in a 5,000 BTU Friedrich air conditioner on grade in a 10,000 square foot space and build a 500-foot glass tower above it, capped by a one-bedroom apartment, and it would be perfectly legal. That's absurd.
So that's not what we're saying, and the Department of Buildings has already explained that that's not something that they would have allowed, and I think Mr. Parley also explained that that was something like that they were struggling with when they created these variety of bulletins.
Well, the problem with that is the Buildings Department hasn't said much of anything. The Buildings Department has not done its job here. There is not one piece of evidence that's been presented to you that indicates how much space, even two-dimensionally, how much space is required by this equipment. Dismiss the verticality for a second. How much space is required by a 5x5 boiler?
So, wait, so I
Yes.
just want to, because I don't want this to go on indefinitely, we can't afford for it to be. It was clarified that the Department of Buildings doesn't look at the sort of tiny areas around a piece of equipment. The bulletin is not a bulletin, right? It's not requiring that. It's simply the number that the engineer Mr. Ambrosino used as a factor. It made very clear that there's a dispute about that, and Mr. Parley clarified that there is a dispute about how much area you need to have around a piece of mechanical equipment in order to be able to install, service, et cetera. So that hasn't been codified, and so to say that DOB measures that, what we did learn from the engineer for the project is that DOB looks at the code compliance of the mechanical equipment. Does it have the right number of dampers? Is the exhaust located in the right location relative to the intake according to code? It's not designing the mechanical system. That's
Nobody's asking it to design the mechanical equipment.
Well, then-
But, excuse me, I'm not responsible for the Buildings Department not doing its job.
But
The
you're
fact-
saying what's its job?
Its job is to determine whether or not the space taken off for mechanical equipment is appropriate. In two of the examples our engineer cited, we have a room that's occupied by a very, very small piece of equipment, and yet they took off the entire room, or 1,000 feet in each instance, 800 to 1,000 feet, as total mechanical space. Now let's address the 800-pound gorilla that's only been alluded to. Under the recent sales statistics presented in Real Deal. Ultra-luxury space, which is what we're talking about here, is selling between $5,000 and $10,000 a square foot. So those two areas alone, if we take it out of the deduction side, or rather if we put it into the deduction side, which is what they did, is going to generate anywhere from $10 to $30 million in additional sales for this building. I think that is wrong. And I think everybody in the room thinks that's wrong. And I think you should believe it's wrong. So the fact of the matter is, the buildings department, and I will disagree with our own zoning expert here, there apparently is a criteria, because the buildings department has repeatedly said today in its prior submissions that it reviewed the plans. Implicit in that statement is that there are some standards that they applied. They have yet to describe what those standards are.
We already
Dimensionally.
talked about this, right?
Dimensionally.
Right, but we already talked about this. We learned from the engineer for the project that DOB looks at whether or not the sprinkler system and so on complies with code.
That's right.
Whether or not the HVAC or the ductwork complies with code, the intakes, the exhausts, and so on complies with code, and there's adequate egress. They do not look at, they told us.
Fine, so
don't look
they're not
at
doing
the
their job.
layout.
They're basically allowing him to take 54,000 square feet of deductions, when in fact they can only justify approximately 25 to 30,000 feet. The buildings department is simply not doing its job. And
Okay.
to basically say, because the buildings department historically has not done the proper thing, this building should suddenly get a pass, is ridiculous on its face. In fact, you, in the 2007 case on penthouses, said, "Excuse me, buildings department, you are wrong, and you've been defining this improperly for the last 10 years. We want you to go back and look at those buildings and readjust the height." What is wrong in asking the same thing of this applicant
Because I don't
or of
think
the
they're
building department?
analogous. I actually don't think the cases are analogous, but I do also have to say, and you can make sort of started looks, but I don't think they're analogous, and you would need to show me why those cases are analogous.
Well, they're analogous because in that instance, the board said that the building department wasn't properly applying the law, and in this situation, they're not properly applying the law because they're not looking at the dimensions.
So in the penthouse case, those penthouses were taller than what's permitted in whatever it was, the zoning district, the limited height district, and often they exceeded the amount of allowable floor area, and DOB gave them sort of this 33% pass generally, and that was clearly not permitted by any of the
Well,
language in the zoning
respectfully-
resolution. The zoning resolution here just says floor space devoted or used by mechanical equipment. That's it. So everything else is a DOB interpretation, and you see how much DOB struggles with trying to figure out on this building, it's this much mechanical space, on this building, it's another amount, and in this building, it's another. And for us to look at it and to say, it was DOB reasonable in coming to the conclusion that the mechanical space, the mechanical equipment is being used in that area, that the area is occupied by mechanical equipment sufficient to justify for the floor area deduction. That's the question before us, and it's not at all the same as a clear non-compliance with the zoning.
No, actually, the 277 case was, the building department's position was that since it was mounted in the back of the building and that particular law was supposed to deal only with aesthetics, it shouldn't be included in height. You're, with all due respect, you're misquoting the underpinning of that case.
I do have a question
But,
for you, just
sure.
for a moment. You started off stating that it's about it's about what space is used by mechanical equipment.
That's correct.
And and you included height into this, but I don't see how we can separate the decision in Sky House with the void. How do you differentiate these two arguments?
Well, I think that they're two entirely different arguments. One, the Sky House case was predicated on the fact that, A, you didn't have experts quantifying the space and saying that the voids, should not be used because they weren't appropriate. And B, it was only speaking about a deficiency in the zoning resolution. What I'm talking about is the actual use of the space, and use is the controlling definition here. The zoning resolution, as it was amended in 61, went from width of streets to an FAR-based determinative. And what I'm saying is that there has to be justification and proof that the mechanical space in this building actually merits the 50,000 square foot deduction. And I'm saying there's nothing on the record whatsoever that indicates, that justifies that much deduction. And Mr. Ambrosino specifically cited 2 examples where there's at least 2,000 square feet that is not being used in any way for mechanical space, and yet it's deducted. So I think what should happen here, as an attorney, is I think you should basically ask the buildings department to define what standards it applied in its review, because they still haven't done that.
We already did that.
No, excuse me.
and I
They're
don't wanna
talking
keep
about
going
technical
around.
connections of valves.
No,
That has nothing to do with FAR.
We asked them, what standards do you use?
Right.
We've asked them this several times, and we've been given the answer. And the
Well,
answer was,
yes.
each building is viewed on a case-by-case basis. It really depends. There's so many different variables, et cetera, et cetera. That's what they said, and there is this bulletin that they have been working
Yes.
on, and the industry of which you are a part.
Right.
Right? The industry has not come to an agreement about how you deal with the amount of access needed for the equipment. And that seems to be the open question, because they seem to be close to an agreement about the type of equipment, right? So Department of Buildings answered the question, and please, I don't want to keep going around in
Well,
circles, so
once
I'd
again-
like to move on.
Okay.
So what I would like to suggest
Mhm.
now, because we've been at this for, I think it's 3.5
3.5 hours,
hours.
yeah. Mhm.
We need to move on to other cases. I
Sure.
would like you now to make a submission of not more than 10 pages, including exhibits,
Mhm.
because I don't think there's more than 2 pages to say. And also for the owner, and we're going to close this hearing and base a decision on that, okay?
Could I at least find what plans have been submitted to you and what plans
We
used
have the
as...
same plans as.
No, you said
we've
you
been-
had 218 plans and they're referring to
No,
219
no,
plans.
the same set of plans that Mr. Karnowski was referring to, that
Right.
the engineer spoke to, are all in the submission package. I don't think any of us are reviewing different sets of plans.
Well, then I misheard, because before I heard
Because
specifically...
you're not reading
Yeah.
the revision dates in the revision panel of the drawings. I'm looking at the revision dates, and I'm just saying, they actually were Exhibit A to Mr. Beanstack's affidavit, and I'm referring to the revision dates that are listed in the title block. That's where I'm
Okay.
getting those.
Okay, would you like me to take 2 minutes and address the jurisdiction issue?
In your papers, please.
Sure.
We just can't go on with this for 4
Mhm.
hours.
And
okay?
if you could explain more about how the void, and it's not analogous to the height of the 3D use of
Sure,
materials.
absolutely.
Okay.
I'll compare the two.
Yeah,
Okay.
if there's a
Okay.
window
So
there.
I'm serious, 10 pages, including exhibits, so, because you really,
I
in
will
terms of
try, but
talk-
there's just
No,
so much
no,
here to
you're-
unpack.
I'm going to reject the submission if it's more than 10
Well,
pages, including
I will do my
exhibits.
best,
No,
but...
You're not going to do your best, you're either doing it or I'll reject the submission.
Well,
Do you understand my statement?
I understand your statement,
I
and you have
will
to understand
reject it.
that my warrant is to represent my
No,
clients.
but, okay,
And if my
so-
clients
So let me
believe...
just ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you were in a court and the judge tells you 10 pages or you're defaulting, will you give him 10 pages or will you give him 20?
Luckily, we're not in court.
Right, luckily, we're not in court. However, 10 pages or reject your submission, including exhibits, and no follow-ups or anything. It's a one submission chance. That's it, okay? And I don't want any excuses about how the owner XYZ'd or anything like that. You submit on your submission date, all right? Otherwise, we just won't have anything to read from you. And then we'll make a decision based on what we've heard here today.
Well, what
all
you've
right?
heard here today is, it's nothing to support the position of this deduction, but that's, I'll go into the papers.
Okay,
I'll go
Would
into
his
the
I
submission
think
be-
we're, what?
Would his submission be after the owner's submission, or is the
No,
owner?
the owner will be,
Owner will be
owner
sub-
always has the last word, so the submission first, and then if owner wants to come up.
What about my
we can-
suggestion that we ask that the person who actually examined these plans come before the board and say what they looked
We've
at?
had enough testimony, okay? We have heard a
Wouldn't that
lot
be the
from
primary
lots
source of all of this stuff?
Excuse me, Mr. Klein, we're done here.
Okay.
Okay, so I would like to then make a submission schedule as
Mhm.
fast as possible. So, Mr. Klein, 10 pages, including exhibits, and if it's 11 pages, we won't accept it, in which case owner has less to do. and owner are the same limitation, 10 pages including exhibits,
Well,
okay?
the exhibits alone, right off the bat, it's 5 to 10 pages of mechanical space.
Figure out
So
how
you're
to do
limited
it.
to me to 5 pages of
I'm-
narrative.
I'm limiting you to 10 pages including exhibits, you do it however
And
you
if I have
see
5
fit.
pages of mechanical space, you're now talking about 5 pages of narrative. I won't be able to do that. I can't.
Then don't do it.
I have never in
This
40
is
years
your
submitted a
option.
brief that's
Sorry,
5 pages
sir.
long.
We've heard 3.5 hours of testimony. We have plenty of other exhibits to look at. If you have something new to add that we haven't heard today, add it in your 10 limited pages.
Okay.
Basta, okay?
6
Okay.
type.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
What?
I was waiting for the font size question.
Oh.
Yeah, 6 font, yeah.
Okay.
I'll send it along with a
Yeah,
microscope.
just put all the plans on one page.
I don't want this to go on much longer, so, no, don't do it so long, let's just do it.
Attorneys think alike.
Do it for,
I did, I don't know if I spelled you right.
this is what?
All right, good. It's not a
Yeah,
sign.
put all the
You-
plans on
you
one
will
page.
love
it.
Yeah, we got computers.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we're gonna close the well, everyone's leaving, but we're actually I'm making a motion to close the hearing. So, yeah, please,
finding that out
everyone,
now.
we're still in hearing. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to close the hearing.
Okay, on a motion to close, Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Shida,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Submission date of January 8th.
No,
I'll
so
need more
then-
time than that because,
we-
because
Right. But
when
we're
are they going to
be-
submit?
We're coming back here on, please, Mr.
Oh,
Klein.
sure.
We're coming back here on January, what is it?
28th.
28th.
Okay,
So
so,
everyone gets maybe 2 weeks?
yeah, so submission date December 24th.
So that's next week.
Think fast. And then another,
And a reply on January.
I'm sorry, the 24th for me? That's a week from today.
all right, so give them 2 weeks, but then it's going to be 2
No,
weeks.
no, when are they submitting the plans to the fire department?
Hello?
I need those.
Hello? I just told you what the parameters are. I didn't say that the fire department needs to give you a copy or anything like that.
How am I supposed to intelligently address this issue?
We're working off the plans we have. We're working off the plans we have, not fire department set or anything. We need to bring this to a close, and we
By
gave
tying
you-
my hands effectively.
2 weeks, 2 weeks.
Sorry, Mr. Klein, I think that was improper for you to
Excuse me,
say
this has
that.
been going on
This
for-
is,
Stop it, stop, or I will
Excuse me.
send you right out and you won't get to discuss the date. So 17, 2 weeks is the 31st, and then 2 weeks is the 14th, and then that's perfect, okay. 2 weeks is you get till 2 weeks till the 31st, and 2 weeks for Mr. Kornowski is the 14th for a hearing for a decision on the 28th.
Well, can I then have additional week?
No,
Wait.
2 weeks and 2 weeks. That's how it works.
It's
And
going to-
we're, and, all right,
It's
Mr.
going to
Klein,
take two,
we're
it's going to take
done now.
3 full days to review the
Did-
hearing minutes.
Did you understand what I
I
just
understand
said?
that I'm not
Okay,
being allowed
okay.
to
Well,
represent my clients.
Okay, so as a reminder, the
Right.
dates are December 31st, January 14th, and the decision is January 28th.
And will I be
and
given,
I'm
will I be,
serious.
will I be receiving a copy of the plans they submit to the fire department?
No,
Only
you will
because
not.
my
No.
clients are kind of concerned about the fire issues here?
You will not receive any other
I'll
plans
put in a
than
FOIL
we've
request to the fire
seen.
department. Battalion chief expect that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 30-minute break for lunch.
30 minutes. Okay, we'll resume at,
Thank you.
good afternoon. We're resuming with the special order calendar, continued items. Item number 2, calendar number 19702BZ, 2825 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn. Eric Palatnik. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. Did you get my submission from yesterday? Okay, so I don't have to pass it out. It just showed the banner removed.
Yes,
That
thank
was
you.
it. And then I guess the other portion of this is a fire department determination, whether you want to move forward or how you want to move forward with that.
Okay.
John Daly, Fire Department. I know Eric Platt had submitted proof that they're going to partially sprinkler the first floor, the underside of the mezzanine out to the street, North Strand Avenue, and provide a fire alarm system. So the Fire Department has no objection to this application.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any other questions? Any questions?
Any speakers?
Are there
Any speakers? None? Motion to close?
Yay.
On a motion to close, Chair Plummer,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shida.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Motion to grant.
Approved
Oh.
with the
Yeah,
condition?
conditions. Yeah, so. What are the So the fire department, I just want to make sure, they were okay with us granting this conditionally. That was the question. I guess we shouldn't have closed, but here's fire department. Oh, you were mid-sandwich. That's the answer. Should we reopen so he can speak and then we get counted in the record? Let's do that. Just a second, we need to reopen.
On a motion to reopen, Chair Plummer,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shita.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, the unit, fire suppression unit, along with the fire alarm inspection unit, have both agreed to the conditions we would like the board to grant, to decide on this case. We will monitor the progress on the sprinkler installation and the fire alarm, because now we've implemented a new process with our BSA unit at fire prevention, where when we do our annual inspections or semi-annual inspections, it automatically flags to an inspector or the chief inspector that these systems are required and that they're tied into your approvals. And so we'll be able to monitor all the construction activity that will be going on at the site.
Okay, so just to clarify for our council to include in the conditions, right? We had a letter from you on June 2nd. Was there a subsequent letter of conditions?
Yes, there was, yeah.
There was, I'm sorry, yeah.
So, the June 2nd was the last letter that.
No, I believe there is one on October 16th, I guess.
And that is correct,
Sorry.
yes. Yeah, the June 2nd, we had objected because they illegally removed the standpipe.
Right.
So after negotiation with Eric Palatnik's office and with our fire suppression unit, we agreed to withdraw our requirement for a standpipe system, instead to provide partial sprinkler system to the underneath of the underside of the mezzanine and to the entryway out into to North Strand Avenue. So they, and with Eric and his client agreed to, and so we withdrew our request for the standpipe.
And you're okay with that, knowing that if we grant today,
Oh, it says
they're gonna start installing the sprinkler and the fire alarm within the
Yes, sir.
upcoming year?
Yes, we are, yep.
So I'm gonna read this and make sure I'm reading the right one. Okay, I'm sorry, I have it cut and pasted without the date. Restoration of the standpipe system and roof gravity tank while removed illegally will not need to be restored? Is that
Correct.
right? Provided the premises are partially sprinklered.
Correct.
Okay. Sprinklers shall be installed on the underside of the mezzanine levels, that's what you said, as
Yeah.
well as the first floor lobby entry, and shall be designed by a licensed professional. Filing for the new system shall be made with the Department of Buildings, and such application shall be approved and permitted. Subsequent testing must be performed by a licensed installer, and a fire alarm system shall also be installed throughout the premises and shall also be designed by a licensed professional. System filed with the fire department, approved and permitted, and tested by a licensed electrician and witnessed by fire.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, so those are the conditions. So now, a motion to close.
Chair Plummer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shita.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, motion to grant on those conditions?
Motion to grant, Chair Plummer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shita.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
This application is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 3, calendar number 20904BZ, 109-09, 15th Avenue, Queens. Eric Palatnik.
It's adjourned, and we just need more time to get the DOB objection or the file of the amendment.
Okay, how much time?
Um,
Looking like March, right?
Yeah, or after.
Or after, right?
Give me April if you want.
April 7th, does that work?
Sure.
And that's a submission date of March 18th.
Could we actually do an April submission date? Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. April 8th submission for a hearing on April 28th.
Thank you.
Item number 4, calendar number 32205BZ, 69-69 Main Street, Queens. Eric Palatnik. Sure. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? I do. Thank you. Please just print your name.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC, on behalf of the applicant. I have with me the construction manager. Is that your proper title?
General contractor.
General contractor. And I'm going to have him introduce
Thank you.
himself in a second, because I don't like to get people's names.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Fasci. I'm the president of Fasci Construction. We're the general contractors for Queens Jewish Community Council project at 6969 Main Street in Kew Gardens Hills. I found out approximately 6 weeks ago from Ms. Fullader that this project, unbeknownst to me, was actually a board case. And when I was apprised of all the drawings that were submitted to the board, it was very clear that the building as approved doesn't meet the board's resolution at the time it resolved.
Wait, you found this out 6 weeks ago?
Because he's not, we went first through QJCC, and we kept telling QJCC. The problem is coordination, because it is a non-for-profit. We are working pro bono, and we're dealing with lots of people who are all volunteers.
Have you been working on this building?
Yes, ma'am.
In spite of the fact that you need an extension of time to complete construction
And
and
in
you
spite of
shouldn't
the
have
fact
a
that they owe
permit?
us a lot of money, yes.
And they owe you a lot of money?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm here. It's a very good organization, all right? At least their mission is. And they
Mission
do a
may
lot
be
of.
good, they don't follow the law.
Yeah, absolutely right. They are.
They have a DOB approved plan.
They do, they have a DOB
Yeah,
approved
it's
plan,
just
and we
coming
have,
back
we're,
here.
yeah.
No, apparently it doesn't, the project doesn't look like the board approval.
The board approval, but
It
then
doesn't.
they went to the DOB, they have DOB approved plans, but now they have to come back here and amend those to match the DOB approved plan.
Right.
Because they couldn't build as much, the board, they gave them something bigger than they could build, so now we're in a situation.
Yeah, the footprint of the building has not changed from the condition that it was before the BSA approval.
Yeah, and they're not planning to change.
Right, there wasn't an enlargement of the footprint.
There was no
Just use
enlargement.
now.
It's only the interior layout that
It
has
was
changed.
strictly an interior renovation.
Okay. So, but didn't we talk about that the application should be revised and we didn't get a submission?
The problem now is getting through all the different people to get an expediter, so we got to get the DOB objection stamp, which takes months because it's at DOB. So we got the plan, all the things I submitted to you.
Okay.
We got the plans, we got a AI1, but we need it now stamped by a commissioner, so that's what the holdup is. And I couldn't file an amendment without having that stamped.
File an amendment.
Because you asked to file an amendment because it doesn't match. They're building nothing here, they're just doing interior renovations.
So-
But you couldn't file an amendment, you've been here since May of last year?
Because of issues with payment and all these volunteer people working through it. I worked through a lot of different people to get where I am here today. But now I have the right people, and they're really, really working. You can see that they're working. That's why I wanted to show you that we almost have an amendment application, and we have an expediter that's filed for an appointment, but I need that stamped.
Ms. Folder,
Just to clarify our process, as I understand it right now, if you're not increasing the degree of noncompliance or need a new objection with respect to a specific zoning provision, that's not necessary for an amendment application.
But they still needed an extension of time, so they don't
But-
technically have a permit.
Yeah, I think just to piggyback on what Mr. Steinhaus just said. So the amendment or the current condition deviated from the previously approved. Are there any new waivers or degrees of, okay. So just as a matter of procedure, this was filed as an extension of time, which didn't require notification.
Right.
There will be the requisite fees for the amendment.
Yeah, but don't you need if it deviates an objection?
Only if you're introducing or increasing the degree of waiver that was already approved by the board.
Mr. Costanza, what am I saying? I have a question, and that is, the applicant came before BSA for some waivers. Now, it seems waivers was mostly the encroachment in the rear yard related. The building footprint has not changed from what it was built back in whenever. All the renovation is interior, so they won't even need to come to BSA for any waiver. This convert.
No, you do
No.
have to
Not
come
true.
for an
You-
amendment to legalize the internal partition
Yes.
differences.
This
Oh,
was,
you need a
this
use
is,
waiver?
this was a
But
7221, I'm assuming under deference also. So, right, as opposed, right? So this was
I was
a,
under the impression that we still needed the variance.
so you still need the variance. If you modify the program that upon which the variance was based, you have to come back and explain why you still need whatever it is you're asking for. So, right?
But this is a residential district. You can have a community facility use as of right, so that's.
But you can't have the additional whatever floor area
But
or
they're
height and
not. They
setback.
Right, they did not, right? They never built it.
Let's start again. They get an approval
Right.
based on programmatic need, because they're a not-for-profit organization, and either they prove that there's a unique physical condition about the site, or it was determined they were entitled to deference, because I don't have the resolution in front of me, I don't know which one. Okay? No matter which, because it's a not-for-profit, they pursued the programmatic need, right? So the programmatic need in that resolution established that they were entitled to a certain waiver. Now, they're modifying the project. So they have to amend amend the application to show that they continue to have a programmatic need for that thing, unless all they did was like, move the toilet partition or something, in which case it might not have been an issue for DOB. So, I mean, part of the problem is we haven't looked at this in a year and a half, right? And it was adjourned 3 times, and we sent a dismissal warning. And we directed a year and a half ago that the application be amended, right? And so here we are put in the predicament of figuring out what to do again after a year and a half. So my recommendation is to work with Carlo and figure out what the right way to go is, and make the amendment. You have to make an amendment of some kind, even if it was a letter of substantial compliance. You need some kind of an amendment, right? Because, just simply put, the 2 sets of drawings don't look the same, right? If they look the same, you're right. Proceed, continue, right? Okay. Are there any speakers on this? All right. So you need to talk to Carlo to talk about the procedural issues, then he'll have more time to look at what the difference is between what was approved and what you're building at this very moment, even though you shouldn't really even have a permit, because your variance expired 2 years ago. Filing on time isn't the same thing as...
Sorry, we were under the impression that we just needed time when we first began.
Right, but if you need an extension of time to complete construction, it means your permit lapsed, right? The variance expired on March 7th. The application, not sure exactly when it was filed, but the first time we heard this was May 18. So like almost basically a year after the variance expired. So according to that, you shouldn't have been building at all.
They haven't been.
No.
I asked, is this under construction?
It
You
is.
said yes.
Yeah, well, there's a permit on it, but actual building has not taken place since.
Oh, there's a permit, but you haven't done construction.
Well, there was funding issues. So the funding's been basically resolved. Their source of funding is from New York State, from DASNY. And we just got word now that December 9th, that the last review is upon us and the funding should be coming, which is the second half of the funding. That's why we're all here, because we're anticipating that, restarting. It's about 85% complete.
Uh-huh.
So, really there's, got to tidy up what's in the walls and add drywall to it and paint and.
But it was government funding that helped this project also for so long. So we weren't sure, we knew we needed to extend in the beginning, but we weren't sure where we were with the funding.
So when did construction stop?
At the end of 2016. Although subsequent to that, permits were reapplied for and renewed, I think in May of each year with the DOB. And currently there's a permit on that project.
All right, even though technically there shouldn't be, but never mind. Okay. All right, so let's just do that. Are there any speakers on this that I already asked? Okay, so we do need to get the drawings amended at the very, that's something that could have been done, right? The amended drawings submitted. That's, I think, what we were asking for all along. Right?
I can discuss with Ms. Folder the differences between what they're proposing today and what was approved.
Yes.
To make a determination as to whether it rises to the level of an amendment or a letter or something, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah. I think what it teaches is we should never have 3 adjournments in a row, ever, right? Because we don't know what's going on. So maybe you have 1 adjournment and then you have to tell us what's going on. So no more. Just teaches us, right? I know, but the thing is, for all that time, over a year, we didn't know what was going on, and you kept asking for an adjournment or not submitting anything, and then we come to this point, and your client is at a disadvantage, the contractor's at a disadvantage. That's not how you do business, right? You just can't keep kicking it down the road. Okay? All right, so are the drawings modified? Have you changed drawings?
Yeah. Yeah. It's the as-built condition, which is same as what DOB had approved.
As-built, but it's an 85%. It's not as-built.
Right.
Well, as-built as a current condition, that's what the drawing reflects.
So those are BSA-type drawings that have been modified, right? It's not a construction set that was submitted to us.
Smaller, it's much, yeah.
He submitted 11 by 17s of the construction set. I don't know if they're modified to standards of
So
the
that-
BSA.
Ms. Foladair knows that we don't take construction
I know that.
documents, so it needs to be DOB drawings modified, BSA drawings modified to reflect and to show us what the differences are, right? Bubbling the changes.
The changes are bubbles, but I will tell them to get rid of the construction.
Yeah, so, yeah,
So it's active.
okay. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Submission February 12th with a continued hearing March 3rd.
Thank you.
March 3rd? March- Yeah.
So well before the submission, you should be talking to Carlo. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 5, calendar number 18309BZ, 1400 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan, Law Officer Frederick A. Becker. They've requested an adjournment.
Adjournment, yeah. Nobody here, so just assign something at your convenience.
Submission date February 12th for a continued hearing March 3rd.
Item number 6, new cases. Item number 6, calendar number 530-32BZ, 1029 Brighton Beach Avenue, Brooklyn. Sheldon Lobel. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Please just print your name.
Good afternoon, Fayam Baton from Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant, filling in for Amanda, who was iced in. We attended the review session yesterday, and I think there was a question. First question was regarding a sign violation. That violation was related to the theater, and that fine was paid, but that shouldn't be keeping them from getting their certificate of occupancy. I think there was another question regarding a community board. Amanda had mentioned that the land use committee was a unanimous approval, but the full board, that there were many abstentions. She doesn't know why, and she reached out to the community board to see if the resolution, and I think she had mentioned that the board was also going to reach out to the community board, but I didn't hear back.
Yes, so the project manager spoke with the district manager of the community board and said that on the committee level, they had no problem with the request for more time to obtain a CO, but the full board had reservations given the history of open violations at the site and their lack of curing these violations in a timely manner.
Wow. Okay, but you're saying all the violations have been cured now?
No, there's still some open violations. There are 8 open violations. 7 of them are without a certificate of occupancy, and then there is one related to the sign, which has been paid for.
Which has been removed. Okay. And are there open fines?
Do you know if they're open fines?
I need to look quickly. 1029, right?
Just introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Frank Bueno. I represent Data Luis Architectural Design. As per my knowledge, all the fines have been paid.
All right, we're going to do a quick search because we don't grant things when there are open violations.
This was all already paid. We're going through it right now. That was in the application. Paid. Back when the application was submitted, it seems that the only one that had not been paid at that time was for the sign, which I just checked this morning, and it was noted that it was paid.
Says there are 8 open violations and
The violation ending in 7709R was for the sign, which when this application was filed, it was still it wasn't paid yet, but according to Biz, right now it is paid.
yeah, I don't see anything. There's one that says minus 250. I guess that means they owe you money? How's that work? Okay. All right, so it's fine.
Okay.
No. Okay. Anything else? Any other reasons to hold this up? Are there any speakers on this? So, and what's your time to obtain the CO?
So the applicant's seeking a 2-year extension since there's so many architects on different jobs that in order to get a final certificate of occupancy and not to come back to the board, they would like a 2-year extension for a final CO.
So when you say there's so many architects on different jobs, how many floors are in this building?
There are multiple tenants. Each tenant had their own architect, file application, renovation of their spaces. And in order to get a certificate of occupancy, every application has to be closed out by the building department.
So I'm just looking at how many open permits there are. There's also a lot of sign-offs. But this is one of the things that I've been discussing with council. This idea that when we have multiple tenants in a building and the tenant who's the subject of the building, so this is This is, okay, so this is the owner in charge of this building, right? This is filed on behalf of the owner,
Correct.
right? So it's the owner's responsibility to obtain the CO, right?
Correct.
So the owner has to do something sort of aggressive to force the sign-off of all these open applications. So the excuse that the applications are open will constantly leave it impossible to obtain a CO. And what landlords who are actually managing it do is they say no more applications can be filed during a particular window so that we can have closed applications and obtain the CO. So I would want to make that a condition, that if you're going to do this in 2 years, that it means that the landlord's responsible for controlling future applications and such that they don't impede the issuance of the CO. Okay? Because otherwise, this goes on indefinitely and you'll never get a CO. Okay? All right, so, are there any speakers on this that I already asked? No? Okay. So then, I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shita,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
And a motion to grant on that condition that the owner must obtain the CO within 2 years and must ensure that no applications open within that time period such that the existing ones can be signed off.
Okay, and a motion to grant.
Motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shita,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
This is item number 7, calendar number 74-49BZ, 515 7th Avenue, Manhattan, Ackerman LLP. Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? This is for the board?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Calvin Wong, Ackerman LLP, on behalf of the applicant. We attended the board's executive review session yesterday, and if I may, just run through some of the responses to the comments made. There was a mention that there was not a copy of the proof of service to the necessary parties of the original submission. It was resubmitted, a copy of the affidavit of service was resubmitted to the board yesterday. I trust that was addressed. There was a mention of the elevator violation. As we stated in our November 19th submission, all DOB and ECB violations for the zoning lot have been resolved. And a copy of the DOB, this printout was submitted as part of that submission. I have a copy of here if you need it again, but it was submitted.
So that's a new printout from Biz?
And it was submitted as of November 19th, but I checked again yesterday, and there still are no open violations. There was a clarification request related to the number of spaces delineated on the plans. After the hearing yesterday, we went back and hand counted all the spaces. We've numbered them on the plans that you already have, so they're not new plans. They've been numbered and reconfirmed at 280. Lastly, there was a comment as to the structural capabilities of the roof of the proposed amendment. This application seeks to eliminate all 71 parking stackers and 80 parking spaces on the roof, resulting in a substantially lower rooftop weight load. Furthermore, it will essentially revert back to the previous 4 tires of a car on a concrete slab condition, which existed between the 1950s up until the stackers were installed pursuant to the board's 2011 approval. Regardless, we're happy to accept any condition from the board that the DOB ensure compliance with any required review of structural support.
I just want to say, because I don't want to get into a review of the structure of this building, it's really just sort of an alert to your client that the load condition may be different as a result of the removal of the stackers, and that they should have their engineer check that it's okay, because we're not going to get into a review.
If they are going back to the older configuration, which was direct load from the cars on the slab, we don't need the condition.
Okay, good. Yeah, good, okay.
Thank you. I believe that were all the comments.
I think those were it, right? Okay, other speakers on this? All right, so then I don't think there were actually any conditions, right? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye. Thank you.
This application is approved. Item number 8, calendar number 2191BZ, 2407 through 2417 Linden Boulevard, Brooklyn. Sheldon Lobel. Hello. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Faye Baton from Sheldon Lobel, PC for the applicant. We attended the review session yesterday. We're obviously going to make another submission at a future date, but I did want to address some comments that were raised at the review session. There was a comment regarding proof of service to the community board and the initial, I think it was for the initial filing. I know this was some time back, and I did find actually a proof in our folders, and that it did make it to the community board the first time around, and I could resubmit. If it wasn't submitted, I don't know why, I will resubmit it for, in the next submission, but they had the initial filing proof.
It doesn't mean it wasn't submitted, it just doesn't show up on our system for whatever reason, you know, life between humans and computers.
I understand, and I could resubmit it
Right.
if it's
Yeah,
not
please
there,
do
that's
that,
fine,
'cause it
I
didn't
have
show
it. Okay. And also, you know, we didn't hear from the community board for a while. I noted that, I know they didn't issue, we never met with them for a hearing. Around the week of November 18th, 19th or so, I received a call from the community board. I had called them back from their numbers on the website, which are 2 numbers, one's out of service and one mailbox was full. I emailed them, I haven't heard back from them regarding the application. So I think they are aware of it, I just don't know why they're not holding a hearing on it. So that's for the community board. So we reviewed the use groups, whether it's 9 or 16, and I still need confirmation from the architect, but there's no service happening on the site. It was really just an amendment for used car sales. Obviously, it is a smaller building. There's no space for actual service. So I'll confirm it looks more like a use group 9, which is also, I understand the board would prefer that because it's a lesser use group, intense use group. So we'll confirm that and put that in for the next submission.
They do a bit of car prep, right?
I have to get the exact confirmation, and I want to consult with the architect regarding the distinctions between the accessory use for use group 16, because that's how it was listed as accessory, or whether it would be a separate use group 9 for car sales. But I just talk more with the experts for that. So let's see. The adjacent lots were, you know, the car dealership is on the variance is for half of the frontage on Linden Boulevard. It is commonly owned with the other half of the site, and we've made it very clear to the applicant that they cannot use this they can't use them for dead storage for the cars or storage for the used car sales. They've actually been clearing it out, more of the western portion of Linden Boulevard, and we could provide the board with proof that it's been cleared out. But even on recent Google Street Views, it's been clearing out, but it is commonly owned.
What's the lot number for that one?
42, 43, 44, 45, 46.
42 to 46?
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be a condition, right?
Right.
Condition that no whichever it is.
No usage of these sites.
For this,
Right.
for this use.
Correct.
Right.
And, and historically, that's been referenced in
Yes.
previous resolutions, because they've been in ownership, I believe, for a long time.
They have
And in
been.
the past, they may have been.
In the past, they've what?
I said, I think if you look at the history, in the past, it may have been used at some point, and the board, I think, conditioned it, so.
I believe there
Yeah.
was a previous condition of it, and I know that
there's been some management changes, and we made it very clear from the start that they cannot be using it, that portion of the site. Well, not really the site, but that portion of the block for storage in relation to the used car sales. And the architect will be resubmitting based on current board standards on landscaping, fencing. They'll make it opaque. It was clear right now. It's just clear fence, but they can make it opaque. The trees that we've discussed in the past for many applications, they'll update that and submit a sign analysis and lighting diagram. So, I mean, this is all stuff that we'll do in the next submission.
Okay. And then, of course, the landscaping will actually be done ultimately, right?
Ultimately, yes.
Yeah.
I think we're out of the planting season right now.
Yes. We're out of the season, but we'd like to, once we get into the season, not wait until it's the next season.
I understand.
Right?
I understand.
All right. Are there speakers on this one? All right. So time to do that work. March-ish.
March submission.
Can we do 4th and 24th?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Submission date March 4th for continued hearing March 24th.
Perfect. Thank you.
Item number 9, calendar number 18797BZ, 14802 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens, Narzee J. Kanzada. Please raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions. Thank you. Please print your name. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Promoter, and the rest of the board. So at the executive session yesterday.
I'm sorry, just please state your name for the record.
My name's Nancy Lee Paul. I'm with Nasir J. Kanzada, LLC. First off, the community board, we did meet with them. They did vote. It was a negative vote, and they emailed us the response. We will forward it to you if it hasn't been forwarded already. The negative response was mostly because we are trying to uncouple Lot 39 from the application to be used as of right, and they were very concerned about that we would be using it for whatever, I don't know. But that was the extent of the whole conversation for a while. We'll correct the lot frontages on the tax map. There's some confusion because the numbers we're using are on the lot 25 and not on the lot 39. Before it was lot 39. So if you read over it, then it is the right number, but we'll make it more clear. We will clarify the radius diagram.
Oh, wait a second. So where is lot 29 relative?
Well, lot 29 is no longer there. What happened is, all right, so in 1948, the application was for lot 25. Then the subsequent application that we're under now combined 25, 29, and 39 on the application. Subsequently, lot 25 and 29 have been merged to be just lot 25, and we're in the process of uncoupling lot 39.
Lot 39, which is the 40
Which is the
by-
corner lot,
corner.
yeah.
Okay. And it's currently,
To the parking area currently.
it's the corner on 149th and Rockaway, right? Yeah, 149th and Rockaway, but the reason I'm asking is because you've got underground storage tanks there.
That's all part of lot 25 now, which we are maintaining.
So those tanks clearly, you need a survey so that we know that the tanks are not sitting on on 39.
All right, we do have a survey. We can submit a survey if that's a concern.
Yeah, because if you're uncoupling it, but basically it's a gas station.
Yeah. No, I mean, the tanks definitely are on, they were actually on lot 29, but we can verify that with a survey. We did show the zoning districts on everything but the existing conditions plan. Originally, the zoning changed over time. We will add the zoning demarcation on the existing conditions plan as well as the proposed, and we'll just bring them all together. We will go through each of the findings of section 73-211 and clarify all the conditions and list them and respond. And we will clarify the size of the 133 versus the 135 square feet. I think there was a typo, or we'll correct it so everything is consistent. The issue regarding the signage, as per your comments, I understand we cannot legalize the condition. We will go back to the owner and say, what do you want to do? As the signs, some of the signs are already existing, and some are being removed, but some are existing, and he will have to either reduce the size or replace them or whatever. So, we did submit signages for each frontage at a later submission date. We will again submit the signage analysis per frontage as well as a combined analysis. There was originally no, the original approval, at least for the 71 case, did not have landscaping on 148th Street. We are proposing it. It is actually technically within the street deal, right-of-way, but as long as we don't put large.
Oh, it's on the right-of-way, but still on your property.
Well, I guess it's part of our deeded property, but there is a right-of-way there, like a map street. Theoretically, it could be.
Planting in the bed of a map street isn't regulated. It's only, otherwise you would need, you'd have pushback from DOB that you've even got pavement in the bed of a map street.
Yeah, we're proposing to put planting as long as it's not large. Yes.
By that same token, are you then allowed to have the signage at the corner of 148 and Rockaway, which is also on the.
That was kind of
street?
already permitted and approved, it's
Yeah,
just
I
the
see.
signage changed. So we're not making it an issue, I'm just saying it is in the right of the way, we
So
will.
this is usually this thing where DOB either notices it and cares or doesn't, right? It's different than when you're putting an actual building,
Yeah,
right? But it's on your property, even though it's arguably in a street widening, right? But it's, when you say planting, as long as it's not large, what's that supposed to be?
well, I'm saying, the arborvitae, the
okay.
standard 5, 6,
Yeah,
8 foot
fine.
trees.
Okay.
We would propose to relocate the vacuums and air pump to within that strip as well. That's about the only other place we could put it. That's away from residential zone. We could use the
What
first.
about next to lot 39?
Well, the question is, if that becomes residential, then we've created, it is by zone, commercial on the first floor is allowed, but
But
above.
you're not likely to have you will not have lot line windows there.
Oh, well, right now, it's only a garage that that is behind where they are located now is a residential lot. The house is basically parallel to 39, where 28, 25 is that corner is a garage. So it's not really making noise, in that sense. I'd be more concerned with 39.
This is a little bit goose v. gander kind of stuff, because it's okay, according to what you're saying, to put noisy stuff up against the properties, the residential properties of strangers, but not against the residential property of the property owner who owns this property, who could easily design the building there to avoid, to the extent possible, the annoyance, or get rid of the annoyance because it's in control of its own world, right? So I think it's completely unfair to say, oh, those guys up there at the rear can handle it, whereas my property can't handle it.
I'm not trying to say that. I was saying the reason why we're proposing to put it on the 148 side is because we would avoid the issue for either residential. I mean, I don't have a problem with putting it by 39.
Can you put them like all the way at the corner? Like I have looked at Google View.
Corner of where?
At the corner of 148 and Rockaway. I believe they were there previously.
That's where the sign is, and that's where the curb cuts are. It's very awkward to be able to park your car.
I have a Google View that show the vacuum and the air over there.
Can I just say that I think we have seen a couple of cases where when such machineries are put right at the edge of the property line, abutting sidewalks, generally vehicles end up parking on the sidewalk so that they can access the air pumps and vacuum machine. And I don't think we want to encourage that here, especially when we have two curb cuts right next to it. It will, I have a feeling it has a greater chance of misuse at that location. What about right next to the building, where next to the handicap parking? If you were to, you have 3 parking spaces there. If you were to put 2 of them there, then 2 air pump and the vacuum, you have the trees as the buffer from 148. And you have the building, then you're definitely buffering from the residential.
You're saying put them in front of the building?
Yeah.
Like where the word lot 25 is, or move the parking spaces over?
Or even
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Yeah, because the entrance is there, so. This would be the 2 parking spaces next to the handicap. That way you.
There's a parking space to use them, in other words.
Yeah, and you have
Yeah.
the parking space to use it. The handicap vehicle also has access to this.
Okay.
And you're away from the building entrance.
All right, I mean, I suppose that's possible. The only comment I have is that where we're showing the planting is actually, there is a real slope. I think maybe that's one reason why they concreted it. It's not, the sidewalk is at least a foot down or more. I don't think, in this particular case, I don't think they'd be parking on the sidewalk to access the pumps, especially if you put the trees in the way. But I don't have a problem with putting it in front. I'm sure the owner probably doesn't have an issue with it either. I'll have to go back to him and.
Because there are people living across the street, I think that's part of it. You put it in within the confines of your own property, so the annoyances of to yourself as opposed to the neighbors. What's that? Oh. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Anything else?
Trash enclosure, they will raise the height of the masonry trash enclosure.
No, I think we said we wanted that moved away from the residence also.
Well, so propose a location, because now we're creating 2 residential zones, and then we have curb cuts and circulation. I'm not sure where else you would put it.
Seems kind of unfair. It's imposing it on 2 different residential, actually 3 different residential properties in that location, right?
Again, I mean, yes, no, but you're talking about the back end of 2 residential properties, which would be the garage zones, which would buffer this noise and whatever. It is, yes, on the border of a residential, but I don't know where else.
How about it, similar? So you're proposing that's not good. I don't know, ideas? Front of the building, same place. ideas for where?
The only thing I can say is that could move it closer towards the front. They probably wouldn't put it all the way back anyway. But other than that,
Because, it depends on how a person uses the little structure that's the garage. Often they're more than a garage. They're like a rec room or something like that, and then the trash containers attract vermin, all that. Yeah, so I don't know what the solution is, but we're looking at. The other option is maybe you put your extension on that side, and you put the trash.
well, you're still by the residential. I mean, there's an there's a notch in the building, but then you're right by the house, which is less, and also there's no curb cut. We wouldn't be able to access it. There's no curb cut.
Okay, not sure. Look into it. I'm just looking at the purpose of the extension is what, to enlarge the kitchen, right?
It's to increase kitchen, it'll probably get some, I don't know. They've had a number of options, but basically want to close it. They might be a larger walk-in or whatever. Right now, what is the latest?
It's not really showing as a walk-in. It's just showing as.
They're showing a kitchen office area,
Kitchen
large.
with multiple sinks or something like that?
Well, you're required to have a 3-compartment sink.
Yeah, so that's what
And
seems
depending
to
on
be
how
there.
much cooking there is, that.
Right.
So you're required by health department to have a slop sink, a hand sink, a 3-compartment sink. And then also, it'll also serve as somewhat of a storage area for food items or whatever.
Okay. I'm not sure. Look into some solution. There is one, but I don't want to spend a lot of time designing the project for you. It just should move away from the resident.
In regards to the lumen issue, I'm not real, I mean, there is a light right on the property which we can shield. That might be what is causing, I think there's some other light that's just not really, can't really point to it. There is a light on the building which we could shield also, make sure it's only a down light.
Well, there's this pole light that was.
Yes, I believe
blinding.
the majority of the light shedding is coming from the light pool
Right.
and also the floodlight on the building, on your building.
Right. So I'm saying we'll shield that light or make it a fixture that specifically points down.
Good,
I mean,
okay.
that can be altered. And, yeah, we can change out the light so that it's shielded or we'll have shielding.
Okay.
The existing fence along the back side, along the residential, is a 5-foot wood picket fence.
Yeah.
I think there was some mention about the idea of moving it. However, my client might be very happy to. It'll probably make the next-door neighbor very unhappy because he's using it as his space. It's his driveway, whatever. So it might not be politically expedient to actually, the most
So
we
it was
could.
a misplaced fence that you're living with, basically.
Yeah, my client doesn't have an issue with it, and it will probably create more
Strife.
problems to move it.
Okay.
And I don't know about the 3 drums on site. I don't know why they would even have 3 drums, but I communicate with the owner to make sure that there's no waste drums around.
Well, actually, I just noticed that the drums are in the Google View. I'm not sure about the date of this, but it sounds like they are sitting there for a long time now.
Where on the site? In the back, maybe by where they're.
By the air and vacuum.
All right, I don't know why they would be, I don't know what they are, because it's not a service station. It's a community, it's a C-store already, so. Anyway, I can ask him and see if he can get them removed.
Okay. All right, so are there speakers on this? So then you'll make the changes to the drawings and then install the things that need to be installed, right? And some of this is renovation, but is there any reason why you can't install the things?
Well, in terms of landscaping, if you're okay with what we laid out, yeah, we can go ahead and start working on that. And as far as the light shielding, we can do, I don't know about relocating the vacuum and all that. So I will talk to him about the idea of relocating it in front of his building. If he has no objection, we can go ahead and do that.
Okay. But some of this is, you can't do concrete pours and stuff like that on this weather, so I don't know.
Well, I don't think
Sometime.
we're not pouring concrete, we'd be chopping it mostly.
But you have to do curbs.
Well, I say on the side, on the 148 side, it's already got curbing and then a cement slab in between, almost like a sidewalk treatment on both sides. So that would just be a matter of chopping the concrete, the curb's already there. Creating the curb on the 39 side, that might be a problem.
Yeah. Okay, so why don't we put you in for sometime in March?
Okay.
So you have time to do this work, which is our schedule anyway, right?
Uh-huh,
So
okay.
come back with drawings, and to the extent you've done work already, bring photos.
Okay.
Okay?
Not a problem.
March 4th submission for a continued hearing, March 24th.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Item number 10, calendar number 1-11BZ, 189 through 191, Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn, Carter, Ledyard, and Milburn. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Paul Prue. I am the applicant here on behalf of Carter Ledyard and the owning and leasing entities of the longstanding grocer Sahadi's on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn, where they occupy a ground story of a 5-story mixed-use building, which the board granted a 270 square foot FAR variance in 2011 to fill in a 10 by 27 foot court. In filling that court in, they closed up an existing grandfathered means of egress for the upper stories, which exited out of the backyard, exited out of the back fire escape through the backyard, down back through the basement into the street. So we're now looking at alternative ways to fix that problem by either going through our neighbor's property or some other undetermined construction fix, which we're hoping to avoid. As of today, there's no news on the egress, but you have a draft of what we hope to have the neighbors sign, and if they do, we have a verbal assurance from the Department of Buildings that that will fix the problem and allow us to close the job and clear the 2 violations on the property.
But otherwise, everything else is done? Okay,
As documented in the violation itself.
okay. Any comments on this? We talked about this yesterday. This is really a DOB code question, and they have to solve it or they'll never be able to occupy it, in addition to never being able to have a CO. You'll be ejected by the fire department, I think. Fire department listening? Fire department needs to be alerted that they can't occupy this. You know, a lot of people occupy without COs, right? You shouldn't occupy till you have a legitimate means of egress, right? Obviously.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, just so, fire department's not here, so if somebody, whose is this, Henry? Can you just let him know? Okay. All right, so are there any speakers on this? A motion to close then?
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta. Aye. Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant, they're asking for 2 years. Oh, there's fire department. Okay, I'm just asking fire department on 189-191 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn, which is, we've already closed the hearing, but this is just to alert you. That location They are currently working with DOB to find an alternate means of egress that used to be through the fire corridor of the adjoining property, right?
No.
No, of the same property.
Correct.
And now they're looking for an alternate means of egress out the rear into the adjoining property, right?
Correct.
And so because there's still negotiations with DOB, I just want fire department to be on notice that this building cannot be occupied until the alternate means of egress has been found, right? Because if they don't make a deal with the neighbor, they have to find another way out, right? So that's 189 Atlantic. You don't need to speak to it, I just want you to be aware and put it on some alert list, okay? And to the extent, maybe for Mr. Prue, the best way of dealing with that, so fire department then feels calm, is to let fire department know that DOB signed off on your alternate means of egress.
Good, we'll do that as soon as we have the
Okay.
easement in place.
Okay, so on that motion, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appeals calendar, continued hearings, item number 11, calendar numbers 2019-13A and 2019-14BZY, 11 through 31 Ryerson Street, Brooklyn, Ross F. Markowitz. There's no swearing in.
It's an appeal.
I'll tell the truth anyway.
Okay, all right, knock yourself out.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. John Ignatius Bean on behalf of the applicant. I attended yesterday's review session and appreciate the comments on the analysis. I wanted to respond to the Chair's question about the differential in the completed to date costs that had to do with the partitioning work, both the cost and the cost to remove, and some steel that would only have been useful in the hotel scenario. So that added up to 1.242499. That was the cost.
Okay, thanks. Are there any speakers on this? All right, everybody all right? So a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant?
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The statutory vesting being.
Yeah,
It's a statutory vesting.
it's the BZY.
Was this one done?
I thought we voted on both. I thought we did both. No.
Uh-oh, now I'm confused.
Because there were two types of vesting applications, right?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
that's the belt and suspenders approach.
Right,
So do we have to have one withdrawn?
The
Yes.
common law was just granted, right?
Yes.
And so to the extent that the other application is no longer necessary.
We could
uh,
withdraw, or
Yes.
withdraw it?
Yeah, it's still an
requesting
active docket,
withdrawal.
so.
Yeah. That's
that
what we
okay?
did with the other one.
I would be happy to request withdrawal or to withdraw
Okay.
the
So for the statutory. vesting.
BZY.
Okay, so that's the BZY is the, right? That's, okay. So then a motion to withdraw
Without prejudice.
without prejudice, the statutory vesting case.
Okay. Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, so-
I'm not sure if we closed that other,
Yeah, we did.
We did?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Carla would have yelled at me if I didn't close.
No, we did. It took a vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, one second. It doesn't matter. The second one didn't need to be closed.
Oh, because it was withdrawn.
Yeah. I'm sorry, members of the board, just give me 1 second. I just want to make sure my vote sheet's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Item number 12, calendar number 2019-19A, 107 Manny Avenue, Staten Island, Rothkrug, Inspector.
Todd Dale for the applicant. We are just seeking an adjournment. We can be flexible with the board's schedule. Considering the holidays, maybe submit early February.
Okay. Submission date February 12th for a continued hearing March 3rd.
Great, thank you.
Zoning calendar. Decision item, item number 13, calendar number 2019-194BZ, 50 Titus Avenue, Staten Island, Terminus Group.
Nobody's here for this?
Yeah, we were okay with all the submission.
Yeah, I just want to make sure there were no conditions. Sorry. Okay, yeah, we were good. Okay, so then are there any speakers? Oh, this is closed, so then a motion to grant?
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shita. Aye. Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
This application is approved. Continued hearings, item number 14, calendar number 2017-231BZ, 765 Pennsylvania Avenue, Brooklyn, Eric Palatnik.
They made a late submission.
They don't believe we're going so fast. I think that's it.
No more donut.
No more donuts.
No one?
Nobody's in the hall. All
Wait,
right,
hold on.
second
I hear people
call.
in here.
The last hearing, we said the landscaping should be installed immediately, but that was in sunny October.
That's the only outstanding issue.
Elise Fullader.
Oh, wait, I'll recall it again.
See?
So again, this is continued hearings, item number 14, calendar number 2017-231BZ, 765 Pennsylvania Avenue, Brooklyn, Eric Palatnik. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. Sorry, you guys moved a lot quicker than I even knew. You got my submission. I apologize. They did the work just a few days before I submitted it. And the landscaping, you saw they had the bid, but it was just too late. They didn't want the trees to die. So we asked respectfully if we can have a condition and plant the landscaping to keep things moving.
We started this.
And I recognize when we started it, but BP had a lot of changing of who was in charge of the BSA cases. So you can see I got the work done now because I finally got the right person to get on the job.
Do we feel comfy about this? It's been, the last version didn't put the landscaping in either. That's why I always say, let's see some landscaping. But what do people think? We've been at this is our fourth hearing. Well, one was adjourned.
There's no windows on that side of the wall, so no one
Yeah.
really is looking out at anything.
That doesn't mean we don't want landscaping.
Just
saying.
I know the landscaping moving, I'm just saying that nobody's gonna be like, oh, I wish I was looking at a tree outside my window.
No, someone will say, we
Yeah.
wish that bare bone spot had bushes in it.
True.
Right, so if nobody other than the commissioners. What's opinions, people? Anybody?
They have done, I mean, this site was in pretty bad condition when
Yeah,
it
it was.
first came to us. I think I have to give credit to the application team for having made these changes.
Thank you.
So, should I use the word good faith reliance?
Not good faith reliance, we're relying on good faith.
I
They
know,
aren't.
that's what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know, just to be done. All right, let's make it conditional. All right, so, are there any speakers on this? Then, a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant on condition that all the things that were installed, so in other words, everything is maintained in first-class condition, you know, the graffiti removed, the building maintained, painted, fencing maintained, and that above all, by April of 2020, all of the landscaping as shown on the drawings must be installed and maintained forevermore in the same quality. Okay, on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
This application is approved.
Thank you so much.
Item number 15, calendar number 2018-16BZ, 974 Sackett Avenue, The Bronx, Rothkrug Inspector.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I believe from review session, the board seems satisfied. I don't see anybody. I
No,
expect
this
this from the
one,
public
you
here.
requested an adjournment. Isn't this
No, no, no.
2018-16? Sackett Avenue. What happened to Sackett Avenue?
No,
I called that.
That
they
was
call,
just called.
there was no adjournment on that. They submitted all the revised documents, and this is the one where.
Oh, sorry.
The pictures of the garden and the nice.
Okay.
Do I-
Sorry, my notes
Do
are
I need
mixed
to
up.
swear Mr. Dale in?
2018-16.
I might as well. Just in case. Ready? Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I affirm.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had submitted information. There was also a request to do an additional mailing to the residents in the area just to confirm that there were no outstanding issues. I don't expect anyone to hear from the public since I recognize most of the audience, but
And they also revised the lease terms based on the complaints that were received from the neighbors with regards to the hours of operation, especially that no towing of vehicles will happen between 5 p.m. to 10 a.m. and no vehicle repair will be permitted on site. So there's a new lease, new tenant with, and that's the revised lease term.
Yeah, I believe we said we're gonna incorporate the hour of operation in the resolution.
Right,
as well.
hours of operation and into the resolution as a condition.
and we're agreeable to that.
Okay, are there speakers on this? No, okay. So then, yeah. So then a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, and then, oh, I see, all right. A motion to grant on condition and whatever the hours are, just to show the hours in the resolution.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
This application is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 16, calendar number 2018-53BZ, 104 DeGraw Street, Brooklyn, Slater and Beckman. Everyone that's going to testify, please. Okay, when they come. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Just print your names. Stuart, you can put it. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Stuart Beckerman from the Law Office of Slater and Beckerman for the applicant. We heard what the board had to say yesterday. We heard what the board has been saying over the last couple of hearings. And in our view, the board is not following the law. The board is ignoring what 7221 says and the case law that supports it. And the board is applying standards to this application that it did not apply to applications as recently as 2016. The board is saying that because construction of a functional office space is possible, the A finding can't be made. That's not what 7221 says, and it's not the standard that has been applied by the board as recently as 2016 in the matter of 39 Clarkson Street. For 60 years, what mattered most was that because construction of a functional office space is, that for 60 years, what mattered was whether unique conditions prevent a conforming development from generating a reasonable economic return because of these unique conditions. That's it. Unnecessary hardship, as we explained in our recent submission, and it also as explained in the law review article by William Valletta, unnecessary hardship is measured by the B finding. We have proven that the small size of the lot and the lack of an existing building on that lot render that lot a unique zoning lot in this particular neighborhood, and we've proven that these unique conditions preclude a reasonable return on new office or warehouse construction. This lot is truly unique. Small unimproved properties represent just 6% of land area in this M11 district after excluding properties with non-conforming residential buildings. No one is constructing new speculative office buildings on lots of this size. The economics of office construction make no sense on these types of properties. Almost all speculative office space in the neighborhood is within existing buildings, conversions of old factories. Only a handful of new speculative office buildings have been built, all on much larger lots, and it's in the record. The only small office products coming online is for live work or for owner-operators. That's not spec development, and we can distinguish specific cases that the board has directed us to. We've shown that no one is building a new speculative office building. It's just not happening. The unique hardship in this particular case is evidenced by the fact that in the 60 years the property has been within an M1 zoning district, there has been no new constructions. There had been pre-existing residential buildings that are long gone, and the fact that this lot that is sandwiched between two residential buildings, that is 35 by 100, has remained vacant all these years is evidence of this unique hardship that it's experiencing. Just as the board found uniqueness in regard to 9698 DeGraw Street, it should find uniqueness here. The chair and certain commissioners have said that the world has changed since 2013, when the variance was granted for 9698. That in recent years, the trends in workplace layouts and tenant demands mean that smaller office spaces are functional, desirable, and marketable. The world has not changed. There has not been a revolution in what small businesses seek in an office. We had an expert witness, Dan Marks, who testified a few hearings ago that the office market has not appreciably changed. It's in the record. Small offices have always existed. And the chair even discussed her own experience. Before she entered government, she had an office that's many years ago in a small space with 7 employees in a storefront. Small offices have existed, and the demand for small offices have existed for many decades, probably for time immemorial. at least as long as we've had an office market in the city of New York. What matters in the context of 7221 is whether the unique conditions of a site lead to a less than desirable office space, and then whether that building can make a reasonable return, the extent to which those conditions affect the ability to generate a reasonable economic return. And that has been the standard for many decades that this board has applied. This insistence, we improve why a functional layout is impossible, is without any legal basis, and it's inconsistent with the board's own precedent. 7221 does not require a finding that functional layouts of conforming uses are not possible. The A finding requires that there be unique conditions that give rise to a practical difficulty or an unnecessary hardship. We have determined that it's unnecessary hardship that applies here in developing the property with a conforming use. Of course, a functional office is layout. I mean, we heard discussions about offices as small as 500 square feet. Of course. We all function in small offices, and we have multiples of individual offices, and that's how you create an office suite. But just as a functional office layout was possible here, it was certainly possible in 39 Clarkson Street and 68 Spring Street, two recent cases that we've cited. As the board's resolutions for those two properties indicate, the test is whether unique conditions give rise to an unnecessary hardship, which is measured in dollars and cents. Here, it's the small size of the lot and its unimproved condition that kill the economics for a conforming office development. If the site were larger, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be seeking a variance. If there were an existing building on the site, it would be a different case if we were to be here at all. But we're not. But we have the locations, and I just wanted to point out how unique this property is. I think we. Talk about, I think I'm missing a page. Sorry. I guess what I wanted to say that I don't see here is that I know that, just to talk about how unique this property is, that we had documentation that showed that just 6% of the properties in this area, and I think I did mention that earlier, share these conditions once you've excluded non-conforming residential uses. So the chair also mentioned that the location of offices and existing storefronts is evidence that an office development here is reasonable. And the chair pointed to the fact that, as I indicated earlier, had an office in a storefront with 7 employees. The economics of new office development are very different from the economics of renting an existing storefront of offices. Again, if we had an existing building, we wouldn't be here. That's just, one of our key conditions is the lack of an existing building. This unimproved condition renders our property unique along with the small size and the fact that we're bordered on 2 sides by residential buildings. The chair tried to explain the board's decisions for 39 Clarkson and 68 Spring in terms of functionality. Respectfully, that we just don't see that as correct. That is, I think, facts were picked in order to sort of support a point, but that is not what the record showed. The BSA resolutions were entirely about the impact of these conditions on economic return. 39 Clarkson Street. There's a reference in the resolution to a grid of 11 columns spaced 16 feet apart. That is actually in a description of the property, but it's not mentioned in the description of the hardship itself. And in fact, there's no statement in the resolution that this grid of columns stands in the way of a functional office layout. And in a separate statement, the chair actually acknowledged that offices can function in a space with columns. The chair talked about seeing a beautiful and gorgeous 35 by 100 office just like this one, except that it had columns. What I inferred from that is that you can have a functional office in a building in a space with columns. We see it all the time. We see many converted loft buildings in Soho and Tribeca. I've been in many such spaces. Many of them are architects' offices, and there are columns. That's just a fact. And by the way, 39 Clarkson Street is a building I know well because I actually worked for the chocolate factory before they filed their variance application. We had multiple issues when actually they had opposed, I don't know if you're aware of this, but they actually opposed the residential variance approved next door on Greenwich Street because of the concern about the impact it would have on its business. The point is that a discussion about columns is not a discussion about functional layout and whether or not it's possible. Of course, it's possible. It's really a discussion about marketability, the amount of rent that can be charged. It may result in a less desirable space, and that would be reflected in a lesser rent. Columns don't affect whether a functional office layout is possible. The chair also, in discussing 68 Spring Street, pointed out there that the core elements occupy too much space in a new conforming development. Let's look at that case. Let's compare that to the facts here. That was a vacant lot, and it was like a 7,500 square foot lot. Yes, it was a little shallow, but it allowed for a perfectly regular floor plate. But the board in that case found hardship based on the fact, rested on the fact that a core of 630 square feet within a 3,620 square foot floor plate is too big. That's a 17.4% loss factor. And what the board did in that particular resolution, it compared that space to the average space in the neighborhood, which they saw as being twice that. And they said that, that the average floor plate in the neighborhood was like 7,250 square feet, and that the same size core would be required in a floor plate that's twice the size, and therefore they were uniquely disadvantaged. It was a different standard that was applied to that application than here. Here, we're not being compared to other buildings and what the average size is in the neighborhood and what new construction is producing. We are, an impossible standard, I believe, has been applied to this particular application. The record, according to the record here, we suffer from a loss factor of up to 25%. Why is the board applying a different standard to our application? What has changed?
What's your loss? What's your 25% loss?
So can I just say something? We didn't ask for them to give us the percentage of core space in this property versus floor plate. They gave it to us, which is the question that I was asking several different ways, which was show us how you're actually negatively impacted by your hardship. And I was saying, illustrate it. I know that you guys remember this because I kept saying you need to illustrate it. And we didn't get anything back saying, well, the space that we would use for mechanicals or core takes up 25% of a 3,500 square foot floor plate. And if we were to build on a 7,500 square foot floor plate, we would use the same size core. I mean, did you give us that information?
No. Right into the record.
And,
Just please state your
I
name.
don't.
Benjamin Start for the applicant, Brooklyn 11201
So
LLC.
before we go there, please, I just want to say that we've had many hearings on this. The last time the board was ready to vote, right? The same board members had the same opinions and everything. And we gave you one more chance to make the argument that Commissioner Otley Brown was describing, which was simply show us how a 35 by 100 site doesn't allow you to make a reasonable layout of an office. And many times before that, we had these great office layouts as the as of right. You know, it's actually kind of funny because most of the time we see as of right drawings, and the architect intentionally draws something that's terrible, right? And then it's a kind of a running joke because how much more terrible could you have made this as of right than you did? But in this case, the drawings were appealing, showing a viable office space. And so, and I beg to differ about Clarkson because that was a case that we worked on for quite some time here and I was involved in. And
the column frequency actually was problematic, coupled with the fact that the elevator, the only elevator, was dead center in the building. There was no way that they could keep the elevator core in that location and rent it for anything. It was a purpose-built building with frequent column spacing and a centrally located elevator, which required an enormous amount of expense to relocate it. And we learned during the course of the hearing that the facade was separating from the building. So what we had was a really obsolete building, which is one of the standards that the board looks at, and maybe not fair even to talk about in this context because you're talking about new construction versus existing. But one of the things that you said is that if the site were larger, we would be better. Is it if the site were larger, or is it that if you had more floor area? Because the 3,500 square foot floor plate, as I explained from my recent visits to go looking at office space, is a fairly typical floor plate. And if you had two of those, maybe then, the argument would be, okay, so I have two of them. The problem, that tells me that it's not the floor plate, it's the FAR, which is a different thing, which is not something that has to do with a hardship, that has to do with the zoning. And then the other thing you said is the hardship is because you're bordered on two sides by residential. We talked about that also. If that were a hardship, then why are you putting residential in the office space that you're designing? So that's where I said your own argument is cutting against your own solution.
With all due respect, we've addressed that argument multiple times. This is not an office building. It is a residential, it is a building for someone who wants to have his or her business in the building itself.
That depends on when you answer the question. Sometimes that's that, and sometimes
Well,
it's
that's
you
what
might
we've-
rent it
that's
out
what I've been saying
separately.
consistently.
And we've responded many times that our statement that the building might be rented out separately would not be the highest and best use. It would not return what we are showing in our financial analyses. We provided separate cost estimates and expected returns for each of the independent uses because that is the standard that the board has asked for in preparing one of these applications. But repeatedly, we have said that the highest and best use and the use that will return the highest rate is a live work. But in regards to your statements about 39 Clarkson Street and Spring Street, yeah, perhaps that building does have columns that are too close together, but a statement saying that it is, quote, unrentable, which is what you just said, I mean, that's hyperbolic.
I didn't say it was unrentable.
You said that it was...
No. I didn't.
We could read it back into the record. I just heard you say that it would be practically unrentable. The fact is that spaces would be rented for something. People will rent a desk on a dusty lot in the Bronx. The idea that there are what we're trying to say is that the idea that there's a space with columns, those columns are impacting the marketability. It's about what that space would return. If the building has
Sorry, I have to interrupt
facade
you.
issues,
Absolutely not true, and I don't really want to go on anymore with this. This is hearing number 5. We're not going to get anywhere. The columns impeded the ability to use the space for an office. Therefore, the only thing it was practically usable for was residential. Ditto for the elevator in the center of the room, because it needed to be relocated, actually.
And it was also evidence of the obsolescence.
Obsolescence,
That was the whole
yes.
point, was that the whole conversation about the columns was the larger conversation about the functional obsolescence of the building.
Right.
Okay.
And we've had, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and no.
And
no,
we've
no,
had
just
many
kind of-
other cases where we have the 25 by 100 lots, and we say, look at the core, oh my God, 25 by 100 lot, your core is 1,000 square feet, and what's left over is 1,500 square feet, you can't do anything with that. It's, by the time you pass the core, you've got 8 feet maybe, if you're lucky, so it's a little corridor and 2 little things on either end. What can you do with that? Really not a lot. That would be conforming. So it's not market conditions that are driving it, and you keep going to market conditions, and you keep going to somehow jumping into the finances when it isn't about the finances, it's that. So I just want to play this out. We had an application not too long ago, which you should listen. We had an application not too long ago that was a perfect rectangle.
And attached to the little rectangle was this little nose, right? And the applicant said, I have a unique site. It's got this little nose on it. And we said, sure enough, your site is unique. Nobody in the neighborhood has a rectangle with a little nose on a corner lot. But what is it about the little nose that's driving your hardship? If anything, it's improving the conditions. You get a little bit bigger of a rear yard, you have more floor area to play with on the rectangle, and so you have no hardship that's that's tied to the uniqueness. That's the question. And we're not applying a different standard, it's the identical standard that we applied in that case.
And when 9698 DeGraw was before the board only looked at a warehouse development because it was understood that this is really the use that makes the most economic sense in this neighborhood. And
At that time.
Well, but we have made the point, and we have, an expert witness who testified that the market has not changed, at least in regard to new construction. And that.
That's one expert, and then there's our own
And my point is that
experience.
if this were a large.
Right?
Well, we have yet to be directed to any new office development on a small lot, except for examples which I can discuss later, which actually were raised, which I take strong exception to, because I think they're
They were
extremely
given to us.
distinctive.
Don't give them to us if you take exception. I mean, that's a problem.
I believe if the current zoning talks to the fact that the office use is a way to go in the zoning district, and you believe the opposite, I believe the entire area should be rezoned.
Yes.
I believe it should be a rezoning action here from somebody should initiate a rezoning action to tackle this.
I'm sorry, I
But
just
it's not us.
But let me just point something. It's the size of the lot is a function of the fact that this was improved with residential buildings. If it were originally designed to accommodate an industrial use, it would be generally a larger lot, and that's what you generally see in this neighborhood.
No, but you combined two lots. The
Right,
difference
but
with
it's
the other
still-
two was it came in as
It's
two
still too
separate
small to
buildings.
support a conforming development, which includes
The other
warehouses.
lots were only 17 feet wide. They came in as, in a way that I don't understand frankly, but they came in as two separate applications for two 17-foot wide lots. This is a 35-foot wide lot. It's a completely different thing,
And I
right?
just want to say that the board throughout time has asked for different as-of-right scenarios depending on the time period.
Right.
There was a time when we were not asking for hotels on narrower lots. But then there was all of a sudden a boom in boutique hotels
Yep.
on 5,000 square foot lots, so it became reasonable. So originally, we were not asking for office on a 3,500 or a 2,500 square foot lot, but the office market has opened up more. There are more creative layouts, so we're asking for that. And the board has a right to consider any as-of-right scenario that it thinks might work.
Right, but
So you
with
can't tell us, well, you didn't consider it
respectfully,
5 years
Commissioner
ago.
Alderbrown, respectfully, Commissioner, there has been no evidence of new office development in this neighborhood. None.
That's not what was driving the request. It was the fact that there now are offices and office buildings on smaller and smaller floor plates. That was driving the board's request.
Yes.
Not whether or not it's a market condition here that offices are gonna be red hot and are gonna.
Generally, office developments are not, even in other neighborhoods, are not being built on 3,500 square foot
No,
lots.
that's actually not correct. We actually have on Bond Street, remember, we had a case it's also in an M15B, I think, where they came for a variance to build a residential building. And then we learned, they came and they relinquished the variance to convert it to an office.
Right, but it's a 5 FAR.
On
so
a
that's-
very, very narrow lot.
but-
They have more FAR. So exactly the point.
Right, but we're
A
not-
very narrow lot, I think it was a 35-foot wide lot, and
And it's
they.
Manhattan, that's Soho, that's an area
We've
with
had
a viable office
in
development.
Brooklyn, in
Yes.
other parts of
Yeah,
Brooklyn.
but within
as
existing
well.
buildings, not new
No,
construction.
new construction.
But not
We've
in a
had
neighborhood like
Can I
this.
can I just say something? I think first of all, just putting all the arguments in my mind. Yes, there were two small lots. If each one of those lots had come before us, we would have said, yes, none of those lots are viable. Go foster, go build residential there because neither an office use nor a manufacturing use would be viable, an individual standalone residential building on each one of those lots. If they had come separately.
If they were separately owned
Yes,
and
yes,
they
yes,
came as
yes,
separate
yes, yes,
applications.
that's what I'm saying.
Not in common owners.
Right? I'm not disputing it. If they had come separately, that's the argument. Here, they have at least addressed some aspect of the burden by combining the lot. However, it still doesn't take them over the hardship factor. It doesn't still goes towards addressing the hardship factor. And I think what they did was they went through a programmatic need argument for an office space because warehouse is not feasible. They went through a programmatic need argument of what is a viable office space need in this area and how much does that office space square footage is required. And to say that in Bond Street it worked, it doesn't work. The market is completely different. The neighborhood is no. But Bond Street is a completely different neighborhood. There you can have office spaces of different sizes, possibly, which you cannot have in this area. We do have to be we cannot constantly be saying just because we applied it in Manhattan on 6th Avenue and 34th Street, therefore it can apply in the boondocks of Staten Island. No, it does not, because they're two different neighborhoods, they're two different contexts, they're two different market conditions, they're two different things that they cannot market that use for someone who's looking for a Manhattan real estate. They can only look for someone who wants to locate in that area. And if that use is not viable there, then why are we pushing a Manhattan use in a neighborhood? We are using Bond as an example.
No, and I just mentioned
But the
that we
same-
had it in Brooklyn as well. But I have a problem with you using a term that is used for not-for-profits, which is programmatic need, and applying that to a profit scenario. And I don't think we should be using those terms because people watch this, and we certainly don't want to give the audience another weapon to use that's an incorrect weapon to use in their arsenal. Programmatic needs analysis is not used for profit variance, so we shouldn't be saying that.
And if I want to pick up on this conversation, the argument is that nobody wants a space that only fits 25 people. Au contraire, according to the statistical information I have about small businesses, almost 90% of the businesses, small businesses in New York are 20 people and under. So that's covering a huge percentage of the small business market, right?
With all due respect, and this is where market is relevant, no lender is going to lend money to a new development for a new office building at this location. It would happen in Manhattan because people know that there's a tremendous demand for office space in Manhattan, or even in Brooklyn, close to a subway. It's just not going to happen here. Warehouses really do make the most sense among the conforming uses, and that's why the board took that approach in 2013. That same approach should apply here. It's just unreasonable to apply that standard to this particular property, even in 2019. It just doesn't make sense.
I think that we're kind of at an impasse because I believe that the applicant keeps arguing the market, and it's not convincing us.
Yeah. So I'd like to know if there are any speakers.
Can I just?
I just want to know if there are any speakers on this. Okay.
Well,
okay.
So, and we did, in fact, show that that with only 2,600 square feet of usable space and a loss factor of 25%, that a basic office just doesn't make economic sense.
So I'm just going to stop you on
just-
that one.
Yeah.
Core is the stuff that I can't use that has nothing to do with me, the tenant. When the tenancy is 1 story or 1.5 stories, because you keep saying it's 1 story, it's not actually accurate. It's a 500 square foot mechanical area, and core if you've got an elevator, and so why not put in an elevator so now you get a bulkhead, that kind of thing. But you move the missing 500 square feet for your mechanical to the roof. So now you've got a penthouse and a first floor, and so now you've got a 2-story structure or 1.5-story structure, or you could even say a 2-story structure because one of those really beautiful layouts includes open space courtyard, right? And it's all going to be used by the same tenant. So it's not lost core, and I do have to say, because I've been looking at real estate space, you count all of that in the rentable, right? So it's different and in the usable, because it's the tenant itself that'll be running up and down those stairs to go to the other floor, or you don't even have a staircase. It's a one-story building, so what do you have? Toilets, therefore used by the tenant. Mechanical, used by the tenant. The mechanical is controlled by the tenant, right? So you're comparing oranges to figs, and so
well,
that's why I want to.
Then let me take you back to 68 Spring Street, which was granted by the board in 2009, which again, they were looking at a vacant lot. It was a it was over 4,000 square foot lot, and in that particular case, a new office building would have a 17.4% loss factor, an as-of-right office building, and the board, based on that, granted a variance to allow residential. And just pointing that.
Because, I mean, without looking it up again, because I don't have enough facts, because a core on a narrow site takes up a lot of space, and on a narrow site, maybe it takes up so much space that it renders the space not really usable.
But the space that
for
is
anything.
usable is larger than our space, so I'm confused here. I mean, this is a perfectly functional office space that was possible here, and based on that basis, the board granted a variance to
You
allow
get
residential.
100% use, there's no loss factor in your
And
building. Right, there's
like-
no loss factor. We would have loved to see a drawing that shows some loss factor. We didn't see that.
I mean, we're a little confused because we've shown multiple drawings showing, it's, all right, just a question. So is the fact that because in this neighborhood, you can't build a cellar, we've established that in prior hearings, and the board seemed to accept that. And because we can't build a cellar, those mechanicals come up to that ground floor level. Those mechanical rooms are not really used by the tenant.
No, they're great. They're floor area deductions.
So okay,
Yay.
so fine. We'll run with the thought process further. That okay, so we get to take some extra floor area that was otherwise that is the mechanical space on the first floor, and we move it up to a penthouse. That's what we did with our second amenity office layout, and we showed that in that amenity office layout, the project has an even lesser rate of return. I mean, because penthouses cost money to build.
The tenant gets 100% use of the space. There's no loss factor. When I go to rent it from the landlord will tell me not only the landlord will tell me not only do you have 4,000 square feet, you have 4,500 square feet, because they do this bizarre measurement that takes you to the sidewalk somehow. And so I'll end up paying rent on 4,500 square feet times whatever the rental rate is.
Okay,
Right, so as opposed to, and all of it will be usable except for the sidewalk. So as compared to the loss factor of usability in the buildings that have these large cores, though the tenant may end up paying for the core, because that's just the way, they don't pay for the core, they pay for a percentage of the core, gets amortized over the whole building. Though the tenant may pay for a percentage of that core, they don't have all of that usable. And so the argument is tenants can't operate in here because there's so little usable space. Whereas in this, there's it's like 120% of usable space, because the little penthouse adds whatever, 20% or something.
I don't agree that the mechanical spaces on the ground floor are somehow usable spaces, and even if I was to accept that somehow that becomes quote usable space, that it still is in of itself. If I'm a prospective tenant, that's a detriment on the market. Why would I want that space?
I think you guys need to study up on your real estate stories, like your real estate reality of rent-ups. But I think we've probably done enough of this.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shita. Aye. Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
No.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
No.
Commissioner Sheeta,
No.
Commissioner Shabeta.
No.
Thank you.
Item number 17, calendar number 2018-66BZ, 118 West 72nd Street, Manhattan, Sheldon LaBelle. They requested an adjournment.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. If at all possible, we'd appreciate a March 4th submission for the March 24th hearing.
Yay.
Yes, please submit March 4th for a continued hearing on March 24th.
Thank you.
Item number 18, calendar number 2018-109BZ, 9-03 44th Road, Queens, Goldman Harris. An adjournment's been requested. No need to swear in.
What's that?
No need to swear in.
We spoke with Ms. Matias. She said that February 4th was available.
Okay,
That's still the
February
case?
4th hearing?
Yes, if that's still the
Okay.
case.
Is that realistic in terms of,
We're certainly working towards it. We believe that it is. We are waiting on the agencies to get some things back from the seeker.
because we don't want to have a lot of adjournments and so on, that's right.
I believe there's a hearing on the 11th, perhaps the extra week. We'll do February 11th.
Either one.
I won't be here.
We shouldn't do the other.
Okay. Submission date January 15th.
Wait, can I see how many we have? This is a third. This. Well, this is a PC. No, is this a, I don't know, which one?
This is an
This is the
application.
school.
No, this is the school.
This is the school
not PC.
application.
No, we can't do it on that day, sorry.
We do not want to adjourn the PCE.
We have a lot of big cases on that day, so we don't want to do that.
Okay. And this case it could become a bit large as well, so
Yeah,
we
that's why I'm saying we don't want it.
understood.
I think they need time. Let's do it on that one.
Submission February 12th for a continued hearing March 3rd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 19, calendar number 2018-167BZ, 1133 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. Sheldon LaBelle. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Rosenberg of Sheldon LaBelle PC on behalf of the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session and we heard the comments. We want to thank the board for the thoroughness in the review and catching those few things on the statement of facts. We submitted a corrected version last night with the corrections, and we believe that everything else is set.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Are there speakers on this? So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant on condition that removal of more than 50% of the walls walls on the exterior and the joists in excess of what's shown on the drawings shall void the special permit.
On that motion, Chair Proman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Applications approved. Item number 20, calendar number 2019-31BZ, 525 West 26th Street, Manhattan, Goldman Harris. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Please put your name. Thank you.
David Stackenberg for the applicant, Right Fit, PCE. We heard your comments yesterday. Thank you. Yeah.
No comment, there was anything, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any speakers on this? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
New cases on the zoning calendar, item number 1. Calendar number 2018-15BZ, 250 West 26th Street, Manhattan, Crown Architects and Consulting.
This had to be adjourned for failure to notice.
So we'll postpone this to
February 25th.
February.
25th.
And a notice, somebody has to be advised, Jillian, we need to notice this 20 days.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
I just want to check everybody, anybody need a break, 5 minutes? You're all good?
No.
Good?
Yep.
Okay.
Item number 2, calendar number 2019-180BZ, 1253 Lexington Avenue, Manhattan, Prior Cashman. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Neil Weisbart on behalf of the applicant. I attend a review session. I don't believe there's any comments.
I think the only question was about the tenant as the operator. Maybe it's confusing.
That was another case. I
No, that-
believe.
No.
That
Oh,
was
that
in
was
that
my
case.
notes on this one
Right.
also. Oh, okay, so we're good. Okay, sorry. Okay, so then I'd like to are there speakers on this? No. I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promana,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promana,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, calendar number 2019-189BZ, 9701 Northern Boulevard, Queens, Rothkrug Inspector. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I affirm. Good afternoon, Todd Dale from the applicants. There were a few questions raised for review session. We received the letter from the fire department. Thank you for that. I know there was a brief question about the flood map. We didn't submit it, but it's not part of the record, but just to show, that's where it is right there.
I checked it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thought I'd bring it just in case. And with respect to the community board, we realize it's been past the 60 days. We have tried to stay in touch with them, just as a matter of good faith and keeping in touch with them. I know they have their full board meeting January 16th. It's at the board's discretion. We would be willing to wait to the 28th, but we'd be happily
So-
take a close and a grant today, too.
Yeah, so my opinion on this is the board clogs up its schedule with that kind of waiting for the community board, and when it's a difference between, it was a July submission and they didn't meet in August, and then they have the hearing in September or October, okay, we'll wait. It's a 6-month wait. It's not right. So, with due respect and apologies to the community board, I think we should just close and decide this, okay?
Did we get the sign off from FDNY?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
I didn't.
Yes,
was it
and
email?
from DOI.
Yep.
Okay.
Just
Yeah, we
came
have
in.
everything, so,
Sorry.
And
yeah? What?
if the community board has any issues, they can always reach out to the board and
Yes.
the compliance officer.
Right, but the thing, it's a new construction, I don't know what issues they would have with a PCE that doesn't exist.
And just so the board, we can state on the record, they have our contact information. If they have
Yeah.
questions, we're happy to discuss it with the community.
Okay. And this particular operator comes before the board all the time, so it's not
Often.
like it's an unknown. Okay, so are there any speakers on this? Then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shita,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shita,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Folder, we're going to take an hour break?
Say what? What'd you say?
A little
So we're
holiday
going to take an
party
hour break.
Yeah.
No, no.
Cocktail break.
I already canceled my community board meeting, but maybe I'll re-put it on.
Don't, let's not get.
I'm sorry, wait. Item number 4, calendar number 2019-197BZ, 155 West 23rd Street, Manhattan. Eric Palatnik. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Thank you.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. The comment was about posting, so the confusion I think that happened in our office a little bit was, it used to be just for mixed or residential buildings, and now it's for all buildings, so there was some confusion about posting because there was no residential in the building, and the old rule was post in a residential building. And we posted for the community board, which was around the same time. So when we told them to post, I think that got a little confusing too, because we posted for the community board, so I didn't think to also post for the hearing.
Understood. Okay, that's fair. I don't like to change rules midstream. So if when they file, right, and because it's not residential above, I was concerned because it's rowing machines, but if it was not residential above, it's less of
And
a.
the community board did make us post for the community board's hearing, which then
You
approved it.
posted in the neighborhood for the community board?
Yeah, we were
Oh,
required to
okay.
post for that,
Okay,
by that community board.
okay. Because a lot of community boards, as you know, don't post,
And
right?
this community board, just a heads up about them that you might like, is because of other PCEs that have happened, they actually visit the site. So I went with the community board members to the site, and we walked through it together with the owners.
Oh,
I think that's probably good
wow.
enough at this point.
That's great.
Yeah.
And I've never had that a request before, but this community board has had, I guess, issues with other PCEs, so
Yeah, yeah. okay.
legalizations.
All right, I feel all right about it. Everybody
Yeah,
else?
that's good.
Okay. All right, are there any speakers on this? No? So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shita,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you. And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shita,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Item number 5, calendar number 2016-4463BZ. This is 6202 14th Avenue. Law Officer Jay Goldstein.
Closing out the year.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Happy we made up some time, so it's not as late as I thought it would be. I attended yesterday's review session and I'd like to address some of the comments now. A lot of the comments, I believe, best addressed in writing and through the plans. With regard to the 7319 comments, with regard to the community board, they issued the conditional approval, and we'll work with DOT as best as possible to.
Sorry, go back. With regard to the 7319 comments, what?
No, the first comment, or the first discussion yesterday was the community board recommendation.
Oh.
So we'll address that and try and address that with DOT and through the bus lease, the parking lease that we'll provide. With regard to the 7319, we will bolster the compliance with the definition of school, and we'll provide the.
More than bolster, you have to provide it. There isn't anything.
Okay, we'll provide it. With regard to the alternate site search, this is a conversation that we've had on other cases. So specifically with this case, there was no broker involved. The owner of the property was a member of the congregation, and that's how they came to the site. But beyond that, the site search that we did, we take the geographic area where the students are, and we use that as our catchment area for other sites. We use the existing zoning districts that are there and try and see how many sites can fit within the floor plate that would net us the proposed square footage.
But you can't look at sites that aren't available and have it like a,
Well, we
have a
screen out
building,
those-
like a church sitting on it or something
Correct,
like
so we
that.
go through that whole area, and that's what the chart does. We go through the whole catchment area, and we screen out on different levels. The first level of screening is sites that are too small, wouldn't allow us to have a site, wouldn't allow us to
No,
develop.
so that, you know why that doesn't work? Is because you don't know if there's one property owner who's been assembling a site. You're instead looking at the tax maps. And instead, when you go to a broker, the broker says, oh, I happen to know that Mr. So-and-so is assembling this site to develop a residential, and he had problems with his financing, like this one, right? Had problems with his financing, and maybe he'd want to sell. So it's really an artificial search if you just look at the skinny tax lots. It's not how property gets assembled in New York.
We can
Absolutely all the
have,
time.
I can have a conversation with a broker to address that concern. The larger sites, it's the way we screen them out is sites that have buildings on them, schools or residential buildings, those we screen out.
We have raised this with you also before
Right, so
in how you're conducting your search. Technically, the search is supposed to be, you go to a broker, where are the available properties that I could locate on in an as-of-right neighborhood? The broker takes you to 5 or 6. This one, floor plate's too small. I need to put 75,000 square feet. This isn't gonna work. This one, oh, he's gonna build me 75,000 square feet. However, it's gonna cost me like $500,000 for the year. No, can't do it, can't afford it. This one, and you weed your way out. Oh, I saw 5 sites. You know, all 5 of them were not good. One was too expensive, one was too small, one really wasn't gonna be ready for another 5 years, whatever the reasons are, and now I had no choice but to look in an industrial area. And look, I found this, as opposed to, I found this, let me work all the numbers, so this is the only thing available.
That's fine. If that's the position, we can go that route. This is, the search I did was based off of the last 7319 where this was discussed, and it was, the search criteria was approved based on my methodology, but if the board wants me to go to a broker and discuss it based on that, I can.
It's the way it needs to be done, and in addition, when you go to a broker, you say, I need 75,000 square feet. Don't show me 40.
No, I
right?
understand.
So that's the other thing, on the list, don't show me 40, right?
Okay,
Otherwise,
we can go to a
it's kind of
broker and
silly
screen it out.
exercise.
This site happens to be that it came to us because the owner was a member of the congregation. So that's how it initially got to us. It wasn't through a broker. So we can definitely go back and talk to brokers in the area and weed out other potentials. I'm confident in the fact that we can do it based on the other schools that have been approved in this area recently. So it's not a problem, and we'll do it that way. That's the methodology the board wants.
Because this is supposed to be your site of last resort. Yes.
Yeah, I understand. So it was, my methodology was based off of conversations we've had at other hearings, and if the board wants a broker, I'll go to get a broker letter. The next question was with regard to the 7221, whether the deference being requested is a house of worship or a school. I thought it was clear in the statement that in the documents that it was only for a school. There's no house of worship proposed. I'll clear it up in the statement.
No, so that's the thing, if it's not a school, like, how is it a school? Like, because it says in your papers, while this is requesting deference for a school, it's also really a religious, it's like, we're not really sure, right?
We'll keep it to the school. The rest of it is just that this is part of the
Right.
larger community, but we can reduce it just to the school.
So I'd suggest that the school aspect, therefore, requires that you make that threshold 7319.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
no problem.
Are we sure?
Yep.
Okay.
The next comments were the as-of-right zoning analysis. I understand the comment will correct it, and the as-of-right site plans will dimension it accordingly with the ZR sections. We'll provide a bus lease with a restrictive deck that the board's been asking for. The next question with regard to the projected growth, 5 years versus 8 years. I've done 8 years in the past, and that's how I used it and why I used it. The breakdown in the sheet actually, we show that certain classes and certain ages will be fully occupied in terms of the dedicated classrooms at those years. For instance, the high school will be full by the projected high school will have its max 2 classes per grade by that 5th year. So all of those classrooms that we dedicated were full. All of the classrooms dedicated to the preschool and the nursery and through 4th grade are full. And the remaining classes that take us 6, 7, and 8, or the years 6, 7, and 8, is really just to catch the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade as it progresses to accommodate those students.
How come the higher grades are full? Because they're coming from
Because
someplace else?
yeah, we have a high school now, so those grades aren't stopping and just starting from the 1st grade.
So the 500-something students includes the high school, right?
Includes high school students, yeah. It's in my chart. So it includes the full school, the girls' division of this school. The extra years are the 6th, 7th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, or rather the 6th, 7th, and 8th year of the building was to allow for the progression and the growth for the elementary school and middle school to accommodate the existing students, younger
So
students.
you don't have kids already in the 5th grade, 5th, 6th,
We do,
7th,
but
8th?
there'll be, right now we have one 5th grade class, 1 6th grade, 2 7th grade, and 1 8th grade. Those will grow over the next number of years as the school comes and has more seats. I guess this goes to Commissioner Shetta's question. As the school goes into the new building and has more space available, students that were waitlisted or turned away can now come to the school and may choose to come to the school. That's our anticipation. So while we have those classes now, we do anticipate that those grades will grow as well. So this is the 6th, 7th, and 8th year is really to accommodate the younger students that are already in the school system.
I guess that we had an application that you brought where the school was trying to crowd in many, many schools all together in one building. It was making the building enormous, right? And we pushed back and said you had to take out the
We took out the seminary. That was
right?
mine. Yeah, we took
So-
out the older grade, the post-high school grade.
Right. So my concern is that the building is really big. So, and maybe we don't know yet because we haven't heard
So
from
that's to the next
DOT.
points, correct. To the
Maybe
next
we have a
points,
problem.
beyond DOT, if we'll try and reduce, based on the board's comments and suggestions yesterday, see what we can do in terms of reducing the building. If we can reduce the building and perhaps move some of the admin offices to a different location or repurpose some of the other rooms, we can potentially recapture these classrooms that would be lost if we're forced to reduce it without relocating any of the other services.
Right, but the reason I'm bringing up DOT is if we're talking about a pedestrian load of like 2,000 people or something, or it's actually more, because if you talk about parents accompanying kids or whatever, you're talking about more
So
than
we'll-
2,000 people
right.
at dismissal time, right?
We got the
Summer.
comments from DOT, and we're going to work through them, and we're working through them with the pedestrian surveys that we're trying to, it's all a little new in terms of these pedestrian surveys that are being asked, so we're trying to come up with the correct way of showing it to DOT that they're happy with. So during the course of that, we'll work with it and see if it can be accommodated, and if not, we may need to split the school or something along those lines. The next number of comments were, as an initial matter, There will be no commercial catering. We'll put it on the plans. It could be a condition of the grant like it was in other yeshivas.
Yeah, but you know, those conditions of the grant, I want to make sure there's no physical possibility, right?
That's fine. So the
Because
next,
we put conditions all day long and they're ignored incredibly, right? So it should be such an unattractive ceiling height, that nobody wants to have their wedding there, frankly.
I think more to the point of regardless of the condition, the request that is being asked for some of these waivers can be minimized
Well, that's-
by bringing the floor-to-ceiling height
correct, I was
up.
going to get that. I just
And-
wanted, as an outset, before we got to those comments and suggestions, just to, on the record, that it's not our intention to have commercial catering and have it on the record. The questions of the ceiling height in the cellar or the auditorium or making, repurposing the auditorium as a gymnasium, those are things that obviously have to be explored with the architect, and I will take them to the architect. Vice Chair Shonda, to your point, I'll also take the possibility of relocating some of the admin offices. Perhaps I don't need the finance offices in this building, it could go to a different building perhaps. All of that is my hope, that we can reduce the building to a height that the board is comfortable with and still maintain the classrooms that are necessary to meet the programs and the number of students that I laid out. It's something that has to be worked on, and I don't think we can address it right now.
I have seen construction sites in the area, and I'm familiar with the subsurface in the area. I believe if you try adding another sub-cellar, it will be viable. I believe the groundwater is so deep.
It's a possibility.
It might work.
It may be cost prohibitive because we're right next to the MTA.
But
So
to be
I don't
clear,
know.
the sub-cellar cannot be to create a 24-foot high ceiling in the
I
lunchroom.
understand. I understand.
Okay? Just to be clear from the start, all right?
I understand. I don't
With
think anyone wants
chandeliers in the lunchroom.
an underground subterranean wedding hall. Most of them have some sort of windows.
No, they don't. Our favorite
we
one
have seen-
has no windows.
Does it have no
So,
windows?
no windows.
I got
It's
married in the Bronx, I don't
subterranean. No, but when I say favorite one, the one that tortured us for
No,
so many moons.
I'm aware.
All right, I know. Okay.
Again, in terms of the auditorium, using it as a lunchroom or combining certain spaces, fine, we'll take it into consideration and try. With regard to the question of the vaults, we'll work with DOT and show the planting, how it'll be.
Yeah, DOT and Department of Parks, right? The issue is
This is-
Department of Parks also.
Okay.
Right, so Parks has certain requirements for the trees and assumes a certain ability to grow, right? And if you put a vault, then it impedes the growth. So however that works, it can impede the growth of the trees.
Understood. With regard to the trash storage, I'll give you compactor or cut sheet. The material finishes at all elevations we'll provide, and we'll also redesign some of the elevations. With regard to the play roof, no light or sound amplification, and we'll show the fencing. I thought we did, but.
Only on the lower level, did you?
Okay, so we'll provide
You
it as well.
showed fencing, but you didn't label it as acoustic.
Acoustic fence, I'll put it on, it's not a problem. Building height being aggressive, we'll work on. We'll do window wall attenuation on the plans, we'll put it as well. The next questions for the DEP with regard to the play roof and DOT's school safety and LPC, all of that will be addressed with Tracy to try and resolve those questions and make sure they're addressed in the EAS. The next comment was, can the admin offices be moved? We'll try and explore the possibility of that as well. I believe the next question is Commissioner Ali Brown with regard to site to the square footage that we used, no problem. And with regard to the e-finding, I'll look at other schools in the area and see what they have. I'll also look at our schools and see what we used in the past. And with regard to the special permit, I'll give more detail as to the pedestrian, the students walking home. And in terms of the growth difference, as explained, the growth chart, right now we're capped because we don't have enough classrooms, so the growth is really capped. When we open this up, it is anticipated that the growth will jump because we'll have, 4 tiers, preschool, first grade, 3 tiers mostly, but preschool, first grade, and high school growing at the same time. So it's not going to be just a linear growth like we have now. you'll have those 3 schools growing till they reach their determined capacity.
It sounds to be linear still, but I believe that just the slope, the rate increased to twice.
Right, because right now, the number of students being turned away, according to the school, is tremendous. So they do anticipate a spike once they get there. The population growth in this neighborhood is tremendous. But again, these are the numbers that we anticipate. This is what the school is being.
Is this based on something, like you're anticipating this?
This is based on what they're seeing in terms of the number of families, the number of kids per family, the number of students that are being turned away. They just physically can't accommodate everybody at this point. You or me. Sorry. So that's what it was based off of when we went through
If
this.
you can provide some feedback to support that number, 95 versus 45.
I'll try and break down the chart also a little bit, just to explain how we got to it, because it's not just, sometimes you'll see that when you build a school, it's the elementary school is gonna grow. So first grade, every year we'll add 20 kids, 40 kids, and then it'll grow just incrementally per year. This is, I'll try and explain or show differently the preschool growth, the elementary school growth, and the high school growth to show why those numbers jumped the way they did.
Okay.
And then with regard to the therapy spaces, I mentioned in my statement, the therapy spaces, especially on the younger grades, there are a tremendous number of therapy because they do a lot of early intervention, Head Start, Title I, as the chair mentioned, different names for these therapy rooms. I know with my own children, their classes, kids are taken out every half hour, every hour for OT, PT, speech, different, things that maybe not available when we were kids or when I was a kid, but that really give these kids at a young age a jump on their education. So that's why they have all these classes and all these therapy rooms.
That's good.
So it was just I believe I hit on the comments. I understand the board's concerns. I understand what they want to see, and we'll try and respond to them as fully as possible.
Okay, great.
Mr.
All right.
Goldstein, I'm sorry. With the environmental reviews and the response to today, how long do you think you need, realistically?
I was going to ask for a early February date of, I think April is reasonable, maybe after Passover, just so that we know that the back and forth with the environmental is complete.
You were going to ask for an April return?
Yeah, April hearing date.
Okay, but you need to modify the drawings and all that sort of stuff, right?
That'll be faster than DEP than the
Okay.
environmental review.
Right, but the environmental review has to be based on the revised drawings.
Right, that's why it's
Right.
usually 30 days in each direction, so if I get them something by beginning of January, I think it'll give us enough time for end of April hearing. If the board's not comfortable with it, we can ask for something else, but I thought that would be enough.
No, that sounds fine, I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
you realize that. Yeah.
the comments are gonna require a lot of curb configuration changes and things like that. So I think that's, that'll be the rest of it. We did have sign off, we'll clear up that they understood the proposals, but we had sign off on everything else, I believe, so it should be quicker.
Yeah, if you change the design to the building that affects, like, say, open
It'll be-
playground
it'll be
area.
Reducing it, so it'll probably be.
But we'll still have to resend it back to DEP
So
for.
we have, if you want more, that gives us 4 months for DEP, I think it's.
I think this should be.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
I just want to ask, are there any speakers on this? No.
submission date April 4th for a continued hearing April 8th for a continued hearing April 28th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This
Thanks very
concludes the
much.
public hearing for December 17, 2019.
Happy New
and
Year.
concludes the 2019 public hearing calendar.
Wow.
Happy holidays, happy New Year's. Perhaps
too.
next year I
Same to you.
can not